let's play some Dwarf Fort, shall we? Sorry about the delay, but I kind of, you know, had a video dropped on me, which I was warned about. I knew that that was happening as of like 8 o'clock in the morning today, like about 5 minutes after I got out of bed. Open TTD, sure. No, I agree. Yeah, Open TTD is wonderful. Open TTD is wonderful and reminds me, you know, I say the same thing I say about most of that type of game, said Nelf, is I really, really, really like Open TTD in theory. And then I get an hour and a half in and realize that I'm too dumb to enjoy playing Open TTD. Like, I start playing Open TTD and I'm like, this is gonna be awesome. I set up my trucks, I set up some basic train routes, and then it's like, oh shit, I have to do train signals? And then I try for a little bit and remember how stupid I am, and then stop enjoying it and close it and play it. Just don't cross the tracks. Exactly. See, I'm an idiot, right? I cannot. I've never played. I've played many transport games. I played Transport Fever. I played Transport. I played the original Transport Tycoon. I played Open TTD. I've played Simul Trains. I've played not Sid Meier's. Chris Sawyer's Locomotion. I've played Sid Meier's Railroads. I've played the demo for Railway Empire, and I didn't like it, so I didn't play it anymore. And I've played Mashinki. And I feel the same way about all of those games. Minecart should be good training. Not really, because when two minecarts that are not powered collide, they go through each other, and also minecarts operate under a completely different logic than trains do. So no, minecarts are not good training. Minecarts are maybe actually the opposite, because they let me develop some terrible habits. But anyway, no, I've just kind of accepted that there are certain types of people that have that kind of brain. It's the same types of people that are good at programming, right? There's just certain skill sets that certain people are good at. I can't do it. I mean, I've taken programming courses. I can't do it. Like, I retain none of it. It does. My brain doesn't work that way. I cannot glue my code to somebody else's code, and I can't write my own code consistently. Like, I can write like a 2-line Python script to crash a computer, and that's about where my knowledge ends. And that's about like how good I am at train games. But I do like watching them, and I do like them in theory. They are fascinating. I'm gonna click this button and go refill my coffee. Let's go. Like, my brother-in-law likes that kind of stuff because he has a alarm clock that requires him to do complicated mathematics to turn it off. Although he got rid of it because my little sister said she would stop sharing a bed with him because he would have to spend about 30 seconds to a minute shutting his alarm clock off in the morning, and she had to get up at 10 a.m. to go to work, and he had to get up at 6 a.m. to go to school, and it would go off long enough that it would bother her. So he got rid of it. You could try streaming that game in your free time. I mean, hey, if you enjoy playing games, more power to you. All right, so this looks like a mess, and I realize it's fine. Don't worry about it. This fort is in shambles. To those of you who weren't here way too late at night last night, we are in a state of recovery right now, a massive state of recovery, because we've been dodging and dealing with a nightmare cacophony of overwhelming cavern forces, and it's been a challenge. So we are mostly fighting them back, and in the middle of constructing a glass library. But I've got a dwarf I got to name, so Kokoroko, do you have any preferences? Within reason, obviously. Like, beard, no beard, happy, angry. If there's a certain job you would like, I can try and go for that. Then we're going to read off the named dwarves. Anything? Okay, we'll just go with happy dwarf. First happy dwarf that ain't named. Avuz. There you go. You get Avuz. You're currently processing plants. You're a full-time fish cleaner, although we don't fish here. So you're a plant processor, aspiring farmer. Yeah, also, last night, while I was... Actually, did the game patch today? Let's see. I didn't look. Okay, so there's a crash with a certain criminal that I have that's repeatable. It happened twice yesterday. And the second time it happened mid-fall after we'd been fighting the cavern creatures for like 40 minutes. So I had to fight them a second time. The first time I fought them, we ended the fight with about 130 dwarves left. The second time I fought them, I ended the fight with about 114 dwarves left. So we lost a lot more dwarves the second time. But so if you had a dwarf in this fort, we'll check in on them briefly. And if you don't hear me call their name out, I have bad news for you. And my military is pretty blasted right now. Kokoroko revels in chaos and discord. Oh, you must love it here. And encourages it whenever possible. Is often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. Is very slow to anger and often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. He can be very happy and optimistic and is prone to strong feelings of jealousy. He has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution, and he is assertive and he prefers to present himself modestly. He can handle stress and is very humble. Often acts with compassion, is sometimes acts with little determination, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and he personally is somewhat disgusted by romance, values tradition, and does not really value skills related to fighting. I am going to put you into Mark's Dwarf squad, though. You hate cave spiders, and you like steel, carnelian, and larchwood, hippo tooth and the color gold, bolts and rings, and llamas for their wool. And the words of the stranger of pricing and the sound of the brew of dusks, and when possible prefers to consume capybara and finger mullet beer, and absolutely hates cave spiders. You are a citizen of the Emerald Irons, member of the Fellowship of Fate, which is one of the three religions following the god of death. You worship the god of death, and you don't have any friends, but you do have many a passing acquaintance, and you've been in the fort for a little bit now. You initially arrived in the fort in 517. In fact, you were rescued, and almost immediately upon arriving. And you've been resentful ever since 517 because you experienced trauma, and that made you more hateful. And I'm going to real quick disable the DF hack overlay. It's your birthday today, Lanix? Everybody at Lanix and say happy birth. Congratulations on not death. All right, so who here wants a fort tour? And also, I need to read through all the names still. I'm just kind of... All right. The named alive dwarves in the fort are a devilish potato, amethyst, Antronarch, Arende, Ashatolian, a silver falcon, Big Bang, Bonesaw, Buddy, Celistaris, Deep Sea Fishin, Dominok, Exquisite, Tippo, and Fallout Rain, Fudihiko Casper, and Hatchest, as well as Kokoroko, and Little Jaeger, Lyagushka, Mouse Beater, excuse me, Napalm Sideburns, Neuro Keys, Knickers, and Are You Serious, who's still the captain of the guard, Raging Cave, Reinhardt, Stingray, Street Bow, Talon Artho, True Freak, UGDPY, Ultra, Wet Pet, and Walnut. Yeah, Elfie I don't think is any longer with us. Did I ever name an Elfie? Now I'm suddenly questioning if I ever named Elfie. I wonder if I lost you in the crash. Did I name you yesterday, Elfie? Because you're not in the dead screen. Although, let me double check something. Actually, this is probably a better way to double check it. Yeah, I don't think I ever named you. Because of one of the crashes. Happy days, at least for you. You're not the happiest dwarf. You were actually pretty... You recently had to imprison the mayor for 150 days for killing 2 people because his bedroom wasn't nice enough. So, you know, shout outs, but... I'm just not born yet. So, Elfie, I will credit you with the dwarf because I do remember you redeeming a dwarf. Any preference? Out of curiosity? Someone happy who works with critters. Oy. I don't really have, like, any animal trainers in the fort, though. Could go with, like, Zuglar, the gem setter, which isn't really working with critters, but a weaponsmith. I got a bone carver. Does that count as working with critters? I could do a farmer. Yeah, but that's not a real job, and that's not working with critters. By that, I mean I'm not doing that. The dwarf therapist is actually anybody who's a noble, believe it or not. They're nobles, religious figures, people who work in temples like Celistaris. They primarily run around and have meetings with people, and then they get this thought, which is empathy after discussing an acquaintance's problems. Basically, people upset dwarves who worship that religion, or upset dwarves who are in the fort. They'll go yell at the mayor or the queen or the baron or somebody else who's an elected official. They will actually go yell at them and express their issues, and both of them get a happy thought. So the holy person in this case will feel empathy, or the mayor will feel empathy, and the unhappy citizen will get a happy thought, like a relief thought. So it's not really a therapist thing, but oh, I see what you mean. And that's why you vote Gremlin? Yeah, because the Gremlin doesn't feel anything and doesn't care about your problems, just like real politicians. His bones? Okay, so we'll go with Bone Carver then. And recently you've been satisfied after learning about weaponsmithing. Elfie Bean. You're married to Zuglar, and often feels filled with joy, is extremely confident in herself in situations requiring her skills, has a greedy streak and often acts with compassion, is stubborn and is quick to anger. She tends to think before acting, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She often feels discouraged and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She has an active imagination and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she is assertive. She is often nervous, and after being confined in 516, so you went to prison once, chews her cheek when she's bored. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and doesn't care about art one way or another and does not care about fairness. Likes microcline, platinum, indigo, tourmaline, and giant groundhog leather, rope reed fabric and the color emerald, crossbows and leggings, and backpacks and hatch covers, and blue peepfowls for their enormous fan tails, giant sloths for their slow movement, and the words of the faded ashen, the sound of the brew of dusks, and the sight of the wondrous sister, and when possible prefers to consume cap hopper and maize beer and absolutely hates cave spiders. G'day, Chris. And Buntfuss over on the YouTube side of things. Exactly, Nox. Are learning new skills? Exactly, yes. You are, in fact, progressing your skills and learning new tricks. And almost 500 people have watched that video that I just uploaded, which is almost half as many people as watched the stream I did on YouTube yesterday, which is, you know, something. Phew. Yeah, this is probably like a ridiculous thing to be nervous about, but I'm always so nervous when I upload videos that are like literally just a live stream of me doing a thing with no editing. Whenever I do that, I get super fucking nervous. I know it's like normal content that people upload to YouTube, but for me, it makes me so nervous because like I always feel like people are gonna be like, you put no effort in it. It always worries me. I have hate for cave spiders, which is funny because I like IRL normal spiders. I like real life spiders, but the reason I hate cave spiders is if a dwarf gets bit by a cave spider, they get a permanent negative syndrome. So for this particular fort, we're still short on bedrooms. Fortunately, I don't need as many now because I've lost a lot of the dwarves. And the actual fort itself is in the caverns, and we've been fending off the cavern creatures for a while now. We did get this area fully walled off yesterday, and I'm working on getting these sides walled off. I obviously don't have the water here walled off yet. I do have this upper area, beginnings of walled off. I'm working on walling off this area. We're building bridges because it says that I can't build walls in these spots because there's things blocking the site, which they're not invisible items. We've already checked that. So I'm assuming that there are enemies just off map here that are waiting to spawn again. So I'm building bridges there, and what I'm doing here is I'm setting this up so that I can just pull this lever and unpull this lever periodically and just gush lava off the edge of the map. And so when they do show up, if they do show up, I can just remove them with lava, which is going to be significantly easier than, you know, dealing with them any other way. But as far as above this goes, we are working on getting all of this cleared up and removed from existence. Basically, doing our damnedest to permanently seal off this half of the caverns because the other half is still full. The other half is still completely full of creatures. But in the middle here, we were able to block off. We did recently lose some more people, but we were able to block off this top bit right here. We were able to block off this area right here. We were able to almost completely block this area off right here, although this area, these two keep getting canceled. By that, I mean, I can't get over this goblin cap log here. So what I need to do is I need to deconstruct this and deconstruct this to be able to construct those two. But we are getting there. We will have this side cleared off too. Here in the middle, we have a very small wall, but we are working on embiggening it and going all the way up to the ceiling. So we're getting there. T is the default hotkey for the tasks page. T and then U for the unit screen, but T. It's also just like right here. So that's what we're working on. I tried to get all of this done last night, but the crash made that kind of impossible. Which, you know, is what it is. So we're just trying to finish up the last of this absurdity. And yeah, that's the current project, I suppose, is finishing up sealing off the caverns. On top of that, I should probably mention there's a bunch of elves on the surface, and we were getting migrants. And I was about to open up the surface, but then the elves attacked, and they're riding war grizzlies, which is a problem. So they're actively murdering my visitors and also my new migrants on the surface. So here's hoping they leave sooner rather than later. They will leave when they run out of ammo, so it shouldn't take too long for the elves to leave. But simply put, I'm not going to be able to fight them. I thought about it last night and kind of went, you know what? Yeah, no. See? Zuntir the mechanic was found dead. And I'm assuming that's above ground. Yep. So these are all migrants that are trying to walk in. So you're going to hear dwarves dying for the next little bit. And there isn't much that I can do about it, unfortunately. So does everybody feel mostly caught up at this point? And in order to get the dwarves to focus on combat and fighting and fixing stuff, rather than, you know, hauling bodies, I had to forbid every single corpse on the map. So we're not even burying stuff right now. I'm literally just getting stuff removed or constructed right now. For their you admire them for the mystery permanently dizzy? I mean, that's fair. I could understand why you would admire them. They are a wild little creature, but it is brutal. I do like the clothing that you can make with them, though. That I do enjoy. The dizzying spider venom is something. So we're just trying to get the last of this sealed off. And that'll put us into a much better place. How's Friday Vice going? There's a video that just went up on my YouTube channel with footage of combat and adventure mode. That's how Friday's going so far. Trying to make sure that there isn't another way down here. Absolutely is. Right here. Sort of. just gonna go up to here and just block this off. I have no idea. I think that's a personal thing. Dwarf Fortress is a game, Richie, that doesn't have any like in-game goals really, aside from maybe become the mountain home. It's entirely up to what you want to try and do. So I would say that the biggest achievement in Dwarf Fortress is simply completing the goal that you are attempting to complete, whatever that goal may be. Maybe that's become king of the entire map like you just suggested, or it's, you know, watching your fortress fall to pieces. It's literally whatever you want. I don't really care about essentially what you're suggesting. For me, the reward in Dwarf Fortress is the act of getting to take part in the world that I'm playing in. I'm just realizing that this is actually going to be a bit of a problem. And thus the narratives that my head comes up with while playing. Exactly. The biggest achievement is having fun. This is literally the friends we made along the way of the video game. Zwari was found dead. Not somewhere I'll be able to recover your body anytime soon either. I do not know what Telenartho is doing back here. Telenartho, what in the world are you doing back here? Okay. Can I get you to path back inside, or are you stuck? You are stuck. Okay. I'm going to try and get Telenartho to path into here again. But there's these giant olms stalking towards you, which is terrifying. Quite a few of them, even. Let's open this up. Turn the barriers back on. Can you path through this? Come on, Telenartho. You can do it. Come on. Work your way around it. I have faith. Some faith. Also a crocodile right there. I'm going to tell all of the remaining soldiers to go kill that crocodile. They'll hopefully give you a clean route in. You're fighting what? Still trying to fight with these, or trying not to fight with these. This is going to be a lot of today, chat. Richie, to enhance my opinions of you, don't tell a person that you have absolutely no relation or knowledge of how to run their business. Give advice when requested for advice. Do not give unsolicited advice. Giving unsolicited advice will simply make you lose your respect from the person that you were speaking with. Which you just did. So congratulations. I have very little respect for you now. Where's Telenat? Are you dead or are you still with us? You are still alive. Okay, where are you currently standing? You should be able to make your way back into the fort, potentially. Let's see if we can rescue this dwarf. Common chat, L, yeah. Okay, well, they're fighting with the first giant olm. Moving towards the second giant Olm. Just trying to clear this dwarf a path into the fort. Come on, there you go. There you go. Okay, let's cancel these. Get back inside, dwarves. I say, did I just see a dwarf die? No, I'm watching a dwarf run. Let's tell them to kill this crocodile. I say, please don't vault your asses into the water. Okay, cancel that. At least make it back off. Servesh, the beekeeper, has been missing for a week. Probably somebody from the surface. Get them to go back and keep training. Which will actually allow them to leave and go get ammo if they want it. Where are you going? Picking up equipment? All right, I will wait until you come back, Servesh or Saigon. Go do what you gotta do if you insist. Picked up your equipment, I think. Oh, never mind, you're fighting. Well, if you insist on dying, there isn't too much I can do for you. Although, how many is there? Okay, you know what? I will give this dwarf a chance. Sending the soldiers back out to see if we can fight off these last two, plus this one. Although this may be a very big mistake. It's also especially hysterical when people, how do I word this? Tell me how to run my YouTube channel and tell me to do exactly what I'm already doing. But, you know, in a format that is not achievable with the amount of time I have. And then they always say, well, then you should use AI. And then I say, well, then you should shove your thumb up your ass and then lick whatever comes out of it, because that's about how intelligent your opinion is. This is what I do in ad breaks, by the way. Anyway, there's an ad break in 20 seconds. Dwarves are fighting with the giant Olms, and then they'll back off. Here's the thing. Sarcasm can be hysterical in text, but the trick to it is you got to you got to indicate that you're being sarcastic. So use a kappa. As long as you're using a kappa, we're more or less good. I'm in an ad break though. Goals are personally defined in Dwarf Fortress Coffee Cannibal. It's what are you trying to achieve? If I can help other people try to achieve goals, then that is me doing a good job. Elfie hungry for faces? I'm not, like, you don't need to eat the audience. It's okay, Elfie, you're good. Yeah, which is why if you're being sarcastic, use a sarcastic indicating emote. You know, a kappa is a typing in kappa with a capital K on Twitch is the international sign of sarcasm. Or if you're an old fogey, like I can be sometimes, type in /s at the end of your text, right? Like if you want to use the old school IRC, that still translates, at least for me. Kappa is literally Twitch's like icon of sarcasm. Like, feel free to, like, type in a thing and then at the end type /s, and I'll know that you're being sarcastic. You know, be like, this is a sarcastic statement, blah, /s. Simple. And if you want to confuse people with old dead memes, you can tell people to type in gray face, no space. And Kappa Pride is obviously gay face, no space. So where are you headed, Dwarf? Okay, you're grabbing ammo probably. Cat runs back in. Waiting on this dwarf to head back in. And then I lock the door again. Why? Okay, it's just a crocodile. It's fine. It's not one of my dwarves. Okay, so now that that's done, I can turn this off again. All right, Servesh is apparently missing for a week. Well, I've got 2, so I will just memorialize both. We're gonna have so many ghosts in a minute, by the way. Also gonna go right here and unforbid the bodies that are in my fort. Then we're gonna go back to checking things. How's this doing? Okay, so now that those 2 walls are done, I can go over here. Get that there and that there. Go all the way up. And let's also go all the way along here because we're gonna do the exact same thing right here. Save the game, give me a second. Except for maybe this top one. DF hack, quick save, go! Good morning, Nagrim. Hello. You know, it's like, yeah, super tall caverns. Great. Until you need to seal them off. And then it's like, oh boy. Now I'm suddenly curious. What is that emoji? Hold on. I'm trying to figure out what that emoji is in YouTube chat. I wish that you could like click on an emoji and it would tell you what the code is to type it in a YouTube chat. That's weird that it's not. Is Gorlex queen still queen of the faction? Oh, you haven't been around for a while, have you? No, she was killed, and since then we've had like 3 or 4 different royal leaders. Yeah, no, we found this out a few days ago. A good few days ago. It was like 2nd stream of this fort or something, and we're now like on the 5th. Yeah, literally it was like 2,000 something goblins. Also, River Depths has been taken. Yep, there he is. This is probably gonna be the last like fort in this faction I do, because this faction's dying faster than I can save it, unfortunately. So we're gonna go to a bigger faction next, I think. Probably. Actually, it was Anaboth. Let's see if it's still Anaboth. It's one of my dwarves. Yeah, it's still Anaboth, the king, who's also a doctor. Good Charles has been the outpost liaison for a minute. But the question is who are we trading with? It's probably not the Mountain Home. They've probably fled elsewhere. But I was able to take another pit, so we have control over these dwarven pits here. So the problem is going to be like actually fighting back now, because I've just been focusing on trying to conquer the caverns, basically. I haven't had time to do anything else. Let's see, how's the upper layers of this doing? Okay, these got suspended again. It's probably going to suspend the walls again, but that's okay. And then I got to do this side. Yes, you can seal off caverns. We are actively sealing off the caverns. I learned the other day that you can build all the way up to the edge of caverns. You can't build all the way up to the edge on the surface, but you can in the caverns. I had no idea. So, you know, doesn't matter how long you play this game. You learn something every day. Why would I seal off the caverns? Chat room, can you please answer Rock Cat's question? So I don't need to state the obvious. I'll let you guys state the obvious. How do I eat my oats? It depends on the oats I have. Quick oats, I pour hot water on them because it works. If I have thick cut oats, which are usually marketed as steel cut oats, which are almost identical, just it's a different cut shape basically, because they take a little longer to cook, I usually make overnight oats. And if you're asking about toppings, my current topping regimen is raisins, and if I have them, dates, and then frozen blackberries with almond milk. There are very few games out there where you can play for 10,000 hours and not realize an obvious mechanic. I mean, to a degree, certainly, but some games do that more than others. As an example, like, I know every single possible rule in Minesweeper. I'm not gonna learn more rules of Minesweeper because I already know all of the rules of Minesweeper. Depends on the type of game, I suppose. More complicated simulation games, you generally learn longer and more consistently. And also, on top of everything, we're getting attacked by, like, these camels that keep invading me. That's not learning new things. Madeline. That is discovering something you haven't seen yet, right? That is not learning a new thing. This is literally learning about a mechanic, right? Also, if you played Skyrim for 10,000 hours and haven't spoken to every NPC, what are you even doing? Like, why are you playing Skyrim then? Certainly, but Sudoku is a complex game. Same with like something like chess, right? But this is a really stupid like apples and oranges conversion conversation, right? Are you here to just be like, Dwarf Fortress is just like all other games? Because that's exactly how your chat reads. And I don't exactly see the purpose of this discussion, aside from just... devaluing is not the word I'm looking for here, but aside from just pointing out that, yes, Dwarf Fortress is in fact a video game. Weird. I didn't know that. 5K hours of modding for every 1 hour of playing. What a waste of fucking time. Jesus Christ. I mean, like, you could say the exact same thing about, like, I don't know, almost any, like, you could say the same thing about Civ. You could say the same thing about OpenTTD, which we were talking about earlier. That type of game just attracts a certain type of person, games that you are perpetually learning, but not every game is like that. I get that worse these days. It's funny, I find games like this to have clearer UI than games like... well, I'm just gonna say this because this is a recent example. Justice League, Kill the Justice League, that Suicide Squad game, where it's just like super modern console UI. I find that kind of UI way harder to navigate than like kind of, well, for lack of a better term, simplistic slash janky AI, or UI, not AI. Bleh. Murderer, vampire, criminal, and many more. Okay. Equal opportunities for crime, I guess. That's such a weird thing to say. It's like, I understand what you mean because you're talking about, like, Skyrim. So I 100% know what kind of character you're referring to, but it's just like, it's such a weird thing to read, especially with no context. It's like, but she's not racist. It's like, well, okay. What? No, modern UI practices are designed for a controller and not a keyboard and mouse. And I don't play games with a controller. I also don't play games on console, really. So I wouldn't say they're bad necessarily. They're just not designed for a system that I'm used to. And because it's not designed for a system that I'm used to, I'm inherently bad at it because it's not a system that I'm used to. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, modern website usability is a nightmare. And honestly, I blame Squarespace for a lot of that stuff. Also, Elfie, we need to have a discussion about 7 TV later. I'll DM you about it off stream. All right. Let's get you done. Let's get you done. And are we removing these blocks? Yes, we are. Okay. Let's get you done. Now there's one more I gotta do right up here. One more final round. Let's just cut these trees down. Someone who never played a Baldur's Gate game, you struggled. CRPG UI. That's all I have to say. CRPG UI. I really hope that Microsoft ends up going down a route where Xbox stops being like a console they manufacture and instead just become Windows PCs. Because then theoretically you could just plug a keyboard and mouse into it instead of having to use weird, sketchy third-party attachments. So because I have had cavern critters come from here before, we have to get this all sealed off. ASAP. Oh, no, totally. I mean, that's about how long it takes me to learn the UI for any game. I love how this game solved the sole issue that made other CRPGs unenjoyable for you. What, not being turn-based? Oh boy, the Forgotten Beast, Dang Sakatstra Rick has come. We can just call him Rick. An enormous three-eyed shrimp. It has an enormous shell, and it undulates rhythmically. That would be really weak, because shrimp would be like a bug, wouldn't it? Its blue exoskeleton is leathery. Beware its deadly blood. Might not be weak, but... Oh, it's also on a layer where it can't get to me. At least I don't think. Hold on, let me double check. Yeah, no, it can't get to me. Sweet. Whew, that's it's Shrimp Rick. Oh boy. It's a Rick and Morty reference. Ah! Hello, Stormwolf, how are you? It always blows my mind that StarCraft was ported to the N64. I learned that, like, not that long ago, and it always hurts my brain. No, it's just there's a lot, there's a lot of turn-based RPG, like, turn-based CRPGs, even from back in the day, right? So, like, it's funny to me. It's like, you know that, like, other people make and have made turn-based CRPGs over the years? Like, that's not a new thing that they've solved with that game, I guess, is the statement. The Fragile, that's actually oddly fitting. Has 2 kills. Killed a Fleshy Haim, that's the name of a place. Killed an elf and a reindeer. Whatever they were doing underground, I have no idea. You know, everything in Dwarf Fortress is less threatening than anything in Elden Ring. Just to give you an idea of how many soldiers we lost. Jesus Christ. Okay, so your local grocery store deli has switched meat sources, and the new corned beef is terrible. Oh, that sucks. That shit blows, dude. I'll just take this off of being dumped so that it gets done quicker. I just move it out of the way. I mean, I haven't played Planescape Torment, but I'm also not a big fan of CRPGs, just in general. It's not a type of gameplay I enjoy. But I'm just trying to state that that's not a new thing. CRPGs with turn-based modes, or just all straight up turn-based combat. That thing attacked Santa. That thing killed Santa. It killed Santa. No, things have to enter from outside of the map because the game has limited population and population counts that are calculated and tracked outside of the map. So things don't appear in your fort like in Minecraft and games that don't actually have a world simulation, whereas this game is kind of cheating with the cavern creatures, admittedly. But creatures walk in from the edges of the map because that's how they access the space where the dwarves are at. It's not like if you don't put torches up somewhere, stuff just appears. Also, in the case of the surface and enemies, they can actually go extinct. Like, as an example, rarer creatures like Sasquatch only have very, very, very small populations. So if you run into a couple of them right when you settle and kill them, you'll probably never see them again because likely you just made them go extinct in that region. Or altogether, even. And also, pandas have a habit of dying early on because if they don't get domesticated in an area where there is bamboo, they just run out of food and die. Which is one of the funniest, also saddest mechanics I've ever seen in a video game. Because it's too real. But this was after literally 3.5, 4 hours of struggling fighting against these cavern creatures. So I'm very happy I'm finally getting to the point where we are succeeding. Silver Falcon, the fishery worker begins to stalk and brood. That is one of my most stressed out dwarves. Not a fell mood, though. Almost a fell mood. Which means they're probably going to make a item or object out of a corpse. So let's butcher an animal. Let's see what we have that I can butcher. Let's butcher a goat, because goats would be a good thing to make an evil artifact out of. Be okay with that. Let's also unforbid all of these bones, because you'll probably need those. So I'm curious, what are you saying? I need things. Leave me. I need things. Certain things. All right. Maybe you actually need a corpse. All right, then. Let's just start unforbidding all these corpses, then. That what you need? I don't know what you need. Well, if you go insane, that's kind of fine. I don't actually care all that much, but I will... Actually, you know what? Let's just do this. Body parts. Unforbid. Corpses. Unforbid. Also not what you want. Fish do, in fact, have teeth. This is true. Hate to break it to you, Walnut, but fish have teeth. Need 8 of them. That's fine. Gordy Casco, what kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have any preferences? Male dwarf employed in library. I don't have the library running yet. Can you wait like 20 minutes? Because I want to finish building all this stuff up before I open the library. Oh, actually, hold on. Do I need... Just make another tanner real quick. Might be leather that he needs. Or she needs. If wood, we got that. We'll see. Wait, what did you Google? Oh, amore? Is that what you Googled? That's funny. Deep sea fishing. The mayor has slipped into depression. We may need a new mayor soon. Anybody putting items in tombs? Okay. Let's go down to tomb layer. I need to make more slabs. Actually, hold on. Let's just go to the tasks screen and start unforbidding stuff. Okay, those need to remain forbidden. These need to be unforbidden. Those need to remain forbidden. Everything that is a magma glass furnace needs to be unforbidden, but the normal glass furnaces need to remain forbidden, basically. Let's check this. Making clear glass blocks. Am I making rock blocks? I am making quartzite blocks. Question is... Okay, they are in fact making quartzite blocks. So I need to make rock blocks, just normal. Just 1,000 of them. This is mostly going to end up being gabbro. And I need to make... something else, but I'll remember what it was in a minute. This track gives you feels. This track is pretty good, yeah. I agree. I also have a very simple minecart setup. It's just for transporting blocks from this room up to the exit of this room to make constructing easier. We're stacking stuff here and on this side. So stuff is coming out. Boulders go into this stockpile and then get sorted into these two stockpile for quartzite and other things. Then when they're done being made at these workshops, they're then sorted into this stockpile, which is then moved up to here into these two smaller stockpiles. So it's a pretty efficient little system I've got. We're still putting away all of the blocks from earlier in the fort, but we are working at it as best we can. Okay, so let's just make this library. But I do have to check in on something in a second. Library. Mine library of why I can do better. Chat, I need a name for this library, which is currently just called the library. I need a good name for this library, but I also need a toilet break. So chat room, give me ideas for library name. I will be back momentarily. Remember, it is made mostly out of clear glass and it is in the caverns. I still need to put a roof on it. do like cavern glass or cave glass. Deep glass is also pretty good. Caverns of wisdom. The visible words. Could I call it the visible words? The words. I guess that would be an adjective. The invisible. I could call it the invisible words. Visionary words. Visionary isn't a word that I have. The knowing word. I like the knowing words. Because not everything is an adjective. So I could say visionary, but it's not an adjective. I think I like the knowing words. We're going to stick with that. So knowing words, not allowing all visitors, and I need a male dwarf who is assigned to the library. Scholar. I do actually have another dwarf I need to add to the library because I noted down that she would be good for it. And we're about to have an ad break. So I will not do anything. I will pause game until ad break done. I'm actually going to throw knickers into here, too, because you're a skilled chemist. Let's go with... I want a dwarf who's not in the military. Let's go with Stukos right here, the diagnoser, scholar. That isn't funny, says Stukos. Well, we'll get them named. To Gorda, Sticko. Gorda Sticko. I say Gordy Casto. I'm probably butchering every time I say it. What's up, Reinhardt? How you doing? Your time has come. Yes. The chained words. Ooh. I should also extend the prison into the library, too. Maybe, like, add the prison to the library. Also, because we're in an ad break, streamer's going to take a moment to say, if you if you just saw ads and you are not subscribed to the stream, if you happen to have access to Amazon Prime, you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free sub once a month, which gives me some money. Not as much money as normally subscribing, but some money. Because today has been very slow. We've had one single subscription during the entire stream so far, which I think is actually the longest period of time with only one subscription I've had this month, at the very least. Maybe not this year, but... Seems your fort has obtained a very fancy green glass piano. Oh, really? Well, that's nice. It's probably not a piano. You should read the description of it. It might be like a weird pipe harp of other things. Thank you for increasing my revenue for the day, Darius Cardrin, by 100%. Appreciate you. I also sniped literally every single one of those people is a resub with the exception of one. Thank you. All right. So Gord's new dwarf says that isn't funny. Haven't been able to acquire anything for a while. They're deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. He's disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. He is trusting, greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments, can handle stress, and thanks for the 5 memberships as well over on the YouTube side of things. He can handle stress, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. If you're watching the YouTube channel, you may have just been gifted a membership, so you should take a glance. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he has a sense of duty, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He rarely is happy or enthusiastic, and he is he's rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by the sea vows, parties, and the merrymaking in the abstract. He is slow to anger, less extreme due to seeing the snatcher bloated doom of Ake's dead body in 151. Okay, hold on a second. Sparky, thank you very much for the $3. And Quask, thank you very much for the Prime. Occasionally overindulges and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He has little interest in joking around, and he has a calm demeanor. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism to be foolish. He always stutters when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees lying as an important means to an end. Greatly is disturbed by quiet and a peaceful existence, respects perseverance, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. Elfie, thanks for the doll her. Of a library chained in a library, but too far away to reach the ink and quail. Oh yeah, that is kind of a disturbing image, isn't it? So I try my damnedest to not, like, just ask for money while I'm streaming. Unless it's been a very slow start to a stream, or if I'm, like, worried about revenue on the week. So, thanks, guys. Appreciate you. This thing's changed the dwarf a lot. This thing's changed the dwarf a lot. You mean the description of the dwarf? Is that what you're talking about? So the description of the dwarf are like basically passive mood differences, if that makes any sense. So as an example, a dwarf who is, thank you very much, Diaz. Appreciate you greatly. The 5-pack. A dwarf who's gonna get into arguments with other dwarves easier, is a dwarf that that would get into arguments easier, or a dwarf that has a very different personality from another dwarf is going to clash and fight with other dwarves. Like let's just say a dwarf generally doesn't change his mind to agree with somebody else. If a dwarf is like stubborn, and then another dwarf also is stubborn, and one of them wants to rough and tumble brawl, if they get into an argument in the tavern, which actually happens a lot and is much clearer when it happens in adventure mode, if they get into an argument in the tavern, there's a pretty good chance that they'll start a fist fight. Stuff like that. Or as an example, a dwarf that lives at a slow and leisurely pace. They'll walk slower and take longer to complete crafts and stuff. What's the current sub count? You can see it by scrolling down. It's still not displayed on the screen because I haven't found a good piece of software to show it. But if you're on PC, it is right here. So it's 1,112 currently. Pretty good. But a lot of those are gifted, so. The current paying sub count, which I'm not showing by default, is... I haven't looked at it in a minute. Give me a second. Current non-gifted subscriptions are 387 tier 1s, 29 tier 2s, and 12 tier 3s. Which equals a total of... Jesus, fuck, dude. Which equals a total of... All right, guys, you can stop. You've done enough for me now this week. Like, the day's good. Like, we're fine. We are now officially fine. Where did they hide that menu? There it is. Currently on the month, I've got 386 points for Partner Plus. Or the Plus program, or whatever they call it these days. It still says Partner Plus, but... Still learning the game and you don't actually know that stuff really matters. If you find a piece of wording in Dwarf Fortress, it matters in some way, and it likely matters in a way that you will probably not notice unless you are specifically looking for it. Hold on a second. I have things I need to read. Max and Fett, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Hangman, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Gloves, thank you very much for the 20-pack of gift subs. Eric, thank you very much for subscribing at tier 1. Walnut Bag, thanks for the $2. I probably missed things. Gloves, thanks for the $1. Cathode Ray Tube, thanks for the $1. DS, thanks for the 5-pack. I think I'm all caught up. And also fish teeth, yes. Like I said, you guys can stop. We're good. Like, my concerns on the day have been like fixed, sorted. We are okay now. All the various versions on the... You can't say how much you appreciate your perspective on the game having played through all of the various versions. I haven't played through every single version. And there are some versions that I only played for, like, minutes, as an example. But I've played enough of the versions that I have a pretty good idea. So... Remember the two cats meme? I remember the two Shens meme. I don't actually really remember two cats as a meme. I remember Catsplosions, but I don't think that that's two cats necessarily. But I do remember what the fuck two Shens. Which, two cats is probably just an extension of that, if I had to bet. I mean, I've been doing this for 10 years. I have no intention to stop now. Or whatever that's worth. Hangman. Thank you. It is tomorrow, otherwise you would board the train. Don't do things you can't afford, mate. I don't ever remember it being referred to as two cat. That's the thing that I don't remember. Starting with two cats was a slow FPS because your fort was... Yeah, no, that's a Catsplosion. I only ever saw it referred to as Catsplosion. But I never saw it referred to as two cat. So we must have just been looking at different forums at that time. Silver Falcon actually did, in fact, make their artifact. They've made an Ulm Bone earring. And they've offered it to the Crimson Will of Smiths. Because we actually got a foul artifact, a grim artifact made by a Silver Falcon, who I also need to boot out of the military, the Dots of Granite. You need to get out of the military. Because this dwarf is too upset. I need to give this squad a new leader. Hopefully somebody who's less pissed. Let's just go to the bottom. Maybe give you Neuro Keys. I will remove you from the squad. So these earrings are not very valuable. This is an Ulm Bone earring. All craftworship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of an 8-sided long, 8-sided prism in Ulm Bone. Very, very fancy bone carving, essentially. Got various corpses and zombies visiting on the surface. I need to check the invader status. It appears that the elves have left, so I should be able to open the surface up again. No, we are absolutely talking about the same thing. I just never saw it referred to as that. Yeah, no, 100%. We are talking about the same era of Dwarf Fortress. What did he do? He made a grim artifact, which is a bone artifact. It means it's an artifact that they can only make if they are a certain level of upset. And that dwarf is upset enough to be able to make that type of artifact, which means that dwarf is pissed. The reason I'm doing these manually is the ones that I'm clicking on manually have gems encrusted on them. Also gonna put more gem encrusted windows in the library in a second, but gnarly indeed, yes. And also, I'm going to check something. Sheet. I have 16 sheet in the fort. So, choir. 16. Oops. But chat room, thank you very much for that out of nowhere hype train. I greatly appreciate you guys helping keep this channel funded. You know, it's not a massive struggle currently, but it is the state of existence of channels is consistency, right? And that kind of goes for any job. So thank you guys for the bump. We are all good for the day now, though. So you guys don't need to do anything else. We're okay. Appreciate you guys. If a dwarf is pissed off enough, they can make a thing called a fell mood, which basically is just they murder a dwarf and use their body to make an artifact. But I get maybe 1 or 2 of those a year because it's very rare I actually have a dwarf that's that stressed for that long. They used to be much more common because moods used to be a lot harder to manage. So to give you an idea, yesterday we got a total of 21 subscriptions, and the day before we got a total of 6. And the stream before, which was the Monday stream, I got a total of 10. We just got 47, so thank you very much. Means a lot, guys. So 47, and $9 and
Stopping
47
now.
subscriptions and $9 in bits was the hype train. No, because they haven't committed a crime. You would have to accuse them of a false crime or try and kill them, essentially. But they will just insta-give the first dwarf that walks up to them. And if that happens to be the captain of the guard, they'd probably kill them too. Okay, well, this is building up slowly. How are these doing over here? Let's go all the way down to the bottom. Save the game. Will do. Give me a sec. I need to wait for more blocks. Quick save. There we go. Although I think it's going to save in literally 2 days, but you told me to save. Mood changes are so tricky, unlike RimWorld. RimWorld doesn't have mood changes because RimWorld doesn't really have permanent effects. RimWorld doesn't have any permanency in its mechanics. RimWorld is all about, so like, the reason I think like comparing Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld are silly is because the way RimWorld works is RimWorld is like a kid with a toy box, and Dwarf Fortress is a kid with a toy box. RimWorld, or Dwarf Fortress, when you start playing, they just give you the toy box. And if you break things and they get damaged, they stay broken. If you're playing Dwarf Fortress, right? They just give you the toy box, you have the whole toy box, but you only get that one toy box. And as things break down, you lose pieces of your toys. Maybe you lose bits of your Lego or whatever. And it's harder to like keep things going. Whereas with RimWorld, the kid doesn't give you the toy box. He's like that asshole friend that sits between you and the toy box and occasionally hands you a toy and then punches you in the head and takes the toy back and puts it away. And if you break it, a new toy appears. So you can't really, like, there's no object permanency, and you have way less player-driven variety because you have less options of what you want to do at any given time. Unless you mod the ever-living crap out of it, and then it's just a different game altogether. Also, the RimWorld friend has diseases and occasionally vomits on your face. Occasionally. I have so many variations of that toy box analogy for RimWorld, it's not even funny. I always thought of Fell Moods as somewhat autobiographical from that's dark. What's up, probably Jody? It'd be weird if it wasn't Jody, I guess then. Maybe 2 people use that account, so sometimes it's not Jody. All right, let's just get these soldiers onto monthly orders so that they will train periodically. I worry about you. Ulfsire, you okay? By the way, Ulfsire makes a pretty cool video game, which is releasing out of early access soonish, TM. I don't know if the date's been announced, so I'm not gonna say it, but go check it out. Speaking of games where the demo is the full game, go play Path of Acra. I have thousands of hours in RimWorld, so I agree with you. But the difference is I got bored of RimWorld after like 1,000 hours before Steam and then about 3,000 hours after Steam. I was bored after that amount of time. I've allegedly played 10,000 plus hours of Dwarf Fortress and I'm not bored yet. Not even remotely. So that's the difference. And that was with me modding RimWorld. I don't really mod Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf is extremely powerful. They're capable of killing ghosts if they... Really? I didn't know that. So wait, they can actually make an artifact out of a ghost? Also, fun fact, ghosts die of old age. One of my favorite dumb Dwarf Fortress facts. Ghosts can die of old age. Also, the YouTube stream right now has 42 viewers, which is wonderful, but it only has 39 likes, unless my page hasn't updated. We should get some more likes on that YouTube page. If you're watching the YouTube stream, you should give it a like. See if we can get that close to 100. Do they become ghosts? Nope. They get erased from existence. They'll just go and murder someone else after. That's really funny. I did not know that. Although I see Fell Moods so infrequently. If you're watching the Twitch stream and want to help out the YouTube stream, you can do that by going to this link and giving it a like. Let's see if we can make that number go up. It should always be higher than the view count. Or the view count is slacking. Throw these pants out. Although I should be able to trade soon because we are into early autumn. Okay, so as far as those earrings go, I do have a pedestal I can put them on. Thanks, Bagel. Click the buttons. Appreciate you. But a Felmood is literally murdering a friend and making something out of them. Unless you're saying it in more of like a, what's the word? Metaphorical way and less of a literal way. Because then I can kind of see where you're coming from. Like, you have to kill a part of yourself to make something kind of way. Which, I could see that. If you're taking it literally, that's really dark. I have no idea what that is, Nameless. Last year's previous traders. Oh yeah, no, all of the traders have left the map. Is that a Naruto reference? Ah, okay. I've seen about 30 minutes of a Naruto movie once, and that is the entirety of my knowledge of Naruto, so not much. Okay, so since I should be able to open up the surface, we should be safe. Here's hoping I don't suddenly get attacked, but if I do, then, you know, is what it is. I need some tables. And some thrones. What vile force of darkness? Oh, it's probably just thieves. That's nice of them. To just send thieves, this is what I mean. Let's wait until those thieves appear. Rush has been found dead? Oh boy. We're gonna find so many dwarves dead in a moment. These are all visitors. Hello, visitors. It's nice to see you. All of these zombies and then the local necromancer client. Oh my Christ, there's so many of them. Aquifers are something that are a struggle when you don't know how to dig through them, but once you get used to digging through them, they become pretty trivial. If you go to my YouTube channel, I have a tutorial on how to get through light ones. Are you the one that crashes my game? No, I don't think you're the one that crashes my game. It's not yes. The one that was there. One of these lizard people, when I arrest them, they crash my game because apparently their skin is broken, which is fucked. Yeah, even I don't have a video about heavy aquifers because I'll be honest, I'm lazy. All right, so the truly did just pass on. Well, that's fine. Otherwise, I would have seen them by now. Heavy aquifers scary? Yeah, it's best to avoid them unless you're... Oh, never mind, found them. Never mind, didn't find them, just finding dwarfs dead. I am going to move down to here. Okay, so every single one of these coffins are filled. I'm gonna go here and we're going to just dig more tombs this way because I don't have the space to do double layered this time and I need to get tombs in here. I also need doors for them. From the Councils of Virginity. Is he trustworthy? I mean, I have no idea who that group is, nor do I know any of their history, so I cannot tell you. I would doubt it. Because When are visitors trustworthy? Just in general? Oh, that's not good. Oh, do I actually have unfriendly zombies on the surface? I think I do. I think that there was some elves that, yep, I do in fact have some hostile zombies on the surface. There was some elves that died on the map. They're also elite bowmen. All right. Noted. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my burrow a little bit more specific. Is my map evil? Nope. But some of my visitors are. Because we were getting, it's Untamed Wilds, but we're pretty close to a Necromancer tower, so I get a lot of Necromancer visitors. So the result when you lock the door for a while and tell things to not come onto your map, and then you have visitors on your map. The issue with doing that is if they happen to be, let's just say, zombies, like in this case. I'm just going to remove everybody from here and put them all over onto the other one. If there happens to be zombies on the map for whatever reason, or if there happens to be dudes on the map for whatever reason, then the result, that'll work. The result is they will resurrect things that die, right? So they've resurrected zombies, basically, from the enemy siege, which sucks. Caravan has appeared. Question is, are they going to walk directly through those zombies? Because while I am seeing skeletons, zombies are all up here. Yeah, so these are hostile, but they're not aggressive. Otherwise, they would be pathing into my fort right now. So they're all just kind of standing where they died, which is okay. It means I can path around them. We just have to avoid them. Necromancers are friendly? Yep. Necromancers are just normal dwarves. If you don't attack them, or normal creatures, like if you don't attack them, they won't attack you. They're my visitors, generally. The problem is they're actually just trying to steal my stuff and convince my dwarves to join them. But all of these zombies, goblins, and necromancers are all just, you know, they're neutral visitors. I mean, they're no more neutral than, like, any characters that walk into your fort, but they are neutral visitors. They're not part of my faction. They're not part of a hostile faction, but they could be. We could end up with necromancers that are part of hostile factions, which might be a pain to deal with. And in most cases is. But it's going to make burying corpses a bit more of a pain. Maybe the mummy built a tower. Nothing can build a tower while you are actively in a fort. But I haven't seen anything about that. Not in Legends either. I did actually look up that mummy. That mummy just lives in a tomb. I didn't do that on stream, though. But that mummy, as far as I know, just lives in a tomb. It's a very normal mummy. Nothing out of the ordinary. How do you make a beast tamer? You don't. Beast tamers are an identifier for adventurer creatures, and not something that you can have in fortress mode. I think specifically beast tamers might also be a goblin role, aren't they? Somebody who has the information off the top of their head, feel free to share if you know. But you don't make beast tamers because that's not a dwarven task. Basically, is a simple version. Or beast hunter. That's something that you would play as in adventure mode, basically. Yesterday, you were digging down a river near the fortress for a water supply, and you had a minotaur attack me. So killed your 7 dwarf squad. Really? Wow. Minotaurs are one of those creatures that I consider to just be like severely underpowered for what they are. We're also going to be getting hit by an ad break in a minute. So just a heads up. It's 18 tombs. No idea how many of these will even be able to get buried. Hopefully some of them. Not really any of them. I guarantee you that mummy was not friendly. That mummy was there to convince somebody to join them and steal my stuff. That's the only reason for them to wander onto the map, because they are not a neutral. They are not a, like, to be clear, just because these necromancers are neutral to me currently while they're in my fort visiting, doesn't mean that they are actually neutral to me, if that makes any sense. Just because they are a neutral entity on my map currently doesn't mean that they are neutral to me. Somebody in YouTube comments is asking if April is next month. And somebody also, shoutouts to Blundermoth in the YouTube comments, who self-identifies as a internationally renowned marsupiologist. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, February is the worst month of the year, because it is the lowest value you get for all of your bills and rent. So, or mortgage or whatever. This month shouldn't count. It should already be March. Means that it won't attack unprepared. Unprovoked? Pretty much. I mean, anything will fight back if it's provoked, even neutral entities. If you attack a neutral entity, they'll fight back. Or even like your own dwarves. Dwarves on your own side will attack you if you attack them. February is your birth month? I'm so sorry, Dar. Aren't monster hunters pretty trustworthy? They can be. They're not always. Primary biomass. I mean, that's like asking, is the barista that works at the coffee shop trustworthy? Maybe. She might also be plotting to murder you. You never know. Just because someone has a pretty face doesn't mean they're necessarily trustworthy. It's like, is the bartender that's currently serving you trustworthy? Well, maybe, but they might also just be trying to get you drunk enough that you tip heavily. And also, this is just me giving away my suspicions of my barista. How do you get monster slaves to do their job? Oh, they are doing their job. They stand in your tavern and they drink all of the free booze until they are drunk enough to then wander into the caverns and try and fight something. My mayor is throwing a tantrum. Well, that's fun. Can I arrest my mayor? Yes, I can. Turns out. Oh, boy. And typically die. Typically, yes. Also, we had to arrest our mayor for like 150 days yesterday. It was quite amusing. Quite amusing. Also, do I still have a manager? Yes, I do. Bonesaw, what are you doing? Socializing. Are all my jobs queued up? 'Cause I'm having a hard time believing this. Well, they are. Okay. Not in the coffee? Huh. All of my knowledge of how coffee is made is destroyed now. I would also state that most of them are probably just plotting to dissolve their boss's corpse, but you know. We all have our goals and needs in life, I suppose. Just remember, all of this is a discussion of fiction. None of these acts are actually being planned and or are indicative of actual people's lives, I hope. This is intended as a work of entertainment. Yes. Right, yes, definitely. Now, for some reason, I'm thinking about the movie Horrible Bosses. I actually quite liked that movie. I thought it was funny. Then they made a sequel, and I never saw it. This isn't a documentary shot in real time. I would say it's closer to reality TV. But, I mean... Like Terminator 2. Man, Terminator being a documentary, that's a thought. You have to step away for a while. It happens, dude. Thanks for being around to be gifted a subscription. If you weren't watching the stream, you wouldn't have been able to get gifted one in the first place. Well, thank you. Let's get these quartzite blocks in here. This is just me trying to finally catch up with bedrooms. Also need to check in on the library and see if that thing's working. Also need to continue sealing off the caves. Practicing at the archery target. Actually, how many books do we have in here now? Written objects, including copies, we have 3. I'm just going to assign dwarves that have some skills in fighting. I'm actually just going to close down this squad. Focus on getting one up and running. Ghosts are appearing. Deuce him. Ghostly cavern keeper? Tavern keeper. So deuce him. Who is a ghost? Push up the priority on that. There is I'm assuming this is a reptile person. There is a dead reptile person skeleton in the hallway. I guess I should throw that away. Oh boy. It's a lot of skeletons. This is also one of my dwarves. So at least some of the dwarves made it in. Yes, including your own dwarf. Big bang. Unfortunately, I tried to clean out the caverns. And I would say we won about 30% of the land in the caverns. So we've pushed all the way out to here, basically. And all the way up to here. But in doing so, we lost a very large portion of my population, which is a damn shame, honestly. And it was a very rough fight, specifically because we won the first time and did pretty well. And then I found a repeating crash, which I've stumbled upon a couple of times in this build, unfortunately, which made me have to do it again a second time. And the second time I wasn't as successful. So, particularly rough. But at this point, we are through the worst of it, from what I can tell. So, that is good at least. And we are hoping that, or I'm hoping, I guess, that it's more of an uphill trajectory from here. Went to bed right after the crash? Yeah, we just didn't do as well the second time, unfortunately. I almost retired the fort last night. I was kind of pissed at it, I'll be honest. But we're still, you know, trying to recover things. This fort is looking amazing. Yeah, no, it's a beautiful looking fort. There's also zombies on the surface now because the elves attacked us, which is tough. Okay, so let's just jump to a random dwarf in a hauling something to a stockpile and just see what you're hauling. Also, hello, Linku, by the way. Hope you're doing all right. So we're just trying to get the rest of these dwarves put in bedrooms. We're also trying to finish locking up the caverns largely. Trying to get a library constructed. We're trying to get the rest of the fortress finally cleaned up. There's a number of things we're trying to do right now. Trying to keep things stable because we're kind of teetering. But probably aren't going to be able to trade this month. I'm hoping that we'll actually get migrants because we lost a migrant wave because the elves attacked during it. And I had the surface locked off for unrelated reasons. So, yeah, it was rough. There's absolutely no negative to you lurking around in the stream without saying anything. I don't get a bonus, though. I get ad revenue, so I guess that's a bonus. There is absolutely no negative to watching a stream without talking. Stone, you'd like a dwarf, somebody with no facial hair that works in a stone-based profession. Are you okay with somebody who is pissed? This dwarf is maximum upset. If you are okay with that, I will give you this dwarf stone. I try and do that in all my forts. Quask. Okay. Beardless Stony is 67 years old. Well, that's fitting. She'll be fine, hopefully. Intellectually stubborn, rarely changing her mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. Would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight and is slow to anger. She is trusting and she lives at a fast-paced life and she doesn't seek out excitement. She is often nervous and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking as abstract concepts. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and she holds her breath when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. She doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity bullheaded, absolutely abhorrent, sees power over others as something to strive for, and finds blind honesty foolish, and dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes borax, leather, anaconda bone, jute fabric, spears, giant earthworms for their awesome presence. Interesting. And the words of the wind fell and the sound of the velvety satins, and when possible prefers to consume, oh shit, more tantrums. She prefers to consume naked moldog and potato wine and absolutely hates slugs. Oh, it's a silver falcon, never mind, we're good. Not actually a tantrum. What else can I find out about you? You are a member of the Fellowship of Fate. You've never killed anything. You're a talented mason, but you are very rusty. You're competent in like general speech skills, including comedian. You are a dabbling student and schemer. You're a novice swimmer. Uh-oh. You know about the euphoric brain, which sounds like a brand of mushroom that makes your brain go fuzzy. You just as soon have you not have anything too exciting happen today. You know what, Dwarf? I tend to agree. You have a pet nanny goat, and they're still alive, named Ral. Welcome to the Fort Stone. What's up, Neezer? Doing okay. There was some adventure mode footage dropped today, specifically relating to combat. So we now know what the combat looks like in adventure mode, if you would like to go see that. I put a video up on my YouTube channel, and it should also have gone out via KitFox as well. Did I not queue up slabs? Huh, I guess I didn't. Rock slab. Let's make 50 of them. Make them all out of the material I have the most of. It's just so they're all the same color more than anything. It's okay, we got lots of it. It's all very close to. Good Charles is sharing rumors. We got a Goblin Lieutenant as well, sharing many rumors. I do like that this is kind of the fort where all of the criminals and bandits show up to gossip, basically. What's up, Ire Stupid? How's things, dude? Hold on, I need to pause the game. And I'm just going to go up to here, and we are going to forbid all of this up here. Because I do not, under any circumstances, want my dwarves walking near these zombies. Like, they can sort of go onto the surface. Uh-oh. This Kelvin criminal is getting chased by an elven zombie. Well, fortunately, because they're just hostile, they will just attack anything that walks past them. So, next siege that shows up, they should deal with. My mayor is trying to conduct a meeting in their office. I had to convict my mayor of more crimes because they've committed more crimes. Another 44 days in prison. It's not too much. But seriously, Ire Stupid, how you doing today, dude? How's things been? I hope you've been well. I hope things have been all right. Let's also assign a scribe to Telenartho because they always like that task. Also going to remove other tasks from our scribe. So you're going to finish storing an item in stockpile. And then you get your designated task. Gotta take notes. There will be a test at the end of the stream, as I've been saying. I just put him in prison, so probably 60 days if I had to bet. Like, less than a month ago. Because he tantrumed and beat somebody up. My mayor did murder 3 people, or 2 people, rather. And when he did that, I had to put him in prison for a good long while. You think you have the flu? Oh, that sucks. My dogs are fighting with a camel. Well, that's fitting. Merchants will be leaving soon? I beg your pardon? Oh shit, never mind. I do actually have traders. Well, I will sell Tower Cat blow darts. I did not see that notification pop up at all. Perhaps I'm going crazy, but I completely blanked on the fact that they showed up and was like, yeah, no, they never showed up. I must have had some notification pop up that I may have even like mentioned it, but that like left my brain the second it happened because paying attention to too many things. Oh, I'd be willing to bet that I probably did. I have no memory of this. It's okay. I should be able to trade something quickly. Also, yay, migrants. I should really keep an eye on those. I don't want these to leave. I want to trade something, so we'll just wait until there's 15 items here. 6, 107, 108. 109, 110. They shouldn't walk through the zombies either from where they are. All right, trade. I will trade for, I was gonna trade for those bars, but instead of trading for those bars, we'll just go down to the bottom and buy 2 books. The 2 pieces of paper, I can't afford both of them, so 1 piece of paper. See if I can just get a couple trades in. Up to 112, that's good. Population has risen. Apparently night trolls have a variant called Vile Freak. Night trolls are like intelligent undead, as in they have custom names for every world. What's the baby for a word for, is there a punchline to this, Wolfsire? Is this a joke? Or is this something more specific? I have a question. Do those particular night trolls have the ability to turn random, unrelated creatures into their wives? Those are always the particularly concerning ones. It's like, I'm sorry, you turned so-and-so into a what now? We'll buy these copper and iron bolts. We'll also buy... Let's see, beer, milk, ale, milk. There we go. So I'll also buy these, but I super duper can't afford that 1 barrel because it's very expensive. So I super duper can't afford any of this shit. Let's just buy 1 barrel with booze in it. It looks pretty good, eh? To fly kick. There we go. At least I think it looks pretty good. It's funny because, like, I can already see that one guy who's just perpetually mad at everything about Dwarf Fortress. I know exactly what he's going to say in my YouTube channel to claim that the game is dying and why that video is bad. It's, like, kind of amusing to me at this point. Like, I almost can make bingo cards for this dude. Or things that dude says more like. None of us have time for that guy? Yeah, but I like to respond to the nice comments a lot of the time, so the odd and unfortunate part is I guess that means I do have time for that guy. How many videos does he watch? I don't know. It's engagement. For clarity, there is somebody who likes to comment on all of my DF News videos at some point, and half the time his comments get restricted for, like, being rude, because he curses a lot. Where he's just basically like, the UI is bad, it needs a full rework. That's it. Like, how do I word this? And the developers are lazy because they're not fixing the bugs. And then references a bunch of things that they are convinced are bugs that aren't. Things like, basically doesn't know how the manager system works. And the first few times I started commenting, I would like legitimately just be like, oh, you know, like you can fix that issue by just simply assigning a manager. Like, no bugs. It's like, what? So, I don't know. It's an unfortunate individual, and I hope that they're okay in their personal life. Because their online existence seems to be exhausting. UI good, fight me? I mean, I don't think the UI wants to fight you, and neither do I, so. Also, I don't think you should fight that person because their existence is probably pretty sad. People like that usually aren't worth hurting, turns out. Because they're already probably hurting. Deucim S-A-Z. Deucim S-A-Z. Memorialized, memorialized, entombed, memorialized. Entombed, not memorialized, not engraved. Not memorialized, no slabs and graves. Not memorialized, okay, you're not dwarves, no slabs engraved, okay. No, I mean, is it the best UI ever made? No. Is it good enough for this game and better than the old one? Yeah. I don't know if they necessarily crave my attention. When I see people doing that, my genuine thought is not that they're craving my attention. I know that that's like a deflection that a lot of YouTubers throw around, but my assumption usually is they are a person who thinks that they are giving feedback for a game that they like playing that they are frustrated with, if that makes any sense. Also, I'm gonna use a command here, which is fix/drop webs, because I've got a lot of webs floating in my fort and it's bothering me. This basically just makes webs that are suspended in air and defying gravity cease defying gravity. It's a DF hack thing. Although this one apparently didn't. Here, I'll just build a floor underneath you then. I'm just trying to get this web out of right here because otherwise it's never going to be gone. It's also a Forgotten Beasts web. I'm also going to go here, and we're going to go clothing leather, and I'm going to make 2 looms right here, actually. Maybe 3. I think it's sometimes it's don't know how to communicate in a non-rude way, and sometimes it's they don't speak English correctly, or like I think that there is like a lot of people assume that a lot of things on the internet are just like hateful by default, and trust me, there's a lot of that on the internet, right? But I think there's also equal parts just like massive amounts of misunderstanding on the internet, if that makes any sense. Like, there will be times where somebody will show up and say something that's extraordinarily derogatory, rude, and directly mean to the person making the thing. But what they think they're doing is they think that they are communicating a way to make a thing that they like better. But they're just really, really bad at doing that. Basically, we should teach better communication skills in schools. But, you know, that'll happen. You're irritated after wearing tattered clothing. Okay, hold on. How much cloth do I have right now? Do I have the most of for cloth? Okay, just normal cloth. Let's just make 110 hoods. One, 0. Copy questions about the author. So Tellan Artho is copying books for us. Wax opal bound codex, which you're probably copying onto a quire. Let's see. I'm not actually holding it. Is the quire on the table then? Huh. Oh, I see. You're reading it now. I like how you copied it before you read it. That's kind of a funny concept. Yeah, and I think it's way harder to communicate digitally than it is to communicate in person. That and people are so used to like digital communication breaking down and failing now that it's gotten even harder. But well, I mean, it's just like the conversation I had with my friend Kevin over the weekend, right? Like we went on a hike with my dad, and it was a good hike. We all had a great time, but we were talking about politics kind of a lot, right? Because like, you know, it's myself, my father, and a friend of mine all on a hike together, and like pretty quickly into the hike, politics came up, right? Me and Kevin agree on almost nothing politically. Like, we are polar opposites. Well, maybe not quite polar opposites. He's like, he's somewhere center left to just centrist, depending on the day and the topic. I'm a socialist. So we don't agree on a lot of things. If we never met in person and encountered each other online once, we would have had a 2-paragraph argument over a couple of days and then cussed each other out and forgotten about each other's existence. But we're best friends because we hang out and talk. Like, you know. Yeah, no, I literally just placed it as you said that, Danathor. So, you've seen people destroy relationships over misunderstanding tone over text. I believe it. I very much believe it, yeah. Keep politics out of friendly talks, it just doesn't work. I disagree. Politics should be discussed. And you should very much discuss politics with people who don't agree with your politics. Because 2 things. 1, that's how you actually learn things about the other side and how to argue against it. And 2, that's also how you teach people on the other side how to communicate with people on your side so that they don't argue and you can learn from each other, which, believe it or not, is a benefit. And that is how, instead of people slowly getting more extreme to just insult people and make them leave, you instead have discussions and improve both sides, which is the ideal of politics. I'm not even being an idealist here. This is just how the world works. You are very much allowed to state a thing, talk with a person, and disagree. That's 1000% okay. Also, we're in an ad break, so I have to pause game. Which is why, like, when people are just like, "Oh, this guy's politics, bad," it's like, fucking get off Twitter then. Like, don't be on websites that like encourage that kind of arguing, because that doesn't benefit anybody. Like, you still think Sparking is a great game? None of those games have ever been good, but okay. You're allowed to enjoy them. I like bad games, dude. It's okay. It is okay. I've played bad games that I genuinely state are terrible that I've enjoyed. Politics is weird in the internet age. Politics in the internet age, as literacy rapidly drops, is weird, yes. Absolutely, Vyra. But, you know. I feel like the UI does have problems in your experience. That's true, it does. I don't even agree that there's small niche ones, Harry Rosette. I think that, like, there's a lot of menus in Dwarf Fortress's UI that, like, is clunky at best and hard to use at worst, which is bad, and they do need improvements. However, they're improving them. Does it take time? Yes, because they have to build the tools to build the improvements manually, which is why it took the programmer who's been working on this stuff, Putnam, like 6 months to start even working on them, because the first time she mentioned that she was working on improvements for the UI to me in a conversation was almost a year ago. And the reason it took her so long is because, like, you know, if you're in Unity, working on a game in Unity, you open up the tool to build a element of UI, you place the UI element in the game engine, and then you move on, right? Like, that's how that works. But because this game runs in C++ and C, in a weird Frankenstein's monster format, they don't get that luxury, right? So unfortunately, they quite literally just have to build the tool to then build the fix, instead of having a tool and you just need to build the fix. Forgotten Beast is Gned? Zasset to run go 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 no. An enormous one-eyed eagle. All right. I feel like the reason people are walking in that direction, bouncing off of what Walnut just said, in the Twitch chat, is that it's not just that people assume that disagreeing with their opinion is an attack. The way certain political commentators, and this is on both sides, this isn't like specifically a right or left wing thing, describe the other side is they pit it like sports. It's entertainment media, right? And entertainment media is sports. So when it's talked, it's us, them, or death, basically, is the way that kind of communication style works. And when you're working on an us, them, or death, when we're talking about identity politics, personal politics, somebody's health, disability, when you're talking about that, you then suddenly have somebody who has irresponsible, silly, like, take, or an argument that is directly contradictory to somebody else's existence, then you get actual fights, right? So you disagreeing with my opinion actively makes my life harder, as an example. And then you just get people fighting. So you have people that are irresponsible actors, I would say, combined with people who are actively trying to improve their lives and not regress back to where things were in a way that actively makes their lives harder. And then you have other people who are trying to push an agenda while at the same time screaming really loudly about a thing that they don't like that's largely irrelevant to the majority of the population. And then you kind of have this weird mix of, well, you disagree with my opinion, so thus you want me to die. People thrown into there. So you have people that are like legitimate, end up with legitimate reasons to fight back, and then it just becomes a all or nothing discussion, and it's fucked. Yeah, and a lot of these, at least in my experience, because I've seen this happen in real, I've seen people change and morph from a person I knew into a person I don't know in real time thanks to like internet rabbit holes. It's actually part of the reason I don't like short form media is because it just pushes you into a rabbit hole. Anyway, let's figure out where this Forgotten Beast is. It's likely in the cavern layer below me. Nope, it is in the cavern layer with me, and it's about to fight a lot of cavern creatures. So it's going to die pretty quick. It has killed things in the past. Most recently, it killed a dwarf in 448. It also killed a Monera. Ooh, I haven't seen those in a while. It is likely not going to live for very long. Oh. Okay, well, it did kill one of the giant bats. It's just getting puckered full of blow darts, though. It's going to have a real hard time getting through this. It's also Tristan. Shoutouts to all the Tristans in the chat, I suppose. Follow the white rabbit. Blah blah blah. Damn. Considering how much it's bleeding, it is putting up a hell of a fight, I will say that. That's mostly its blood. Wow, it's healed up. That's incredible. And then it started bleeding again. Yeah, it is ripping a lot of them apart, and it is taking a lot of them down. I mean, it's killed 3 giant bats, 4 giant bats, as well as a cave swallow now, and 10 of the cave swallow people. Wow. Oh, was that its guts dangling out? Or was, okay, that was probably one of the giant bats. Continuing to fight. How's its bleeding? It's still heavily bleeding. It's not pale, though. Wow. We may have to fight this thing. I thought it would just kind of die. Problem is they don't have the cavern creatures don't have particularly good weapons. They're just using wood weapons. I thought that their blow darts would do more damage to it. Did it just regenerate? I mean, all Forgotten Beasts heal. Everything heals. You need to realize that like multiple days have passed in the game simulation. So did it just regenerate? No, but I mean, it's still got all these injuries. It just stopped bleeding. It's now moved up to the seriously injured. What just hit it that caused it to get seriously injured? That misses. That misses. Must have been stabbed or something. Strikes it in the upper body. There we go. That was probably it. The flying tower cap blow dart strikes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle and bruising the heart. So this last one here just shot him in the heart. But it wasn't enough to take it out because it was just a dart. Like if it was like a steel bolt or something, that would have killed it. It depends. Forgotten Beast extract is just like Forgotten Beast dust or any of those other possible abilities. So it can have various different properties depending on what it is. It will fly into my fort, so I have to watch it. It could have different properties depending on what it is. So it could like cause bleeding. It could cause paralysis. It could cause, just blunt damage. It could cause cutting. It could cause any number of things. Hell yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. Deep Space, how you doing, dude? Do I have the military power to take it down? Probably. I certainly have the weaponry to take it down. But I'm more than happy with letting it kill all of the creatures in the caverns. Also, I have the frame rate set to 60. Actually turned it down. So the frame rate would be higher if I didn't have it set to 60. I'm just letting it clear the caverns as much as it can. Hello, fellow Clino, or fellow moderator? Yeah, sure. Okay, I think it's time for us to group up. But I don't really have an option. We have to fight it. Oh, right. There's also that one. Forgot about that one. There you are. Streamer's doing all right. But this fort is designed that I have to fight Forgotten Beasts that can make it to my fort. And I'm doing that intentionally. It's part of the fun of running this fort. I feel that if a fort is completely impenetrable, it's no fun. So I leave in places where it could theoretically attack us. And where threats can theoretically get in, because that's fun for me. Okay, what direction are you heading in? Lying down? Did briefly, and then you turned around. Okay. But streamers slept better than Tuesday. About the same as yesterday, which still isn't great. I got about 6.5 hours. But hey, it's better than 3. That was what it was going for. Just had to fly around those. Probably still more stuff it's going for back here. So how many things has it killed now? That's the question. Wow. 18 male cave swallow men and 17 females. 2 olms, giant cave toad. Okay, well, it's heading up here. I'm going to move my military to right here. Better than you usually manage? I mean, it's enough that I can get through the day. That's for sure. Maybe I'll have to move them again, actually. Depending on where it goes. Yeah, okay. I have to move the military up here. Fortunately, all these areas are pretty close together. This may also expose other gluts of them. Oh, this is interesting. I didn't realize this was here. Where'd the beastie go? I like lost track of it now. Also got ghosts we still need to manage, so we'll do that. Why will dwarves sleep on floor even if they have a room? Are they hunters? All right, well, found another group. So it's fighting stealth things that are stealth that I can't currently see. Sounds elfy to me. Why not humany? Why do I automatically have to be an elf? I'm sorry, what? One of my wrestlers decided to go to the surface to get some gear and went and died to the zombies, which... Fair, I should just forbid everything that's on the surface. Hold up. At least all the way down to here. That was the forbidding tool, right? Not the unforbidding tool? Let me just double check. Yes, okay. Can't fix stupid. I do need to fight those intelligent undead, but I kind of just want to wait for, like, a goblin siege or something to show up and kill them. This one right there. There it goes. You know, maybe they will kill it. I mean, it's back to bleeding. It's still got that serious injury because it did get stabbed in the heart. Elves sleep? What? Whoa, I love it when they... something that's stealth got punched backwards and just exploded against a tree. Go fight some more. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure... well, yeah, true. I'm only talking about Dwarf Fortress elves. Vampires don't, though. This is one hell of a beastie. Once again, this is an enormous one-eyed eagle. Has a knobby shell and it belches and croaks. Its clear feathers are downy, beware its spittle. I kind of would like it to fly into where my dwarves are down here so that I can kill it and turn its skull into a totem or something. Trance instead of sleep? So they listen to Tiesto? So, in my headcanon now, in a lot of fiction, elves are Dutch. Just sitting there going, oomph, 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 oomph. Da-da-da-dun. Dun, da-da-da-dun. I can't, like, mimic Tiesto particularly well with my mouth, unfortunately. I love how they're just kind of having a stare down here. Adagio for strings goes hard. Next, you're going to be talking to me about Eric Preds. Bam 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 bam. All right, I'm going to send the dwarves back to whatever the heck they were doing. And what I am going to do is this. Give him a bit of a surprise, shall we? Let's give this creature a welcome. A warm welcome. I actually don't know if the lava's even going to get over to this side. It might not. Might need to redirect this. It's moving. There we go. Oh, sweet. Some of it is. That is what I wanted. I wanted it to get over to this side. Just to clear these. Uh-oh. Artifact was seen being stolen. Well, at least everything's happening now. Oh, god damn it. Did I forget to lock the door? Or did they unlock it? Holy shit. Who stole it? Bomrek, the animal trainer. Currently holding it. Ah, you're trying to give it to this corpse. Which one is it? Oh! It's the aquamarine earring. It's still in your inventory, because he got thirsty. Or he's getting thirsty. Still in your inventory. Why can we give a recover wounded from menu, and why do we have to wait for someone to decide to do it? Because you don't have your hospital jobs prioritized the right way. There is a general kind of philosophy with Dwarf Fortress, right? And that's dwarves have free will, and it's up to you as the player to get the dwarves to do what you want them to do. But if you give the dwarves absolute freedom, then they no longer have free will. And if the dwarves no longer have free will, then you're not really playing Dwarf Fortress anymore. Also, the guy trying to do the pat handoff is now getting the shit kicked out of him. Probably about to go to prison, too. Ranger Rick, you got the job. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers for Ranger Rick? Congratulations, dude. That's... I'm convinced that this person did it. Oh, why are the buttons all the way down here? They moved further down. And then this one's not even here. That's actually kind of funny. I'm seeing some really weird UI bugs here. I'm actually just going to quick save. And the reason for this is there's some weird bugs in this menu right now. Sure, absolutely. So I don't know. I'm kind of against almost anything to do with direct control with the exception of canceling jobs. But if you have your hospital stuff set up correctly, a injured dwarf is one of the highest priorities. Recover wounded. So I literally instantly have dwarves going to recover wounded whenever there's somebody who's wounded enough that they can't move. Okay, so we're through. Let's keep fiddling with this. We're now interrogating Bomrek. We're trying to anyway. There's also still that Forgotten Beast on the map, which is currently on fire, which is interesting. Forgotten Beasts aren't supposed to catch on fire, generally, but this thing might have enough injuries that it did. So we were actually able to burn that Forgotten Beast, I think. Well done, I say. Yeah, no, we straight up were. Forgotten Beast burnt to death. Shoutouts to the lava. We have unbeasted the beastie. And here's hoping we can also deal with this corner while we're at it. If this tree catches fire, that should do it. Yep, it did. which means this should hopefully burn through a good chunk of this. And this side is going to fill up all the way because of this tree right here. So. Lava burb. Okay, so let's jump back to the interrogations. Wait. Okay, well, they didn't finish the interrogation. Where's Bombwreck then? Excuse me? I'm suddenly thinking that this UI was broken pretty bad. Oh, I see. Never mind. Subject revealed that the subject plotted to steal under the influence of Niglisiu oil stole. Okay, so who's that then? Let's just say goblin. Is there even somebody with that name here? Okay, so this is Smat Spouts. Sokus? Yeah, that's this person. NGU. And okay, so I think Putnam managed to break the UI real bad. Hold on, let me just send Putnam this screenshot. Anyway, hold on. That or they're just automatically going into this screen. Is that possible? Nope. What here? Nope. Also, this is happening. It's funny is there wasn't a patch since yesterday, so I'm really like wondering if let me spell this person's name. Nguslu. Nguslu. This person. No crime was reported? Do you have a captain of the guard to report the crime to? Does the captain of the guard have an office to have a crime reported to in the office? Look at the unit screen and see if the job report crime is active on anybody. I just saved. Also, the game's about to save again in 10 days. Not even. You see Ice King? I mean, fair. We're letting the mayor out first, though. Come on. There you go. Interrogate this human. Just hoping he makes it to him. Yeah, no, the game's about to save again at the end of this month, so. Likely it was probably they committed crimes and that was the sentence, was a beating, if I had to bet. And the crime might also be something that you can't easily find. Merlin Buff, what kind of dwarf would you like? Just someone with a beard? No specificities outside of that? Let's go with this animal dissector. Merlin Buff never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. He develops a He rarely develops negative feelings towards things. He forms strong and emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment. He's often sad and dejected, and he lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and doesn't often feel envious of others. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He occasionally overindulges, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He can sometimes act without deliberation, and he can handle stress. He rarely is happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties of merrymaking in the abstract. He is a friendly individual, and he does not often feel lustful. He has a greedy streak, and he has an active imagination. When he's excited, it's easy to tell because he drums his fingers. When he's thinking, he has a tendency to chew on his cheek. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. I'm putting you in the military, by the way. He hates those who wield power over others and finds nature somewhat disturbing and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. He likes microcline, steel, and resin opal, as well as almond wood and the colored dark peach. Short swords and fluffy wamblers for their warm heart. Aww. And the sound of the velvety satins and the sight of the wondrous sister, when possible, prefers to consume sorghum beer and absolutely hates flies. His hair is straight. And he's a member of the Tan Dominion. Huh, I don't even know what god that is. Kadol. Hold on, let me check. I'm curious. I don't recognize that one. What could that be? You worship the god of jewels, wealth, and trade. Oh. Much less popular god than normal. But I'm going to put you into the military. Because you would be good in the military. Okay, we are trying to interrogate this dwarf now. Uh-oh. Oh my balls. Well, my donkey just spotted a threat. Here's hoping that donkey runs the hell away and doesn't attract too many of them in. I need to wall that side off. That donkey isn't even supposed to be up there. Well, the thing is, they could just fly into my fort now, if they want to. So what I should do, so I've got this walled off down here, is I should go up along here and wall this off. That's what I should do. Assuming I have the time now, because they may just attack me. I'm not even supposed to be here today. Exactly. Run away, donkey. Okay, how far forward are they gonna go? Not super far forward. You are, though. Oh, nope, they backed up. Okay, sweet. At least we know they're there now. That's a good benefit to us. I need to memorialize that wrestler before I do anything else. Sodell. I also need to follow that interrogation. No such thing as a war donkey, unfortunately. Keeping an eye out for combat. Okay, let's lock this. Interrogation should be done. Okay, sweet. So good. New interrogations are showing up. Okay, so this implicates somebody but accuses themselves, so they did admit their crime. Subject revealed that in the midwinter of 516, they plotted to infiltrate the Crimson Will in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. They're not telling me who. That's okay. I can still put you in prison. Oh, great. Shit. Fuck. Hold on. I need to lock the door. Because the captain of the guard fell asleep, so... Whew. Almost lost it there. Have they moved? No, they have not. Okay, sweet. That is a fortification, not the construction I wanted. Sorry, but that is hysterical. Maybe flying a little close to the sun here, but we'll try. Can't pass judgment until after nap time. Yeah, absolutely. No crime, no punishments will be handed out until after my Royal Highness has nappy timed it. I have all my VODs on Twitch, also exclamation point VOD, VODs, and you'll get my YouTube channel where I archive everything. VODs do go up a few days behind, but they do still go up. So if you just go to this YouTube channel right here. Blind extras. All my VODs can be found. They used to just go up onto the main channel, but I stopped doing that. Mostly due to people started complaining. Had to respond to this person's question in YouTube comments because they say, "Is the speed gate removed?" I doubt it. Is it just, or is it just no longer shown in UI? Probably just no longer shown in UI. How about sneak mode in future release? I assume it's there. Does backpack infinite capacity be solved? Does backpack infinite capacity be solved? So but you used to be able to just put a backpack in 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 a backpack to basically infinitely store stuff in your backpack. I don't know. And then also I wonder if they will make crawl sprite graphics. I'm literally just responding to this question with just, I have no answers to your questions because I don't know. I know exactly as much as you do. A force that is dark and vileness has arrived, and they're probably going to die to these zombies if I had to bet. Also, apparently I have diplomacy finally. Deep Sea Fishing has met with the Outpost Liaison Good Charles because he's finally been released from prison. And they want to know if we would like to be a barony. Maybe, but I have absolutely no idea who I would appoint to barony. Perma Siege? Duh. That's what happens when your faction is falling. Also, why do you must XD? What are you, 12? Those children aren't allowed here, friend. Don't pick you. That's all that XD does for me, John Spacers. It just makes you look like a child. And that's one of the few rules we actually have here, actually. It's true. Act like an adult, or be removed. Speaking of acting like adult, chat, what do you think? I'd like the bigger trade wagons, primarily. And it would be nice to safeguard the royalty, eventually. But holy shit. It's bannable? Being a child is bannable. That actually is a fact. I'm not joking. Like, if you state in your chat, in my chat, that you are below the age of 14, will theoretically be breaking Twitch's terms of service if I don't ban you, but I always just pretend you're joking. And if you are below the age of 18, that is a bannable offense. So if you tell me in my chat that you are below the age of 18, I can legitimately ban you because this chat is labeled, or the stream rather, is labeled as 18 plus on Twitch. Oh, very old people are fine. And old souls are fine. As long as you're a mature individual, I don't care. But if you state that you're below the age of 18, I technically have to ban you. Yeah, I've seen people say, lol, I'm 12, and then actually get their Twitch account suspended almost instantly, which is pretty funny. So, you know. I would like to see Baroness again. Raging Cave. You know, Fragga, you say that, but careful. Be careful. I'm just gonna do this because I don't want people to jokingly test it. Because I'm not shitting you. I've seen people get their Twitch account suspended. So please don't even jokingly test it. That was me bopping it, El Plenty. That wasn't, they didn't get banned or anything. I know what they said. I'm trying to state, I don't want people to jokingly test it. I'm not fucking around. I don't want my regulars actually banned from the website. And then I don't want you to have to email a photo of your ID to Twitch support to get your account back. Please. Don't test it. Like, I'm not, I know that people think that I'm joking around. I am not. This is me being deadly fucking serious. Do not test it. Do not joke with it. Because that is a thing that Twitch is really strict about. All right. I'm going to deny it this year. But if the moods have recovered a bit by next year, we will say yes. Also, it doesn't look like they're actually going to fight with this. And this isn't even a siege anyway. It would just be kidnappers. But my dog will see them if they are actually here. Although there's a child right there, so who knows? See, there they are. Which means we may be about to have a child kidnapped. Wow, there's a lot of them. I beg your pardon? I might actually cave the ceiling in on them. I might just do it that way. Yeah, I could do that. It's not too hard. Why is there a doggo there? It's the guard dog. It's the dog that spots thieves and things that are trying to steal my children. Like this one. See, this thief stealing my child right here. Nice knowing you, Heitor. And sorry about being like unnecessarily loud about that whole thing. Like it's one of those like I wish I was joking, but I'm not. So. Oh, you're here almost every day, Fragga. I don't know what else to call that. Anyway, I think the good Charles ended up fighting. What? Goblin Thief. Oh, wow. Come on, good Charles, you got this. Get in there, Dwarf. Well, good Charles just got killed by a Goblin Thief, apparently. Did I click the wrong person? Can somebody clip that and please tell me if I clicked the wrong person? I want to know if I did that. Because the Goblin Thief punches the outpost liaison, Goblin Thief, then the militia captain strike. Mate, I'm not going to save scum it, but like, did I do that? Oh my god. If I misclick that, I feel really bad. Or at least we can bury him in a coffin. It was an accident? I mean, we have plausible deniability. That's concerning. So what's the verdict? Colin, did I do it? Goblin thief. So okay, so Good Charles is fighting with the thief, right? I clicked on the thief. And the militia captain just murders him. Dude. Wow. He was in the way, yeah. No, it just fucking hacked through him. Bug report? No, that's not a bug report. This is the game working as intended, Gertha. And even if it is a bug, this is a good bug. This is the best kind of bug. Holy shit, dude. Nah. See what we get if we interrogate him, you know? See what we get if we interrogate him. No, this is... Chat, not... Unexpected outcome from situation is absolutely not a bug, okay? This game has friendly fire in combat, for one thing. Dwarves can collide into each other. Goblins can shoot their own dudes with their bolts. Goblins can knock each other over. I've had my own dwarves knock each other off of cliffs while fighting in combat situations. This is not a bug. There is nothing about this that is a bug. Not everything that is an unexpected outcome is a bug. And if you think that it is, stop playing this game because you're going to report so many things that aren't bugs, you're going to clog the bug reports feed. Oh, shit. Cop is still locked up. Can you please, God damn it. Well, you're gonna get away with a crime. At least you're not carrying my artifact. Emergent gameplay. Yes. Regardless, I mean, the captain of the guard is committing more crimes now because not only that, they're also letting this grim corpse escape, who's a legendary cheesemaker, who I'm going to not let escape. Because they are moving up and out of my stairs. However, I am going to tell my dwarves to kill it when it gets to the surface.
Cheese
for everyone.
For everyone.
Because I know that they committed a crime. Let's see if this dwarf can kill him. Been disarmed. The Marks dwarf strikes the human snatcher corpse in the upper body with a steel shield, bruising the muscle. Question is, where the heck's the rest of my military at? You're supposed to be standing here, guys. Oh no. And then the creature kills a second one of my dwarves. Oh my god. What a horrific day. And now you're killing my dog. Who are you? So this is Hatches, the dwarf who also murdered my outpost liaison. Good Charles. As well as apparently 2 goblins since then, so... is now dueling with it. Oh my god. In before this guy loses. Oh shit. Okay, well he's got the thing injured now. The human snatcher grim corpse punches the militia commander in the 3rd finger with the right hand, but the attack glances away. But he was able to kill it. He's heavily bleeding, seriously injured. He's overcome his wounds, so that's a good sign. Just double check to make sure you're in the bro. You are. You should get rescued. And some random naked goblin beast hunter walks into the fort. Anyway, in other news, he killed it by hacking it in the head with a battle axe and beheading it. One of my goblins is actually coming up to recover wounded. Also, one of my other goblins has been missing for a week. Well, that's great. Clothing gets destroyed. He's not stripping the corpse. So, you know, like, if you're getting stabbed repeatedly with a knife, Salty, let's just imagine you're getting stabbed or stabbing somebody repeatedly with a knife, right? For the sake of this discussion. And that person is wearing cotton clothing or silk clothing. Would the knife go through the clothing? He's not stripping the corpse. The corpse's, or that zombie's clothing was disintegrating because of how many times he hit it. Zulbound the Fisher Dwarf has created Nokkaneroth, a cave spider silk headscarf, and claims it as a personal treasure. I will check in on that in a second. This is, I guess, kind of the problem with graphical tile sets to a degree, is because you see that and you assume that they're ripping their clothes off. That's not how that works at all. Forgotten Beast Oost has come. A huge hairy hick. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it has a gaunt appearance. Its green-yellow hair is unkept. Beware its deadly spittle. And it's on a layer where it can't get to me, but there is that shrimp on this layer. As for the headscarf, this is a cave spider silk headscarf. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round orthoclase cabochons and gabbro cabochons and decorated with cave spider silk and goat leather. It is encircled with bands of cave spider silk and giant cave bat leather and round native platinum cabochons. It is made from cave spider silk cloth. This object menaces with spikes of cave spider silk and goat leather. I've got two random bands that want to join my fort, and I have to actually make a temple to that group. Do I have an open pedestal I could put that on? Yes, I do. Just have to remember to lock that door in a minute. Let's jump back up to the layer with the Forgotten Beast in it. There it is. Once a beast is on the map, it won't ever leave. It's basically claimed this territory as its territory. It'll also fight other beasts like this. One can fly, one can't. The one that can fly won, although it is bleeding heavily. And is stuck in a tree from what I can tell. I think its wings broken, probably. Yeah, its wings are bruised and mangled, so it needs to wait for its wings to fly before it can get down. But its blood is falling down, I think. It may still bleed out. Possibly. Not something I really care to follow, though. Because we're still recovering wounded here. Go to the hospital. Because he just got interrogated. Did you commit a crime? Oh, he complied. So it wasn't considered a crime. That or they're both in on it. I like to think they're both in on it. In order to make steel, I need flux stones. So I need to jump up to a higher layer. I think that there's a thing that you guys who enjoy this game need to remember. A lot of things in this game get categorized as bugs. But you have to remember that this is a game with a lot of emergent gameplay. And emergent gameplay, if not properly understood, can easily be categorized as a bug by somebody who is unfamiliar with what the game's capabilities are. So if you're going into this game assuming literally everything is a bug, you're going to have a horrible time with this game because you're going to think everything is a bug. So my advice is, instead of going in with that mindset, go in with the mindset of nothing is a bug until proven that it is, or until the developers tell you that it's not intended. And then you'll have a much better time with this game. Just a word of advice. Forgotten Beasts stopped coming to you. You probably killed all of the Forgotten Beasts in the general vicinity. Like, if they've stopped showing up, it means they're all likely dead. And I've certainly had forts do that. Okay, let's finish these bedrooms. Bugs are stopping you from winning the game. It's a bad planet. A bug planet. Also, there's no winning in this game. Come on. Even as a joke comment, there's no winning in this game. You don't win Dwarf Fortress. Unless your fortress is cool enough that people start telling stories about it on the forums and the subreddit. That's winning Dwarf Fortress. If you see people talking about your forts that are unrelated to you that you've never met, congratulations. You've won Dwarf Fortress. Although that's an impossible to compete with precedent, so. Okay, that at the very least gives me some more bedrooms, so I can now scroll over top of this and do that for 4 more of these. How many dwarves need bedrooms? Giving the pissed dwarves bedrooms. You win that, or you win Dwarf Fortress when you are satisfied with your fort. Which goes back to that classic, I can't even remember what that's from, but like person saying, how do I know when I'm, it's like, stop, I can't remember what the advice was, but it was like, stop playing video games once you're satisfied, and the person going, how do I know when I'm satisfied? It's kind of that kind of deal. Just making sure all of my scholars are happy. Uh-oh. Eckers is pessimistic, which is a bad thing. What do I need to do? Don't they eventually take a room? Oh, yeah, no, but I manually assign them so I know how many more I need to make. It's easier to just manually assign them, I find. Force of habit, really. You don't need to. Although hunters will never take a room, and generally military dwarves won't ever take a room. And some dwarves who aren't greedy will never take a room, so I don't know. Yeah, you don't need to do that. I do that. Right, what was I... It's gonna do a thing, and now I can't remember what it was. Such is life, I suppose. Are hunters the ones who join as monster educators? Hunters are the ones that you press Y and assign to this job. They run around with a crossbow and ammunition, and they hunt random animals and then bring them back to the nearest butcher shop. They return kill and bring them back to butcher shop. Those are hunters. Also a job that I haven't used consistently in a while. Oh. I wonder if that's why some dwarves started being missing. You know what? I think I'm gonna stop this from pouring lava this way. This might be enough lava in that corner of the fort. I'm also gonna lock this door. It's getting a little spicy there. What the fuck? I mean... I accidentally too much lava in one spot. It's fine. Just peeking around to see if there's any dwarves in a tree. I did want to clean up the caverns. I think I just went a little bit overboard with that. I was doing that intentionally. That's how I set that Forgotten Beast on fire, but like, turns out I forgot to turn it off, which I did. I was kind of distracted with the whole, murder that just happened in the fort. Doomed Fortress? I have a question. Douglas, do you find not doomed fortresses fun to play if you play this game? Because in my opinion, if you're playing a fortress that isn't doomed, fortress is fucking boring, man. My honest take. A little underground boat murder. I mean, yeah. Is that going to go away? Currently, no. No, it's not. And it is going to completely fill up this. So currently, is it going to go away? No. No, it is not. Not at all. But that's fine. It might actually overflow, too, because of all the lava flowing down from up here. So it might actually also fill this area up. Meaning, actually, I should probably dig this all up and then wall this off, is what I should do. It's also almost completely full. So I should absolutely just get these trees hacked down and then wall this off. Where's my woodcutter? Okay, entry arc is coming out. Ad break in a minute. It's not even challenges, right? See, I think a lot of people approach this game like most strategy games, right? Dwarf Fortress, and people look at me funny whenever I say this, but I think the more I say it, chat is starting to agree with me. Dwarf Fortress isn't a hard game. Dwarf Fortress is an extraordinarily easy game. And you can call me crazy if you want, that's fine. Dwarf Fortress is an extraordinarily easy game. It's a very obtuse game. And when you're good at Dwarf Fortress, the game is very easy. And if you don't intentionally build a fortress that can be attacked and defeated, the game is no fun. If I was playing the game optimally and properly going after these challenges individually, there'd be no difficulty here whatsoever. Absolutely none. Also, we're about to get hit by an ad break, so I will pause the game until it's done. And I'll explain what I mean after this ad break. What does it mean when a scholar is pessimistic? It means they're getting negative thoughts about it, which means their mood and happiness and stress is going up, mood and happiness is going down. That's what it means. It means that they're bad at the job and should probably be removed from it. Any game where you can easily kill yourself off and live forever is easy. Yes. You find a muddy cavern, will it have some water somewhere? Not necessarily. It might. Sorry, I know that's a non-answer, but that's the only answer I have, Winter Z. Also, it's nice to see you on the Twitch chat today. Hello. You're going to bed, Lucky Soft. Thank you much for watching. Appreciate you hanging out and chatting. So since we should be through the ads now, to give you guys an idea, I built this fort by digging down to the caverns, and the game's paused, and then building in this open kind of trench in the caverns, right? And then I built this little wall and this little wall over here, and I've slowly walled off certain areas, but I've been I've been taking it very easy, basically. I've been not worrying too much about defenses, not being too concerned about things that could attack me, and just building, right? And that's fine. That's a legitimate way to play the game. However, the problem with that, oh, there's fire. I hope it burns up. But the reason that is a bad way to play this is this is the second cavern layer, meaning the more construction I do and the more disturbance I give to the caverns, the more we're gonna get attacked by these guys from the edge. Now, this was a particularly tricky spot because we were also getting very, very few migrants. If I wanted to do this smartly, I would have immediately sealed off the caverns, built a little underground indoor growing area, and started growing food. And then I would have built up entirely in these spires until I had 200 dwarves and 5 fully trained squads that were completely geared out in steel. Would have gone out and cleared out the caverns, sealed up the edges, and then boom, we have a cavern to ourselves. That would be the smart way to do it. But I intentionally did it backwards. I don't consider that a challenge because it doesn't really change the difficulty of the game per se. But what it does do is it leaves more possibility for like my fortress to fall apart because you don't have 100% control over your dwarves. The dwarves have a lot of free will, even with the burrows turned on and such. The dwarves have a lot of like ability to just make shitty decisions and do dumb stuff, which is why the game's entertaining, right? And the way this game is built is as a story generator. And there are other games out there that have tried to be story generators. Some have done it successfully, some have failed horribly. I would argue more of them tend to fail than succeed. This could be a problem watching this fire spread. I find that more of them tend to fail than succeed. But when it comes to story generator type games, what they try to do is they try to put the player in situations where a memorable story occurs. When you have played a lot of Dwarf Fortress and you're, air quotes, good at Dwarf Fortress, what the game stops being is it stops being a base building strategy game. And it starts becoming a series of prompts to build a story or a narrative in your head. That's what this game becomes. And that's what this game is for me. It isn't a strategy game. It isn't really a base building game. It's me slowly developing a narrative in my head based on, I'm just watching this dwarf run past the fire, based on the events that are happening in the world at the time. So initially, yes, Dwarf Fortress is absolutely a base builder. I need to lock all the dwarves inside. This is fun. Let's turn this off. There we go. And they start dropping shit. Run inside, dwarves. We're going to get a lot of lag if there's dwarves stuck outside in a moment, which may happen. I don't know what you're doing, Wet Pet, but, like, I would cease whatever you're doing. I'm also going to erase all these. What are you doing? Are we fighting? Nope. They're just going up and over, which is okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I see where you're going. Okay. Okay. But as it burn, okay, sweet. We've actually burned through it. They might actually, we might be fine. Whew. Yeah, we are fine. Okay. So yeah, I just kind of squint a lot when I see people saying, "Oh, you need challenge." It's like, no, I don't actually need challenge. That's not the point. What I need is the ability to tell a narrative that's interesting to me, and that's what this game allows for. It allows for the player to contort the game into a narrative. If any of you watch Krug Smash, the YouTuber, Krug Smash is kind of a genius, but his videos are very difficult for me to watch. And the reason his videos are difficult to watch is I see where he's bullshitting, because half of his videos are half very, very, very compelling stories, and half him bullshitting alongside of the gameplay to create a compelling narrative for him, right? And then he illustrates that compelling narrative in a very interesting way. And that is what makes for good content from Krug Smash. Actually, no, I need to leave that option on, but I gotta turn the other thing off. So he creates a compelling narrative by essentially just making shit up. That the game is giving him enough information that he can make a narrative out of it. I don't think oxygen is really a thing that's tracked in this game, but I could be wrong. Oh, plenty. He's interpreting? Sure. You could use whatever words you want, but he is creating a narrative based on the game's mechanics. And that's sort of what I'm doing, even if I'm not verbally explaining it at all times, because if I was just verbally explaining it at all times, I would never be able to answer anybody's questions about the gameplay, which would lead to things being very difficult. And this game's already difficult to stream and make content for. Hold on a second, what is going on here? No, I'm just gonna turn off all the burrows actually, because there's no way that we're gonna be able to get to the area of the fort where the creatures are. So we'll just turn the burrows off. is everybody doing currently? A lot of storing items in stockpiles. What are you currently storing? I don't even know where you're going. Oh, I'm well aware that there's plenty of places that the lava can get through. Thanks for informing me of things that I'm very well aware of. But that's not the concern here. The concern here is there's not enough dwarves that they're able to do these jobs. All right, well, in that case. And also, do me a humongous favor. Unless I directly ask chat for assistance, please don't be like, this is here. Because I don't ever want that kind of assistance from my chat. Because I might be looking directly at the thing that you're referring to. And you're probably not necessarily aware of that. So it's just very annoying from my perspective. Please don't do that. I was like, oh my god, this one will be my royal guards, but I didn't even know how to manage the barracks correctly. Or that the fact that half the dwarves in your fort will be super pissed if you put them in the military because it'll just stress them the hell out and they won't enjoy it. All those kinds of lovely little things. All right, so let's do this. These dwarves, unless you absolutely need to, do not walk onto this side. I mean, the lava can also bubble up out of this. I mean, here's the thing. You've told me for a fact that you have 2 hours on this game, right? If you have 2 hours on this game, I do not want your assistance. If you have a question about the gameplay, feel free to ask, but I do not want your assistance. There are some people that I don't mind if they backseat me, and that's because they have more time in this game than me. But if you are especially new to the game, I absolutely do not want your assistance under any circumstances. Some of them won't burn. What, some of the trees? I mean, not all of the trees will burn. This is true. The wall is suspended. Thanks, Dad. Tell me something I don't know. Jesus fucking Christ. That room is special today. All right. Get on this bottom bit here. Yep. Oh, this needs a spot. What year is this fort on? We started it in the year 512, I think. I think it was 512. Is it 512 or 510? One of the two. I need to go look at the first VOD. The first year took forever though, because Are you still grabbing logs? Jesus. The first year took forever because it took a very long time to get migrants started. You know what? Screw this. That we're gonna do this. Too close to lava. You don't need to worry about the current beta branch going live. If you want to generate a world using the current beta branch, you can, and then just play in the current branch without worrying about it. You won't run into any issues. As they are compatible, you can just jump up to the experimental branch, generate a world, and then jump back. I'll say, Pigfinite, hope you're doing well. It's all good. Max and Fep. Here's the thing. If I'm scolding chat, I have no issues with you. Unless you've been timed out or banned, you are A-okay with me. Well, this thing's probably not going to get to me. I mean, it might. What is this? I should read it. It's a noseless llama. It has a pair of knobby antennae, and it is slavering. Beware, it's poison gas. I mean, if it makes it to me. I've got one squad that's currently training. Could probably kill that if I need to. It can just fight with those. I got bigger problems. Like, you know, the Fortnite burn. Third of limestone, 510. I know that we started like fall. So, sounds right. Oh, creatures found a couple of cavern creatures. Anyway, these are the guys that have made the fort struggle so much up until this point. I mean, I can't remember ever having a Forgotten Beast that's 666 years old, but this one definitely did win some lottery. Even better if its name meant gambling or something. I like how they're running away in fear. I don't generally see that. Let's pull this lever. Open this side. See if I can just set it on fire. Okay, it's been pulled. Jump over. Goosh. Well, we got one. There was actually... We did, in fact, catch... Oh, no, we didn't. God damn it. I was like, shit, we caught him. No, we didn't. We absolutely did not catch that. The sparrow person. It's just, you know, flapping away. Regardless, we may catch the beast. Although, what were you made of? You're just a llama, so it should be flammable. Hopefully. At the very least, we can block him in here. That's continuing to fill. All right, we got that wall up. This wall's mostly up. That's good, that's good. Let's just wall these off in case of concerns. Then, I'd really like to cut these trees down. A little bit worried about it, though, because this will fill up. I was hoping we don't get any splash. But then we can wall off this side. The lag is mostly coming from the cavern creatures pathing. Anybody's wondering? That or one of my dwarves is now being blocked by lava. One of the two. I think it was the cavern creatures, because now suddenly the lag has stopped. So where is the beastie now? Where did it run off to? Unless it's dead. There it is. Avuz, where you at? It highly depends on your civ. Yeah. It's really funny when you get like a civilization that's like almost entirely populated with like wax workers and beekeepers. It's like, what are you guys doing at the mountain home? It's bees everywhere. It's bees all day, every day. For all eternity. Oops, accidentally taught everybody bees. Because yeah, it depends on the skills that your faction has primarily. And actually also and the resources that your faction has primarily. Because the overworld availability of stuff depends wildly on what is available. Oh shit. Where is this? Okay, I need to send my military up here because there is cave creature. Specifically you riding on a giant bat. Yeah, I think I have a dwarf stuck somewhere, or something stuck somewhere. Actually, I should just turn that lava off before I forget and flood the other half of the cavern too. That lever a pull. I have 200,000 job cancels somewhere, then something's stuck. Otherwise, we should be good. Nothing is stuck. Okay, so it's literally just, cavern creatures pathing. I still need to make that temple. God damn. Is it wartime? Unlikely, but there might certainly be some stragglers. Yeah, no, it is not wartime. It is definitely not. All right, dwarves, go back to whatever the hell you were doing. Where's Avus? Unless you, although I would actually argue that this entire fort has been wartime. We're just at war with the caves. Like it's been wartime this entire stream. Just get some bodies memorialized. Oh boy. You feel like you only need 3 dwarves and 3 crafts? Well, then only have 3 dwarves and 3 crafts. Nobody's making you have 200 dwarves. You can set the population of your fortress down to 12 if you want. Which is interesting because most people are just like, my goal is 250 dwarves, 500 dwarves. And I'm like, they're like, how do I make the game not lag when I have 380 dwarves? I'm like, fuck if I know, it lags on my screen when I have that many dwarves. Dustin Gup's back. Didn't you commit crimes here? Son of a dwarf. Gonna interrogate 2 separate dwarves. Okay, so all that is now hacked down. Go all the way across here. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna redo this tool so that I use the right tool this time. This tool. Send the blocks over. Get rid of that. You know, honestly, I think the lava lakes are kind of pretty. It's rather inconvenient that it's in my front lobby, but, I mean, it's still pretty. Giants are very weak. You could kill a giant with 1 talented military dwarf. I've had, like, a non-trained miner one-on-one a giant and win. Giants are so weak. Okay, so do I have a temple for the Fellowship of Fate already? I might. Let me just check. It wouldn't be you, because that's a guild. This is the Gilded Faith, not the Fellowship of Fate. This, Bud Faith of Vegetation. That's a guild hall. That's a guild hall. That's my hospital. I did, in fact, have a child punch a demon to death, although that demon was made of steam. Turns out, if you're full of smoke, it's really easy to, you know, just make them go away. Oh, crap. I just realized both of my religious figures in this temple have died. UGDPY is now the Holy Crypt, and the Holy Tomb is now... I'm going to make you... make it into a silver falcon, that really depressed dwarf who made a dark artifact. It's oddly fitting. Okay, so I do in fact need to make a temple. So it's probably going to time out before I get it done, but I will try. Do you think it's okay lore-wise for giants to be so weak? I think it's okay lore-wise for some dwarves to be absurdly strong, because most dwarves in the world, if you go into the world map, are very, very weak. But the player who plays the video game has an unfair advantage over the game's mechanics than the normal dwarves. I don't think giants are that weak. I think giants are actually really strong. I think the dwarves in your fortress are generally, like, exceptional examples of dwarves. And I think that that's something that a lot of people like misunderstand about this game. The dwarves in your fortress are abnormally strong. There's a reason why they refer to characters that get put in legends as legendary. It's because they are literally creatures of legends, considered demigods by some. The ones with the titles are extraordinarily noteworthy. Okay, so there's conflict happening. There's something fighting. Okay, there's a cave swallow man here that I need to deal with. Sending the military down. Fortunately, they didn't have too far to go because they were training close by, and that's dealt with. You're not stupid if you don't play the game and you don't understand what you're seeing. You're watching a game that you don't play. And this is a very obtuse game. So if you don't play this game and you're watching, that's fine. But if you're playing this game and you're watching and you don't understand something, you can ask questions. However, just understand that my answers are not necessarily going to be something that answers your question. This is a game where in order to kind of comprehend what you're looking at in a lot of cases, you sort of need to play it. Which is why before this game released on Steam, my biggest struggle was trying to convince people to watch in the first place. Because if you play this game for 10 hours, your comprehension of what you're looking at skyrockets pretty quickly. But if you didn't play the game or haven't played the game, it is very difficult for somebody to watch it. So what you're going through is absolutely understandable. I don't know why people are calling you stupid, but because I honestly am not keeping up very well with chat. I've been terrible at keeping up with chat all week even. Also, the liquids have a depth, right? So if it says 7, that's the maximum depth the liquid is capable of. If it is a lower number, then it's lower depth. So the reason these numbers are changing is because the depth is changing. I can turn these off. It's a setting I can turn on and off. It's like an overlay. So the reason you see numbers sometimes is because that is the depth of the water. And if you want to stop talking, Madeline, stop talking. But don't like weirdly ultimatum my chat by being like, call me stupid and I'll stop talking. Nobody's calling you stupid. Like, we all learned to play this game at some point, and turns out this is not an easy game to learn. And if you think people are calling you stupid, well then I can't help you. That's your brain talking to you, not mine. Why don't you nickname them then? Jimmy Chiller. Just gonna make sure there's no other creatures over here. What's up, Deep Space? How you do? Oops. Finally dealt with our ghosts. You're also watching a game. You're also watching a game that has been running now for probably around 40 hours at least. So this isn't exactly early game anymore. So you've jumped into a playthrough in the caverns, which is just going to be harder to watch anyway because we're in the caverns. That isn't early game. So you are kind of willingly choosing to watch a level of gameplay that is going to be harder to discern even for people who do play the game. Because a lot of people just ignore the caverns altogether. But my advice, if you have trouble keeping track of the dwarves' names, is if you play this game long enough, you will eventually just learn some basic dwarfish and just be able to discern the difference between an elven name and a dwarven name just by looking at the name. So there is that. But the other thing that I will recommend if you are having a hard time keeping track of who's who is give everybody a nickname, come up with some main characters and follow them. You don't need to follow every single dwarf in the fort. If you're trying to follow every single dwarf in the fort, give up right now. It's just not doable. Even I can't do that. But what you might be able to do is follow a good portion of them by, like I said, naming some of them and coming up with main characters. Snow White turned out to be a goblin spy and was assassinated, yes. Naturally. Or maybe the Wicked Witch was a necromancer, and the dwarves assassinated her because she kept resurrecting people in the tavern. Done. Speaking of being terrible at keeping up with chat, you sent this a couple of times, but you weren't sure if you saw it. You saw it, it's fine. Have you ever considered a video series discussing old features that existed with pros and cons of their systems? Why would I cover things that no longer exist in the game? No, I haven't considered doing a series on that. I've thought about doing a video on the history of Dwarf Fortress, but honestly, at the end of the day, you need to remember that I'm one person and I stream 40 hours a week. So literally everything that I do for YouTube, I almost consider extra work. So because I stream about 35 to 40 hours a week already, that's almost already a full-time job. Just the streaming side of things. So YouTube stuff is a side hustle for me, basically. If I'm putting stuff on YouTube, it's because I think it's going to do well. And there's already enough problems with like bad information in this game. And there's actively patches coming up. And there's stuff I should be tutorializing and covering, which is why people subscribe to my channel in the first place. So, I don't know. Have I thought about doing that? No, not really. I mean, just ask me about an old feature in chat. Would probably be a better way to get that. Because I don't feel like there would be much of an audience for that. I do it in 3 days, so it seems like a lot more than that clockworks. But I usually stream 3 or 4 days a week, and it's usually like at least 1 or 2 12-hour streams and at least one like 10-hour stream. And then if I do a 4th day, then it's usually around 6 to 8. So yeah, well, I mean, there's plenty of old features that are notable, but like it's less talking about old features because like, yeah, there's features that have been like alchemy was removed from the game, right? But like, why was alchemy removed from the game? Because the mechanic was never finished, never actually got added into the game, and so there was just a skill there for alchemy that did nothing. So they got rid of it when Premium came out. Is that an interesting discussion for a video? No, not really. About 200 meters clockworks. Nope. Ironically, the funny thing about that question, Clockworks, is they say, do you ever have that dream? You know, that dream? If they're dreaming, then they're clearly not taking any THC, which means they can't be smoking weed. So if they are high, they're not doing weed. I'll say Baron to Bus. I hope you're doing well. Maybe it'll be back in Mists of Magic. I don't think it'll be called alchemy, because the skill alchemy turned into soap making. Also, I can't tell you if things will return after Magic because I'm not making this game. I can't see their internal notes. I don't know what they're planning. That's another unfortunate thing about me covering this game as like a news source is, realistically, if I learn something, it is posted on my YouTube channel. If I learn something that I'm allowed to share, it's posted on my YouTube channel already. If I'm not allowed to share it, well, then I'm not going to tell you. And if I don't know, which is most of the time, I don't know. And so the number of times I've been told something that I'm not allowed to share is like, I was told the release date a couple of days before the release date came out. I had the paperwork for the release date a few days before it came out. I knew that the video was going to be posted today about an hour and a half before it was posted. But that's about it, right? So people assume that I know everything about this game and ask me, it's like, will this return after this point? It's like, I can't tell you. I don't know. I have literally no idea. Why would they tell me? I'm not affiliated with the developers of this game at all. I'm just a dude on the internet who makes videos. I'm not some all-seeing oracle, unfortunately. That'd be very useful, because if I was an all-seeing oracle, I could have told myself to buy Bitcoin in 2012. Video was posted? Yep. You go to my YouTube channel. There is footage of Adventure Mode up right now on my YouTube channel and on Kid Fox's YouTube channel. This right here. It's right here. I also have a video. It's covering combat in Adventure Mode specifically. And I got first, see? First! Kid Fox didn't like my first. Am offended. Who fucking cares if Bitcoin's going up now? Like, genuinely. And also, as far as, like, currency, which is, like, one of the biggest features that was removed from this game, you can literally just, like, go watch that other dude's video on it. Yeah. And also, I think partly because if I did make a series talking about old features that were removed from the game, there would be a contingent of people that would just get very mad with every episode I'd put out. Because there are some people that just feel that this game, well, there are some people that are just unpleasant. I'll just put it that way. I don't think dwarves can completely lose any skill. Unless, like, they lose an arm, then they can lose the ability to pick up like, if they lose both their arms, that's, I guess, technically losing your mining skill. But they don't forget how to mine, they just get really bad at it and can't pick up a pickaxe to do it anymore. They still remember how to do it, they just can't, which is sad. What's up with the fort currently? Oh boy, man. It's been a lot. We've been in a constant tug-of-war battle with things on the surface and underground. My own faction is being toppled almost in real time. I'm trying desperately to keep up with my dwarves' demands. My mayor keeps going to prison. My captain of the guard murdered the outpost liaison. And I think that's pretty much it. Been a while since you've been in a stream. Hello, Jerpammy. Welcome back. Lava everywhere. Yeah, not everyone's depressed. Those 8 people are weirdly happy. They just revel in everybody else's pain. Game's lagging because there's a forgotten beast running around killing things, which I should probably check on, actually. So this is supposed to be dedicated to the Fellowship of Fate. God of Death. It is oddly fitting, though, that everybody in this faction just worships the God of Death. And I will accept that. All right, where's Avuz? Nope, not this. Oh, must be dead. It's no longer on the map. I will assume it's dead. Must have finally bled out. Oh no, he said not guilty, so clearly was disproven in court, actually. Am I still planning on... I was never planning on retiring today. I was just extraordinarily mad last night. I mean, if you guys want me to retire the fort, I'll retire it, but I wasn't really planning on retiring it today. I was just extraordinarily pissed at life last night and wanted to throw my... It's very rare that I get, like, genuinely mad at video games. I was genuinely mad at this video game last night. So sorry that I didn't communicate that correctly, but I thought I did. I guess I didn't. Clearly I didn't. What's the value of this currently? This is going to be a temple, I swear. I realize it might look kind of library-ish right now. Let's do a steel pedestal. Let's just do 10 of them. But losing is fun. You know, it's funny, people say that, and I agree, losing is fun. But remember how earlier I was talking about how Dwarf Fortress is a game about you contorting the mechanics to tell the narrative of your choice? I think, personally, for me, losing is absolutely fun if I am the one that is choosing to lose. Any game is capable of being frustrating, and so is chat when they remind you that when you're frustrated, losing is fun. Also, I'm not frustrated right now, for clarity. So, you're not frustrating me. But losing absolutely can be fun, and there is plenty of situations where losing is very fun. I don't think that that is a 100% all the time guaranteed rule. If you disagree, that's fine, but that's just my personal feelings. As a good example of this, I don't think losing is ever fun in the video game RimWorld. And RimWorld had the fucking kahunas to name their hardest difficulty after Dwarf Fortress's motto. Losing is fun. Which still irks me. Unrelated, but I'm extraordinarily bad at pronouncing words in Spanish. Unfortunately, for if you're referring to RimWorld, it's definitely a skill test. Everything that made the game into a story generator has been removed, unless you pay them like $40 Canadian for their newest DLC. And even then, it's still mostly a skill test. I would love to see a dwarven economy that would actually be able to benefit the player. Yeah. So would I. Uh-oh. Whew. Did my door... What the fuck is this donkey doing? Genuine question. This donkey is causing a war. Wow. That is amazing. All of that was caused by a donkey. Are they flying into the fort or are they flying back? They're flying back to where they were. That is amazing. How did it get there? Good question. I don't know. You tell me. If I knew, I would tell you. Is the other thing I'm going to say here. If I knew, I would tell you. And I wouldn't be asking, what the fuck is that donkey doing there? Fucking donk brains, man. Jesus. I'm still trying to wall this side off, too. Am I using the wrong... I am absolutely using the wrong tool. Whoops. I was trying to place floors. The one that went up there last time walked back down here. It's literally one of these ones. I should also slaughter all of these donkeys because they're completely useless to me. I have much more useful livestock as well. I should be focusing on them instead. Wrong screen. Screen. No, he doesn't desperately claim that it isn't influenced by that RimWorld isn't influenced by DF. That was the loudest thing in their marketing, mate. Please don't slander video games or their creators. And that is slander. That's just false. Pinan absolutely insists that RimWorld is inspired by Dwarf Fortress. You're a big supporter of capitalism. Ah, hello. You are my arch enemy. As a wise podcaster once said that some of you will probably know this reference of, fuck capitalism. Now go home. Also, I have to say, I think that is the first time in my entire human existence streaming on Twitch that I've seen another human post in my chat. I am a big supporter of capitalism, unironically. Instructions unclear. Already home. Well, fuck capitalism anyway. To my dear, dear neighbor who is drilling in their wall again, please die. Unrelated. What's actually happening is, I don't know if you guys can hear that, but that's somebody installing a electric car charger in their... in the car park underground, I think. It's still going. Oh, it's not quiet. My microphone's making it sound quiet. It's more Hyundai Ioniqs around here these days. Oh, I know you can only hear it when I speak. I can see it on the levels. Fucking mercy. Nothing I can do, really. Oh yeah, no, I feel like I need to shout over it, but I know I don't because I'm speaking into a microphone. It is that loud. Yeah, there's water wheels down here. This is what's powering the pumps that are pumping the lava up, which is why I have lava that I can just make appear in the caverns. That's what I'm doing with the water wheels. Jesus fucking Christ, please let... Oh, no, it's... I don't even drive a car. Like, I can't. Legally in Canada. My eyes are too bad. And it's extraordinarily frustrating whenever we go through periods of this where... Because in order to install an electric car charger, I'm assuming that's what they're doing, because that's usually what that noise is when I hear it. And I hear it relatively frequently. It's like 5 to 10 minutes of just that drilling sound, and my apartment is in like the corner of the apartment building near a stairwell, connected right above the underground parking pillar, to the point where like I can find my sink drain in the underground parking. So like if it's on the first 2 floors of the underground parking, which is where most of the cars are, it's like basically they're drilling into the support beam that is holding my apartment up because I'm directly above the underground parking. So if they do anything right beneath me, that's just at full blast. Oh, hey. So a dwarf just died. Well, sorry, not a dwarf. A guinea hen was killed by a ghost. That's cool. And we got attacked by... There's a bird person in the middle of my farm fields, and I don't know where it came from. So who are the ghosts that are currently alive? We have Moses, Meng, or I guess... present, maybe not alive. That's the wrong term to use. Moses and Meng. Moses. And we'll do Meng over here. It's probably done now, but Jesus. It might start up again, so I shouldn't jinx it. Sorry. Never kill a mole. Those of us are waiting below the soil. I just knocked on wood. So if my desk starts bleeding, we know why. Be kind to wood, chat. Be kind to wood. What's up, Undeath lol? Mornings. Don't you frickin' dare, you drill. I heard you spin. I won't go down there nor yell at you because you're just an employee being paid to do your job, but goddamn, fucking stop. In existence. I'll be honest with you, I don't talk about undead that often in that way. Elfie, I think, killed the giant bat too. Is anybody in hospital? Buddy is. I don't even know what you did. Did you kill something? Ah, one of my dwarves. Excellent. Apparently 2 goblins as well. Am I in danger? Play the video game Home Safety Hotline. And what I'm babbling about might make a little bit more sense. By the way, something that I really want to do is I'm digging this area out so that I can see the wheels turning through the ground, just because I think it would be a nice effect. I'm actually just doing this entirely for aesthetic reasons. There's no practical reason for me doing this. It's just gonna look cool when it's done. So I want to do it. Let's check in with the value of this temple. Hey, it's good enough. Sweet. Sacred burial and chat room. Should I make stone, aka Seashore's wall, Coco Roko, Lyagushka, Fudihiko Casper, or Devilish Potato into our religious figure? I don't think Devilish would want it because they always want to just be a woodcutter, so I don't think they'd want to be a religious woodcutter. But what do you think, chat? Which one or Raging Cave, actually. Raging Cave is also an option. Man, there's a lot of name dwarves in this one. I'm curious, actually, who of those names is currently in the chat that we could like debate between? Kokoroko, give me one reason why you think you should have it. God fucking Christ almighty. This is probably hysterical for you guys, and I'll have you know it's extraordinarily annoying for me. Would you shut up, damn it? Fuck. I thought I was safe. Badge. Help. Save me, please. Drill go burr. Yep. Hey chat, drill go burr. Just remember that. Anyway. I want to cry. I'm going to give it to Kokoroko, I think. Because Kokoroko asked. And Stone already has mod, which honestly is a religious figure in and of itself. Chat room, please can I get a big round of beers? I need, like, some help in surviving through this pain of the annoyance of a drill going off constantly in my eardrum. I would actually agree with what Chris said in the YouTube chat. Losing is learning and learning is fun, which can be shorthand and abbreviated to losing is fun. And I do agree that losing is fun is a fitting model for Dwarf Fortress and does fit. But I think that there are limits to the saying losing is fun. Also, Avera, what any farmers around these parts? Beard or no beard? Because I got farmer, brewer, gelder, farmer, planter. Beard, please? Okay. Do you want farmers specifically? We could do a soap maker, potash maker, tanners. We got wood burners. What do you want? Nearest the planter? This one? Not the happiest dwarf, not that upset. You don't actually have a bedroom yet, so you're a more recent addition to the fort. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. He is assertive and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He doesn't often feel envious of others and doesn't focus on material goods. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and he acts with and he doesn't focus on material goods. That's the word. He doesn't often feel envious of others and he doesn't focus on material goods. There we go. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and he acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, bites his nails when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. He prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, doesn't care about fairness, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. He likes satin spar and pig iron and red pyro. He's a member of the cult of ghosts, is content after eating a fine dish most recently, also interested after watching a performance, and he's dined in a great dining room and felt satisfied at work, likes his job. Has no friends, just one passing acquaintance who's actually a criminal who should be arrested here, which means you probably tried to steal something from us, and of course you worship the god of death. You're 82 years old and you arrived here this year. You're very recent to the fortress. And you're walking around with a dog lung. Dog lung. You're about to go nom nom on a dog lung. Let's make some more bedrooms, shall we? I think these would make pretty nice houses, aside from the fact that you're most likely to be at risk of getting attacked by cavern creatures. But I think these would make some nice little dwarven houses. What do you think, chat? I think these will be lovely little houses. Lovely little houses. Look at those. That one won't fit. A nice shape. Nice little dwarven condos, you know? It's free real estate. Yeah, naturally. For anybody who wants to, live outside of the boundaries of the fortress. Okay, so I hear somebody screwing in screws now. That's definitely not picking up on my microphone, but it's like a really, really high-pitched scream kind of sound. It's a very unpleasant. It sounds kind of like a very soft version of the drill that they have at the dentist. That's kind of what it sounds like. Living on the frontier of the fortress? Yeah, pretty much. Was that the new Crundle sound? Yes. Definitely. Whoa, 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 whoa. Fresh rawhide should not go here, and rawhide should also not go here. Those should go to a tanner's shop. Hold on, just let me do something temporarily. Farming. Tanner. Let's get that sorted. I'm also going to do something else. I'm going to go and type in green glass ring. No. Can I make any crafts out of glass? I guess not. Then in that case, let's do rock ring, rock crown, rock bracelet, bone amulet. And I'm just going to do 300 bone amulets, 200 rock bracelets, 200 rock crowns, 200 rock rings. Dwarves need to be extravagant, so damn it, let's let them be extravagant. Only if you use like localized audios so that you have to be like looking directly at, okay, so only under 2 conditions would I allow that mod to exist. I wouldn't use it regardless, but only under 2 conditions would I allow that mod to exist. Condition number 1, it would have to be the Blues Brothers version of Rawhide. Specific demand number 2, not only would it have to be the Blues Brothers version of Rawhide, it also would have to use local audio, so you'd have to be looking with like it directly in the middle of the camera. So it's not somewhere just anywhere on the map. It would have to be like in the center of the camera. With boss's boss. Hopefully you didn't get fired by boss's boss, because that tends to happen when people have to speak with their boss's boss. but also stressful. Okay, phew. Well, congratulations on surviving the meeting with your boss's boss's boss then. You're an anxious walnut? Yeah, I mean, if I was a walnut, I also would be anxious because I'd be scared that if somebody dropped me, I'd become a floor nut. I was trying so hard not to cackle. A bad person, chat. Why does anybody fucking watch this stream? Jesus Christ. I failed it. I broke it. But is the correct response, Jed. You feel odd considered the boss's boss 2 years ago. You were the guy on the front line, and you're not. Oh, really? You're considered that person? I mean, so does that mean that everybody above you got fired, or does that mean that like that's also? It feels like I actually don't know how long you've been watching me, but you've been around a while. You must have like gotten a lot of promotions then, or you like changed jobs. All right, break. Ad break. Just heads up. Tread wheel cranes to pull freight between levels. That would be neat. Like raisable platforms. You're gonna try Pop-Tarts for the first time, Undeath? Prepare to be disappointed. Chat room, I will be right back. I'm just gonna go take a piss. Yeah. I've returned. Also, I spotted the culprit. There is a contractor's truck parked in the guest parking spot in front of the building that I can see from my window. As down in Oz, you only have 3, it seems. I've never really been in a situation where I was regularly eating Pop-Tarts in my entire life. And every single time I've had to eat a Pop-Tart, I was extraordinarily disappointed by how disgusting it was. The last Pop-Tart I ate was an Oreo Pop-Tart, which ended up in my apartment because somebody left it here after staying here for a little bit. That was one of the most rancidly disgusting things I've ever had the displeasure of having to consume. I think that they've added, what's it called, moddable music. I think that there's a, hold on, let me double check. I think that there's just a Steam mod that you can subscribe to add it. I think you might still need to generate a new world. Yeah, there is. Right there. It's also probably not too hard to just manually do, but... Yeah, we got moddable music. The music got moddable and same with all the sounds like, I don't know, 8 months ago or something. It was around the time SDL2 came in. Elfie Bean canceled store-owned item, reason 2 injured. That's not good. Elfie can't stand or grasp. Uh-oh. She did go to hospital, though. Is she... Her Her knee is mangled beyond recognition, and her 5th toe is missing. Okay, so you might heal from... Lose those weird aftertaste after you toast them. I did toast these ones. They were still disgusting. There's just like camel blood everywhere. Why is there camel blood everywhere? The hell is going on in this fort? Are you a crescendo? Because this fort is starting to look like it's not having its forte anymore. That didn't make any sense, but... Each of these windows is worth like 1,000 Dwarf bucks. Also, I just realized I've removed the door. Should probably unremove the door. Why is there a vulture in the caves? Elfie, why were you on the surface fighting with a vulture? Or was the vulture fighting with the elf? Oh, okay. This vulture just got nuked out of the sky by these intelligent undead. They caused pain at a distance and it died. I really want the goblins to attack me so that those elves can just... Those undead elves can just kill them for me. Have I seen the combat demo? No, do share. I have. Sorry, I was being sarcastic. I made a video about it, yep. I streamed it right when it was posted. Kid Fox popped into the chat and gave us a heads up. Yeah, it looks real good. I'm very keen. It's nice to. I also have a video. I uploaded the VOD of me watching it to YouTube. If you would like to see my thoughts, at least my surface level thoughts on things. Of course, I don't have any detailed information outside of the video itself, but we'll be making some other videos in the next few days. Vulture is where food goes. I mean, this is why there's camel blood everywhere, is because there's a camel in my fort and a dog chasing it, who's probably just biting it occasionally. Squaddies, go beat the crap out of said camel, please. Let's check a random dwarf. Okay, so trousers, shirt, glove, sock, shoe, hood. Cloth trousers, cloth shirt, cloth shoe, cloth, oh, let's do silk dress. And we don't need hoods because I just made those. And some of them have tunics, so we should also... Let's do some yarn tunics, maybe? So this is, just to recap, tunic, dress, shoe, shirt, trousers, sock. Silk sock. I think that's everything. I don't need to do hoods because we just did those. And we'll just do 90 of each of these. Tastes like a shitty Tim Tam. I would describe Tim Tams as pretty shitty, but fair, I guess. Maybe dresses. I already did dresses. Did I do trousers? Yes, I did trousers. Chat, if I'm forgetting anything, please tell me. Capes and hoods? Are capes even makeable by dwarves? Or is that like a faction thing? Capes are not makeable by dwarves. And I literally stated multiple times I don't need to do hoods because I just made those. Like, less than a year ago. So there's at least a single one for every single one. Yeah, I'm more about efficiency right now. I'm just trying to get everybody clothed. It's not a matter of making clothes cool that are cool. The thing is, once you've given if a dwarf hasn't had a type of clothing before, they don't need it. Once they've had that type of clothing once, then they need it. So basically, if one dwarf in the fort gets a loincloth, let's just say, then forever onward, they will want a loincloth and will intentionally wear that loincloth until it rots off their body or until they find a new loincloth. That is just how dwarves operate, and that's how they've always operated, and they will always continue to operate that way. So if they've never had an article of clothing, then you don't need to make it for them. So in a situation like this where my fort is struggling, could I make them loincloths? Absolutely. But I'm not going to, because if I make them loincloths, then I will have to perpetually make them loincloths for the rest of this fort's existence, or they will get very upset with me. So if it seems like I'm not making every single type of clothing, it's because I don't currently see the dwarves wearing that type of clothing, meaning I don't currently need to make it. Yeah, it's one of the stranger things about this game if you don't already know it. Also, it's not a super clear thing either, which is why a lot of people refer to version 50 as like the Steam update because it came out on Steam. But in my headcanon, it's not the Steam update at all. In fact, what it actually is it is the Undies update, because version 50, which was the first version that came out on Steam, was the first update in the entire history of Dwarf Fortress where dwarves were able to make underwear. Dwarves, as of version 50, are able to make loincloths. There was no other type of underwear dwarves were able to make previously, which means that the biggest threat of getting invaded by the elves is the dwarves would then go put on their underwear, which, up until some weird code changes, they weren't even supposed to be able to do. So suddenly what would happen is dwarves would equip underwear, and then they'd be fine for a little bit, and then the underwear would start to like get worse in quality, and then the underwear would start to degrade, and then the underwear would fall apart, and it would scar the dwarf for life. I will tell you this. I have never eaten a Pop-Tart for breakfast in my entire life. I've eaten them while camping as a snack. That is the only time I've ever eaten a Pop-Tart, but they are considered a breakfast food by some demented individuals. What did you just walk into? Pop-Tarts and underwear. In no particular order. What did you just walk into? Pop-Tarts and underwear. Anyways. Refuses to elaborate. I did caps in the last two forts. I tend to kind of alternate between caps and hoods. I did caps in the last two forts, so this one I'm doing hoods. Just personal taste, really. And I like some aesthetic variety in my dwarves. Let's see, there may be... Nope. Instructions unclear. 8 underwear as breakfast instead of Pop-Tarts. Also, if you're not a US resident, and you live either across the pond, Australia, or Canada, or one of those other countries, and you eat a food that is considered a breakfast food, and you go, oh my god, who in the world would eat this as a breakfast food? It's that just kind of tastes like a dessert product or like just 99% sugar. It's probably because it's an American breakfast food, and it turns out America has a abnormally massive addiction to all kinds of corn syrup and fake-tasting, extraordinarily sweet things. Try not to think about it? I don't know. Drink some water, dude. Drink some water. Go to /r/iBleach on Reddit. Look at pictures of kittens. Or, I know that people, like, squint at Reddit and are all mean now, but, save the games. The game beat you to it. Oops, not that subreddit. That's a good subreddit too, but this is the one I was aiming for. My thing just hadn't updated yet. Cats Standing Up is one of the greatest subreddits. There you go. You have a cat over here, so it's fine. Yeah, but pictures of cats are better than actually having a cat. As somebody who doesn't have a cat but looks at pictures of cats all the time, I tend to agree. I mean, come on. Brushes your cats under the rug. That's a big rug. Yeah, I'm not worried about you, but panic attacks are no fun, and I've been there. Oh no. Chat room, I hear the drill. God damn it. Oh, that's good. That's going away. Okay. I don't even know if that's... It should be accessible. Yeah, they can walk there. Let's also get rid of this one right here. And this one. Also, username checks out cats in the trees. You seem to be an expert on this subject. Okay, so I desperately need a more direct walkway into here. Like, desperately. So what I'm going to do, I think, is actually, finally, after all of this time in this fortress, make some stairs. Because we desperately, I do mean desperately, need a more accessible walkway along here. Oh my god. I think, let's make some green glass pots. Let's just make like 250 of them. Do I still collect sand jobs? I do! Excellent. Let me show you my organ room. I mean, yeah, no kidding. Jeepers. My manager is too busy reciting poetry to go do that. Does feel embarrassed after wearing tattered clothing, though. Dear manager, do you have an office? Yeah, you do. Is there a particular reason you chose to do everything except for what I just asked you to do? I just saw a dwarf almost fall through the floor, so that's pretty great. Because right now, I am giving us skylights, basically. Giving us a view up and down. Also, the rotting meats have finally begun. Let's just make the pots here. Oh, it's because he already did the thing, which is why. Exactly what you have available. I am a very firm believer that Dwarf Fortress is best enjoyed if you don't min-max it in any way. But realistically, you want your dwarves to be covered, right? That's what mostly matters. Material, don't worry about it so much. You want your dwarves to be covered. If you want them to wear shoes, which they can't if they are wearing shoes. So if you want them to wear like boots, like metal boots, when you set up the uniform, go to equip, add uniform. So when you make your uniform, because you don't really want to use the defaults, click this button. Uniform replaces clothing. I'm not doing that on any of my soldiers because my armor sucks anyway, so I want them wearing shoes. But if you set it to uniform replaces clothing, if you have full uniforms for everybody, they will strip their clothes off and go and acquire new gear, basically. In fact, I should probably do that because I think I have enough steel bars. Let's see, do I? I think I do. How are we doing on other things? 315. Okay, so how much flux? I have no flux right now. Right. Okay, so let's... Holy shit, Caveman. Thank you very much for the first notification of money since 3.5 hours ago. Appreciate you, man. We had a nice hype train earlier, but it's been very quiet since then. And that was because I pestered chat. Gotta feel bad about that one, but... Today's been an oddly slow... Or this week's just been oddly slow in general. And I'm not sure why. But it is one of those weeks. Okay, so a lot of the stuff's up here. Means they can access it. They're just not. Actually, I have a question. Metal and coal. Flux. I think I've got my flux stockpile set up incorrectly because it's... These should be stacking here, but they're not. But regardless, thank you very much for that 5-pack of gift subs, dude. Means a lot. So we do have flux. I think I just have this flux stockpile set up incorrectly. At the engravings. Yeah, I absolutely had it set up incorrectly. What? Oh, another ghost has been put to rest. That's good. Means I gotta check the ghosts again. Got Moses, who I think I've already gotten memorialized, but let's double check. Slab is engraved, which means they'll get it. Sweet. Dwarves are storing owned items, which means they are acquiring new items, which is good. I can go out here now, and we can just start building doorways, of which I'm going to run out pretty quick, probably. Kind of still would like to do the thing that I talked about at the beginning of this fort, which is also on top of all of this, placing bars and chains in every bedroom, but at the very least, you know, this fortress ended up having a lot of quartzite in it, so we kind of did stick to that weird Valentine's Day theme that we started with. Okay, so let's do that. Let's get beds. Also, I have to say a real quick thank you to everybody who's tuning in. You know, it's Dwarf Fortress views go up and down with sales of the game. It's been a little bit since the last sale, so numbers have been dropping a little bit as we head into February. And it's really nice that you guys are helping keep the numbers up by continuing to watch. And I've been spoiled over the last few months because December, like basically November through like early January is like one of the busiest times of the year. So I've been spoiled over the past few months. So it's nice to still have you guys around and watching. So thanks everybody for tuning in and hanging out and watching the stream. Appreciate you guys. What stuff am I storing currently? What color is divine metal armor? Also, is that something I would just have in the description? And wouldn't it depend on the type of divine metal armor it is? Bright gold? Huh. I didn't know that. How do you check that? And also, like, wouldn't it depend on the type of divine armor and that's unique to your world? I could be wrong. I don't know. Made some and equipped it to dwarves. I mean, I've done that, but it was black when I did it. Like, the sprite was black, if that's what you're referring to. Dwarf's gone missing. Thanks for the $10, Wintersy. Appreciate you greatly. Creatures, pets, and other. There we go. There's also part of the reason I can't wait for this patch to go out into the main branch, because patches also attract players to come back, which make view go up. Let's do this. Whoop. And also, you know, just the natural ebb and flow of things. People come, people go. Watch for a bit, people get bored. Rinse, repeat. I'm just here for the emote, stream secondary. You mean that one emote? I mean, it's a public BTTV emote, so you can just go put it in. You can, like, if you use Better Twitch TV, you could go log into Better Twitch TV, sign it up as yours, and or set it as a personal one and then use it in all chats. So you don't even need to watch me. If you watch the videos and look in the bottom left, you'll notice that in the main menu of those videos, it says that it's in the beta branch. I haven't moved the game pre-patch since since it came out initially. You're welcome, Tricky Tree. I guess you don't need to watch me anymore then. Buddy is throwing a tantrum. Why are none of my dwarves so grumpy? Look at my fortress and answer that question yourself. And if you can't do that, maybe I'll consider explaining it. Like, have you seen the number of deaths we've had recently? The amount of time we've spent fighting with creatures in the caverns? And also 8 of my dwarves, but they stopped being angry. The dwarves are upset in this fort for all of the reasons the dwarves can be upset. Oh no, the drilling is starting again, chat room. Please kill me. Please don't, but you know what I mean. I dream of silence, but unfortunately I live in a condo. I grew up in the country, and the only thing I had to hear was the soft, like, sound of the trains going by once a day, that were pretty far away from me too. So they weren't even loud, and I miss the sound of the trains dearly. Like, dearly. Nope. It is not. That is absolutely 100% just a drill. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Oh my god. Despite the danger indeed. Welcome, new dwarves. I will be looking for dwarves that I can put into the military. Personally views competition as a crucial driving force and force in the world, and believes war is preferable to peace in general. Well, I mean, you would be in a faction that's in constant battle with an overwhelming force of goblins. You wouldn't know any different. He's quite comfortable with those that have a different appearance or culture, though. All right, well, Ushrir, we're putting you into the military. A naked human scholar cursed zombies visiting your library. Because you are close to a place where there is a lot of zombies. And if it's blue, or turquoise colored, it means it's an intelligent zombie, which means it still has its personality and soul. It just doesn't have any negative or positive emotions. They're just neutral. Meaning it knows who it was before it died, partly. And is trying to continue being that. The drill is going. Percy finds the pursuit of skill master off putting and sees merrymaking as a waste and doesn't care about craftsmanship. The tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Disdains skill. Tolerant. Toulon, we're also going to put you in the military. It's bedtime for you, that feeder. We'll see you later, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Poor empathy. Ooh. We're also in an ad break now. Right with you there. Your current place is the first place in your life. I can't hear the trains in the distance, and it's still weird. Oh, really? Yeah, it's funny because like I talked to my parents and my mom and dad are like, yeah, no, we do not miss the trains. I'm like, I miss the trains dearly. Wonderful sounds. Especially like on the last Sunday of every month, the steam train would go by. So we'd get 2 trains going by. It was more like 4 or 5 trains a day, but I mostly heard them in the mornings because that was usually when I was paying attention. And the steam train was just a normal train at the normal time, except very high pitch steam whistle instead of because there was a volunteer group that would run it as a like a charity thing. Likes a little excitement now and again. He's really happy or enthusiastic. You're weak. A kinesthetic sense, though, and an emotional obsessive. Fish cleaner, hey? Personally put off by trade and commerce. Generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She is little interest in joking around, but likes to brawl and can handle stress. Well, you are absolutely going to join the military. Stubborn, high social awareness, and values harmony. Thoughtless, also a spear dwarf. Name is Bembul. Be back later, Neurokeys. We'll see you when we see you. Do they need mist generators? So, I'll tell you this. Mist generators are 1000% unnecessary. They're basically a crutch for people who do not want to take part in every single mechanic in the game, or for people who are not very good at balancing their dwarves. We just need less death for a bit, and I need to get all these dead dwarves memorialized. Do they need mist generators? No. Would mist generators help? Absolutely. Do I want to build them? I don't know. I've been trying to not build them for the last couple forts because I think I made a mistake by making that mist generator video. It got a lot of views and it did really well for my channel, and a lot of people have learned how to play the game better because of it. However, if you are only using, like, to give you an idea, if you have food and booze available, no beds, a public tavern, and a temple, or a tavern and a temple, and mist generators everywhere, you will have everybody at maximum happiness at all times with none of their needs met. Like, they are that OP. So, do you need them? No. Nobody in Dwarf Fortress needs a mist generator. It's a nice benefit, but I'm trying to just not build them to kind of prove to people that you don't need them. I mean, we've been this depressed before and swung back up to super happy. It's just a matter of, like, catching up to all the things that I'm trying to catch up to. You hear lots of planes and booms from artillery time training? Oh, gotcha. When the cadence of the sounds change, you get worried? Oh my god, yeah, no kidding. See, I would find that stressful. I would find that very stressful. There's a person who comes by this chat every now and again from Sweden, and he has he's in the middle of nowhere, Sweden, like literally the middle of nowhere, Sweden. Watches streams on like phone internet. I haven't seen him in ages though. I wonder what he's up to. But he was in my chat and bitching about noise once on New Year's Eve. And I asked him why he was complaining about noise. I'm like, but you live in the middle of nowhere. Like, why, what noise? And he said that he had a neighbor that lived about 40 acres east of him that has 3 howitzers in his backyard and fires them off in concert once every 30 minutes during New Year's, which I think is very funny throughout the entire day. She personally doesn't see cooperation as valuable and does not care about friendship and doesn't particularly see the point in working hard and doesn't particularly value loyalty. Is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others. She prefers to present herself modestly. She doesn't seek excitement, likes to brawl, and can handle stress. I think you would be a good military dwarf, though. Aside from your poor spatial sense. But Kubak, welcome to the military. Yeah, I mean, like if I have waterfalls, I will take advantage of the waterfall. But I'm just like I said, it's not that I'm never going to build a mist generator again. I'll absolutely build mist generators again. I'm just trying not to right now, just because it's a bad habit to be too deep into, I guess. You know how like different forts have different themes, and you kind of focus on different things for different forts. That's an example of that, I guess. Personally disgusted by the idea of loyalty and thinks friendship is important and values peace over war, but is a military dwarf already. His calm demeanor, is not particularly stressed. Cat Hunter, you're joining the military. It took out a few dwarves, though. I missed it. It took out a few dwarves, though. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, I think if you're redirecting waterfalls to make an artificial waterfall, that's just really cool. You prefer miasma generators over mist generators? Fun fact, did you know that miasma's programmed like an animal or like vermin? Personally treasures independence and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. It's also the reason I haven't killed the elves that are on the surface, the undead elves, because the undead elves are actually acting as a pretty good guard dog against goblin sieges. It is very possible if we get attacked by something, they'll just fight against them and kill them for me. It's also possible they'll not care about them, but I'm just kind of leaving them there because I know that they take out a couple of my dwarves and I don't really need to lose more dwarves. Also, let's just get these dwarves training currently, because currently they're in the off season, and I'm going to get them training because I would like to see build up this squad again. Foolish waste of working hard is a foolish waste of time. My God, I love the anti-hustle culture dwarf. Dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. Somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Yeah, well, the choose a duck thing is something that gets redeemed in the first, like, 90 seconds of every stream. It's so that I put a duck on this record player when it's running at the beginning of the stream, which also is a thing that only happens on the Twitch side of things if the YouTube folks don't remember what I'm talking about. I stream a record for the first hour of every stream, and we put a rubber duck in the middle of it. Like this one. Which is what exclamation point ducks does. It tells you every single duck that could possibly go on it. Personally greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors. I mean, speaking of redemptions, Dwarf Redemption should be up. We're 100 meters from a train station, 800 trains a day. Oh my God, yeah. You never hear them. Cars nearby are louder. I find that trains tend to drift off into the background. I always hear cars going by. Me please beard. Me please beard. I can't remember. Did you have a dwarf in this fort previously? Because if you did, I will name you Craftlol 2. Also, hi, Craftle. Hope you're doing well. Is stubborn and isn't given to flights of fancy and isn't particularly ambitious. Do you want a new dwarf or do you want a dwarf that's been in the fort for a bit? If not, okay, cool. I just want to know if I have to put a 2 at the end of your name is all. Because I know you had one in the last one, so. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, isn't given to flights of fancy. His cravings or urges. Tough. Oopsies. Thorin the Explorer. Give you a peasant. Okay, if I can give you a peasant, I will do my best to give you a peasant. You're a gem setter. Impatient weak. Quick to despair. We will let you go. Miller. Greatly respects, deeply respects eloquent speakers. Never feels tempted to indulge in anything and is intellectually stubborn. During a debate, regardless of its merits, can handle stress. Lore, you're joining the military. Well, at least I've recovered this squad entirely. How about this one? Need a few more. How about this one? Need a few more as well. I'm actually just going to do a thing real quick. Oh, these should actually get gathered up eventually. No or not, doesn't matter. Okay. If I see a peasant pop in here, I will give it to you. Otherwise, finds art offensive and would have it destroyed whenever possible. So this is actually one of those rare dwarves where if I did destroy art, like if I were to dig through an if I were to destroy a valuable item or dig through an engraving, that dwarf would actually probably get a happy thought out of it. Most dwarves will get unhappy, but that dwarf will get a happy thought out of it. Poor intuition, not creative, quick to despair. You can go. It's a slug. Developed empathy. You're a hammer dwarf already, so that'll put you in this one. I cut. Never feels lustful passions. Doesn't hold on to grievances. Likes to brawl, but he is disturbed by this. Were you in my last fort? Your name's familiar. Nope. You don't think they would want to engrave stuff? No, I doubt it either. Yeah, you're also somebody who could go into the military. You personally value tradition and knowledge, though. Now, since you value tradition and knowledge, go over to here. Now I'm suddenly wondering, it's like, all right, well, which one are you, though? What's that? Your name is Kogan. Since you value knowledge, I will put you into there, but I will also put you into here. As you have some combat skill already. At the very least, you'll train the others, help the others train faster. That's a kid. Not much I can do with you. That's a peacock. Then we'll name Craftlol. That's a sea joppy. Not to be confused with a jalopy. How big any particular stockpile should be? If it's full, you probably have too much of the thing. It's really, it depends on the thing. Like, what kind of stockpile are you trying to make? Like, if you need here's the thing. You don't need any stockpiles except for food stockpiles. That's the first thing. Those are the only absolutely necessary stockpiles. All other stockpiles are more or less optional. And it depends on how much of a thing you have. If you have a lot of a thing, you need to make the stockpile bigger. If you don't have a lot of thing, you don't have to make the stockpile as big. The reason you don't need stockpiles is because they'll just sit in the workshops, and it doesn't actually negatively affect the fort at all if they just sit in the workshops. I should also probably turn these back on, so this one back on, so the dwarves don't run out of the fort and die. All right, so let's see if I have a bearded peasant. I do. I do. Do you want the more or less pissed off one? Craft though. Yeah, I don't know if that's helpful, probably, Jody, but the, if you have a lot of a thing, you need a bigger stockpile for it. Let's see. Okay, you want to set up input stockpiles for your workshops? That's a little difficult to gauge. The pissed off one? Okay. That's a little bit difficult to gauge because, and the reason it's a little bit difficult to gauge is it depends on how quickly they're using it. I don't use input stockpiles very often. And if I do use input stockpiles, I usually use infinite stockpiles. So one tile stockpile that's stacking infinitely with a minecart. I do have a tutorial on my YouTube channel on how to make those if you need help with that. But outside of infinite stockpiles, like forgive stockpiles, you want enough so that you don't run out of stuff in that stockpile. Otherwise, the workshop's jobs will immediately start canceling. I tend to agree, yeah. I'm an idiot, so I don't usually use input stockpiles. I usually just have stockpiles close to where they are and don't be that strict about it. This dwarf is now going to be named Craft Lol. Craft dislikes helping others and tends to not reveal personal information, likes to brawl and could be considered rude, finds the rules of etiquette to be valuable in the abstract, and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and could lose focus on the matter at hand. He doesn't often feel envious of others, is given to flights of fancy, and has a greedy streak. When he's exasperated, he often points and shakes his finger. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore, to be honest. Personally, believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities somebody that can have, and values artwork and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes bituminous coal, rose gold, ruby, the color dark green, mail shirts, and amulets, coins, and the sound of the velvety satins, and when possible prefers to consume bumblebee meat and absolutely hates mosquitoes. He is short and very strong, is very long beards arranged in double braids, and his medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. He has no friends, but does have some passing acquaintances. Is 71 years old, is a dabbling brewer, clother, thresher, cook, planter, and woodburner. He wants to pray to the fetid ghost, and currently is disgusted after retching on miasma. The Velvety Who. It's probably a song. Usually when it says that they like a specific thing. The sound of the velvety satins. Satin? S-A-T-I-N-S. And when possible, prefers to... So it's probably a song. If it's the sound of the Velvety Satins. Do you know any songs of the Velvety Satins? It's like saying I like jazz, basically. Skills, knowledge. Yeah, no, you don't know any poems. Or you only know poems, you don't know any songs. Do not know how many more dwarf I have. Nor do I know how many more bed I need. So let's just assign some of these. Okay, let's also check on the... Man. Big sag that these green glass pots ain't ending up where I need them to be. I think what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to go to this, and I'm going to say pot. I go to finished goods. Nope. Furnitures. Large pots and food storage. Say yes. Yes, this is for empty ones. And I will allow glass ones to go into here. Green, crystal, and clear. So here's hoping, when I make the stockpile a little bit bigger, Suddenly a bunch of the stuff gets shipped up here. And also, this was going to be a kitchen that I never turned into a kitchen, so let's actually turn this into a kitchen. I do quite enjoy jazz, I'll be honest. My older sister, for a while there, I don't think she's done it in ages, but when she was playing D&D super actively, she would use Dwarf Fortress and she would generate worlds in Dwarf Fortress and then use those worlds as D&D maps, basically. And so we'd use the outline of the map and would skim through legends and find some events that she found interesting, and would keep some of those events as historical events for her D&D campaigns. By all laws of aviation, the bumblebee. Mm-hmm. One of my favorite memes of all time is the bee movie, but every single time they say the word bee, the movie doubles in speed. It's a very good meme. It's like 4 minutes long. It's very funny. At least I find it very funny. I guess maybe it's just my dumb sense of humor. Oh, boy. All right, so true story. Literally none of these jobs are getting done because there is none of these bones are getting gotten rid of because there is too many hauling jobs and not enough Dwarf. If getting rid of all those will help. Also, a lot of these dwarves are putting their clothing away and they're all getting new clothing, so. That'd be a quick way to watch the movie. It's very quick. Shrek, but every time exit it goes faster. Yeah, movie, but every time exit goes faster is a really good meme template. I'm not much of a memes guy. Anybody who's been around this stream for a while probably knows that, but I do think that particular template is very funny. I think it's better, though, if you also happen to enjoy the movie. Casually or, you know, in general. But every time he takes up, it speeds up by 1%. Nope. No, I'm not. I do unironically enjoy the Bee Movie. And not because it's a good movie. I do not think that movie is good. Well, although one of my favorite quotes about the Bee Movie is, why am I blanking on the name of Seinfeld for some reason? But where Seinfeld said that the monthly, I can't remember like the context of it, but essentially somebody asked him like how much money he makes in royalties from that movie, and he said about $20 a month, which I think is hysterical for some reason. It's like, man, Jesus, $20 a month, knowing like the budget of that movie, that's just very funny to me. Is it like $22 a month or something? There's a live moon landing, chat, if anyone want to watch it. Can you link it? I'll open it up. Who's landing on the moon, actually? I do like jazz, Michael. Unironically, that not even saying it for the meme. I actually like jazz. It's also funny how often I need to clarify that I like jazz because of this. Because of that movie. It's like, are you doing it for the meme, or do you actually? No, I actually like it. Stop it. Jeebus. Let's see. Oh, well, it's not currently showing anything landing on the moon, but I'll have to peek. Also, I'm less than 200 YouTube subs off of 50K. Chat room, if you happen to have a second YouTube account or a friend, or if you haven't subbed to my YouTube account yet, if you want to help a sad, washed up old streamer out, this guy would really like to hit that 50k subs. I'm just saying. I could put bedrooms in here. I'm just trying to figure out where I can cram some more bedrooms. Let's cram some bedrooms right here. Some right here. About 3 minutes to landing. All right, give me a holler when they're actually doing the landing and I'll tab over. Tempted to give a dwarf the worst bedroom of all time, but I'm not going to. Just make like a New York style, like single line apartment. Or more Japan style, I guess, but it's just like a hallway or like a closet. There's a Facebook Marketplace apartment rental ad for Vancouver that blew up on the Vancouver subreddit the other day, and it's literally just like the space underneath somebody's stairs. No windows. Mattress on the ground. Nice looking mattress though, with a Dyson fan in the corner, and a light, and what looks like an IKEA shelf. $1,200 a month actually. Not 5,000. No, 1,200. And it says that it's a shared bathroom. So you get to share your bathroom with the basement suite that they're also renting out separately to different people. So you get roommates basically. Which, like, I mean, it's not the worst bedroom, but it just looks really funny. So it's Harry Potter's bedroom. Quite literally, yes. Fuck that. No, I agree. I ain't living with roommates. To hell with that. I should probably put doors on this. Also doors on this. Also door. Actually, let's put the doors here. Here. What? Why did all these get canceled? They didn't get like eaten by lava or something. God, I hope not. Oh, I know why they got canceled. It's because I forbid them all. It's very funny. That's okay. Let's actually just unbuild these. I'll just smooth the floor. It's fine. Because I need these kitchens. Let's just make 1, 2, 3 kitchens. Radu's been streaming most days. Good to hear that people are looking forward to his streams, though. Here's hoping he streams Dwarf Fort tonight. Landing on the moon is hard. I don't know what an OD lander is, but... Unless that's like the short term for it. Yeah, everybody in the YouTube chat is typing in L and F. I gather that is bad. So that's the name of it, is the OD lander? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't follow space stuff particularly closely because it tends to just like end up being covered in way too much Elon Musk bullshit, and that stuff just makes me mad. So I'll be completely honest with you. I don't actually follow that much space stuff purely because too much of it just ends up being like jerking off SpaceX, and that's all I have to say about that. kind of almost poisoned the well on the whole topic for me to a degree. Nah, name and shame, name and shame. Twitter's executioner. You mean like he's still so Tristan, you say that Elon Musk is an alpha. You mean that he's still in alpha and hasn't like been finished programmed yet? This reminds me of a post from Victoria Tran, who is the community manager for a little indie game, a Canadian indie game actually. It's called Among Us. So if you ever see memes on social media posted by the official Among Us account, she wrote them. But there was a tweet that she posted a little while ago, which is, what's up with all these people going after these strange alphas? I mean, like, mate, you're not even in beta yet. Like, you're completely unprogrammed. Like, my vision of you is blurry. You're full of bugs, and you need actual design work. Chat, we have a take of the day. You want a take of the day? Tristan in YouTube chat. Man's an innovator. Don't hate. Appreciate. Fuck off, cunt. You have no idea what you're fucking talking about. Stick your head up and look at the sky for once. Man's a billionaire who had a dad who had a lot of blood money, who gave him a lot of free money for doing absolutely fuck all. And he wanders around buying things that are already successful for a living. If you think that's innovation, you're high. Not on fun drugs. Make brain extremely low drugs. Rise up, YouTube chat. Yep. Innovated by being born rich, being a racist, being a very, very strange person who surrounds himself with yes men, getting investment from people by lying to them, bullshitting his way through life. Too rich to fail. Fired the founder of Tesla's car that he was supposed to get as it came off the line into space. What BuzzFeed article is that from? Oh boy. Purchased Tesla, didn't found it. Claims he founded it. Claims the Hyperloop was a good idea. Hyperloop fell to pieces. Snorting sand levels are crazy. Yeah, fucking... oh boy. I really hope you read a book at some point, Kristen. Caveman Doc, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Buddy. No, I fucking hate Elon. He could cease to exist tomorrow and the life would be a slightly better place for it. Why would you even want to own space? It's mostly empty anyway. Actually, I hope he goes to Mars and doesn't come back. Life would be better that way. Literally go do some research about his family, his father, where his money came from, his businesses. Literally do any research about the guy. Come back. Tell me with a straight face he's an innovator. You literally can't. And you also won't. Because people who have opinions like the one that you have right now probably are too deep in their own opinions already to actually research other people. Which is a shame. He's an innovator? All right. Continue having the wrong opinion about the guy. That's, I guess, your prerogative. Some people's children. Hey, chat. You meant to gift to Nox? Well, you gifted Buddy. I gotta say, you are the first person I have ever seen, Tristan, in my chat, who is so poorly educated on the existence of Elon Musk that you've had that take. Every single person I know who follows that guy's work because they like space and SpaceX would disagree with you. There's a room to discuss how Elon did buy what many business... Is there a room to discuss how Elon did buy what many businesses people would consider to be horrible investments? Go do any research about how he marketed them, how he purchased them, how he treated the people who worked there. Go read about where he got his money from. No, there isn't the space for that. There isn't a space to support or promote or claim that somebody who is actively destroying industries and has largely been a net negative in society for the past few years. Literally the only thing he did that I would argue is maybe a good thing is he made electric cars fashionable. Everything else he has done has been a net abject negative. He's polluting space. Like, just, like, I don't even want to. Mission control stated OD1 landed and is transmitting may not be orientated correctly. Oh, that's good. I do not think that there is space to be nice to somebody who is so unapologetically bad for society. He is very smart. I mean, he surrounds himself with people who are smart. He employs plenty of smart engineers. He himself, rich boy. I'm just shocked that I've encountered somebody finally who actually likes the guy. That's amazing to me. What he did with PayPal was evil? He didn't do shit with PayPal. He started a company called X that was supposed to be a PayPal competitor. PayPal bought the company. He got put onto the board of PayPal because he was trying to be a money service similar to PayPal. PayPal bought the company. The only input he had with PayPal was, I really, really, really want PayPal to be called X. This is a really good idea. And then he flew to Hawaii because he was on a trip with his, at the time, girlfriend, future wife, or at the time wife. I can't remember that part. So honestly, I don't give a shit. And then they fired him while he was gone. And so he fucking left Hawaii and flew back and was like, what the fuck? And yelled at them. And their response was, yeah, no, you're off the board. Anyway, here, have a fuckload of money. Go away. He didn't do shit with PayPal. He didn't. He did nothing. He did fuck all. I mean, I see Starlink satellites when I go up into the mountains. It drives me nuts. Anyway, I'm just shocked I finally found somebody who is actually saying nice things about Elon. So, you can move on if you guys want. No, I'm not talking to you, Holsky. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to somebody in YouTube chat. It's nobody in Twitch chat. You're fine. Don't worry. If I'm reading stuff out loud, it's because I'm reading stuff out loud. I'm talking about somebody in YouTube chat. It's not you. Save the green game? I can do that. Will low-key rise the YouTube chat numbers from the controversy, though? I mean, chat speed's speeding up. There was services already that provided internet. And also, places that you're referring to don't really need internet. There was a Canadian company that did the same thing with low orbit drones. Starlink pollutes space and gives unreliable internet for too much money. Satellite internet has existed for years. Very, very long time. It's not new technology. You're having a problem with advanced world generation. You're using a smaller island preset with the standard 250 year, but it's only generating 50 years of history. What are you doing wrong? Are you setting the end date? I'm not sure what you're doing wrong. What if it's a fake Elon supporter? I don't know. I don't care if it's a fake Elon supporter. But it said save the streamer. I mean, it says save the game streamer. I mean, we saved the game. It's fine. But yes, I agree. Please save me, chat. Well, if you think that Elon is an intelligent human being, Tristan, who wants to go to space, you think it would be in his best interest to not pollute it with so much fucking crash from his goddamn satellites that we can't go to space. You'd think it would be in his best interest to not do exactly what he's doing. But also, I'm not here to debate with you because, quite frankly, I think that my opinions of the guy are pretty well known. And I think that your opinions of the guy are hysterical. So you are amusing and kind of adorable. And genuinely, I hope at some point you do some research about the guy, learn about where his money came from, how he invests in his companies, and exactly what he's doing to society at this exact moment. And if you genuinely think those things I just stated that he is currently doing are good, I don't really want to be in the general vicinity of you. And you scare me a little bit. That is all. I'm going to look at you, not look at YouTube chat for a little bit and look at Twitch chat. Because you guys are friendly. Or, like, you know, if you want to, Chaos Painter, if you want to know about, like, Elon's dad and his family's money and figure out a little bit more about why his family is so fucking bizarre, look up how many children his dad has had with his stepdaughter. Don't forget to mention the message about the therapist he sexually... Or, yeah, the lady that he offered a plane to. Yeah. Or the lady he offered to buy a horse to on the plane. Yes, I do recall this. Questionable value of Starlink. I mean, most of his companies have questionable value. I mean, here's the thing, right? Buy a Tesla. They're good cars to a degree. This is purely just the dude himself that I have a problem with. All of the good people at SpaceX are leaving? Naturally. You buy a Tesla, they sell carbon credits on it? Mm-hmm. Making the whole prospect of buying a Tesla pointless. So buy a used Tesla, is what you should actually do. And then jailbreak it. Which is a hysterical concept to me. What am I building right now? I am building an extension to my kitchen. Because this is my kitchen primarily. And we've got this whole area right here. I'm going to move these 3 kitchens to up here from down here. Is what I'm building. I didn't even see what he wrote of me. Let's take a peek. He didn't introduce anything. He purchased things. Neuralink is is smoke and mirrors. That's about it. SpaceX is a sad excuse for what America should be doing anyways and what the rest of the world should be doing anyways and what the rest of the world was doing anyways. Yeah, absolutely not. He destroyed California rail by insisting on Hyperloop, which was largely just a can of smoke. Calling it a scam is putting it politely. And it's not like even the Hyperloop was a new idea. That was an idea from like almost 100 years ago now. Vacuum tubes, rebranded, almost word for word. Claimed he invented it, which isn't true. People came up with vacuum tubes a long time ago, realized they were a terrible idea, and decided not to make them. Meanwhile, dude decides that it's a great idea, or decides that he doesn't want to have people easily getting to his backyard from other parts of the states. So his like fucking genius ass idea is, I'm going to come up with this awful open source project, make a bunch of people lose money, call it something that's really cool, that looks really cool, present it as a way that's really cool, and pretend that the technology actually works, which it doesn't, and then insist a whole bunch of investment goes into it so that California cancels their rail projects. How is Neuralink smoke and mirrors? Look at its success rate. Shit's never gonna take off. It's never gonna do anything. It's a waste of time, waste of technology. You can post links in my chat if you want, Max and Fett. But if you post, like, basically use your own personal intelligence when posting links, if it's relevant to the subject or if it's not something that's like, you know, a problem. Yeah, you're more than welcome to post links. Just make sure that if you're posting a link, it's not something I need to remove. Because if I need to remove it, you won't ever post a link again, basically. Oh, I want to take all drinks out of this, actually. Drinks. And I want to remove plump helmets. See? Plump helmet spawn. There it is. Pigtail. Sweet pods. You see, like, the reality of this entire discussion is if the friend in YouTube chat, Tristan, realized the direction the discussion was going, they would realize that they are in a group of people that have already made up their mind, right? And I think the vast majority of us have more or less the same opinion on Elon. Some people can be a little bit apologetic, and that's fine. You're allowed to be a little bit apologetic. But if you start insisting that somebody else has an opinion of somebody that they don't have, you're never going to win the discussion, period, right? And when you're the person with the unpopular opinion, all you're going to do is disrupt. You're not going to get your way. You're not going to win. Your discussion and statements are not going to change anybody's opinions. The only thing it's going to do is it's going to get you yelled at. And if you insist on being that person, the natural end result is you're going to get laughed at. So if our friend here was actually a smart person, they would have noticed this quickly and just said, all right, we'll just not talk about this. But instead, they insist on changing the opinion of others, meaning they probably own stock in Tesla. All right. I've said my piece. Could be smart and masochistic. If you're smart, you would understand that man's failures. I'm not saying he hasn't done any good in the world. He's absolutely done some things that I would argue have made certain industries better. But I'm not going to start defending him and calling him an innovator. He's largely a moron who's lucked into the few things he's done right. Oh, you're going to the same school as Elon? And Thoric? Well, that's awesome. I wish you the best. You see, I don't think, like, this is something that even I'm pretty bad at, too, Holsky, but I try to not just insult people. Because, like, if your argument is just, I'm gonna insult this person, you're never going to make your point. You're just going to upset people. All right, so I'm going to do a thing real quick. I'm going to go into my work orders, and I'm going to delete a lot of jobs. Keep that one running, keep that one running, keep that one running. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Keep that one running. Kill. Get rid. Keep. 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 Keep all the clothing related ones. And get rid of the green glass pots. I'm going to go down to here and I'm going to claim all of this. Because I need these dwarves to start properly just cleaning stuff up and getting stuff put away. We're finally coming out on the other side of this, I think. Let's see how many ghosts we have, because I still need to deal with those. Currently none. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. Anybody who is not memorialized. Like Zweri as an example. Or Ranger Rick. Bambool. Or Ast. Or Avos. There was a kid around here that used to make fruit sorbet on client sites with nitrogen. Ooh. That does sound tasty. Also, one final thing I'll say about Elon. No, firing a rocket off that explodes on its way up is not a success. And if you're intending to fire off a rocket that's going to explode, you shouldn't be in the business. God damn. Can I get a bucket of nitrogen in liquid form? I don't actually know how to answer that question, can you? Making fancy pigtail pants. As long as you have a proper container. I feel like it's probably something as simple as that, right? Like as long as you have like the proper storage for it. Oh man, I failed this temple, didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. I do have a high enough value. I misread that. Okay. Whew. Oh, I know. Full scam. Stozu Rungvile wants to join the Crimson Smiths as a citizen of Slaprock. It's one of my goblins, isn't it? Yep, it is in fact one of my goblins. Jubilant after being granted citizenship. I am now a part of the Crimson Will of Smiths. Such jubilation, I feel. You know, and Thoric, we need to have a discussion after stream about general stream etiquette. I realize Radu's friend of stream. I like Radu a lot. But announcing someone else is live and I'm leaving in my chat is extraordinarily rude. We'll see you later, Anthoric. You have a good day. It doesn't matter who it is. Liquid nitrogen instant corn dogs. That sounds like something you would spend way too much money on at a fair. That's honestly what it sounds like. As I'm slowly also making this floor see-through. Using glass one piece at a time. Still also storing items in stockpiles. The question is what items? Probably mostly wood, if I had to bet. Yep. Am I channeling out an existing staircase? No. It's a constructed staircase. I can't channel it out. Channeling around an existing staircase. That, like I said, is constructed, so I can't channel it out to begin with. That alpaca here. All right. That's unfortunate that someone stole your waffle maker. You get your waffle maker back. Mine too, Rog. I feel you there. Wasn't it worse to just put the glass on floor still? Maybe. I'm actually not entirely sure. Let's find out. I don't know if it makes the glass transparent or not. Because I'm pretty sure if it did and they changed it, but I could be wrong. But UGDPY we will see when we see you. Good lord, it's 4 p.m. already? When did that happen? It used to? Yep, it does. All right, you are correct. For some reason, I thought they changed that, but guess not. Wonder if I can build over constructed things. Looks like it does. Some of this is also just old habits. Oh, it's all good. I mean, even if you do backseat, if I'm annoyed by you, I will simply tell you that I'm annoyed by you, and that's about it. Like, it's not like I'm gonna, like, actually... Like, some people think that I get extraordinarily mad. I will just tell you once nicely not to do that. That's generally the way I operate. Hello, Devilish. Dwarf's still alive, if you were wondering. Population has crawled back up ever so slightly. Buddy is sunk into depression, which is very unfortunate. Which, at least in my case, pretty accurate. Get more put up there as well. Got so much shit I gotta put away, it's not even funny. Alright, let's drop down here. Got bone rings stacking up in places. What I really need to do is I need to get rid of this stockpile. In fact, I need to get rid of this furniture stockpile in general. So let's get rid of this, all of this furniture, and let's go make a new furniture stockpile. I'm just out of plump helmet seeds, that's funny. I wonder if we're not cooking them, I can tell you that. Probably because we're not brewing stuff currently. Got to bet. Looks like it. I also need another ale storage place. So let's figure out. Yeah, I can tell you that's not the issue I have. But yeah, that would make you run out of seeds. You felt so silly. I think I might make this into an alcohol storage spot. Yeah, let's do that. I try. I think I have my moments where I'm a pretty bad dude, but I'm not in a good way. But I do try. Thank you for noticing, at the very least. Also gonna get rid of this, and we're gonna jump up. We're gonna go still. And thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate you. Do need space for one more. Because there's one more up here that's also going away. Figured out the problem. Year to check megabase was set to 50. Oh, there you go. That'll do it. Yeah, that's something I don't think I will ever be able to answer questions for, even once I'm better versed in that stuff. Purely because, honestly, there are so many settings that could stop something. It's like until I'm more on the ball with that sort of stuff for myself, even I don't feel comfortable answering people's questions about such things. Glad you found the source though. Apparently, you had a problem in your fort. Apparently, you left cave dwellers in for a long time, and I think that they extincted all the. So, you can have a maximum of 3 groups of animals on your map, and that includes cave dwellers. So usually, if there's cave dwellers on your map, you just won't get like animals in the caverns, which is actually one of my bigger problems with it. Like the cave dwellers, like because I have a lot of cave dwellers. They're just all over in this corner probably, and also partially in this corner right here. But because they're here, I really can't do anything about them, which is kind of frustrating actually. Also, unrelated, I cave some stuff in on them. Giant cave spiders stealth, so you kind of won't see giant cave spiders. How goes DF tonight, Policy of Madness? It goes all right. Been a little weird. Bit of a weird day, I would say. It's nice to see more adventure mode stuff that came out this morning. So that's nice to see. But bit of a weird last 90 minutes, I would say. But no real complaints. Been okay. You generate way more worlds than you need. Well, you're one of those players then. Well, I mean, Noah never knew that as well. Otherwise, he would have waited longer to gather the rest of the creatures, which is why there's no cave dragons on Earth anymore. Of course. Killed all the cave dwellers and the animals didn't appear? Are you sure you killed all of them? Like, did you use the exterminate command or something? Because if you aren't 1,000% positive that you killed all of them, there's a very real possibility there's like 1 or 2 hiding in a corner that will stop creatures from appearing on the map. All right, well, maybe they did actually extinct everything then. Yeah, population has gone back up. It's been a struggle today, but you know we're getting there slowly. Those zombies are still on the surface. One day you'll catch a GCS. Why do you want to catch a GCS so bad? If you want like a web spitter that you can use, go for a Forgotten Beast with webs. They're more common and easier to catch. Also more predictable and can't generally climb walls. Keyword there is generally. A giant cave spider. I've only ever seen dead ones in recent memory. I've absolutely caught them before and I've seen them alive before. You caught one since season. They're only in Cavern Layer 3. Really? I used to get them in high. Maybe I'm just crazy. I swear I used to get them in higher up caverns. Huh. Yeah, I tend to just find them dead. Like, I'll just occasionally suddenly see a dead giant cave spider and just be like, huh? Why is there a dead giant cave spider? The hell? Oh, giant desert scorpions have been gone for ages. Ages! Very, very long time those have been gone for. I remember watching a stream and somebody caught a giant jumping spider, and they were very, very upset to find out that giant jumping spiders don't shoot webs. Why are they gone? There's a whole wiki page about it, so I'll just read it because it describes it better than me. Giant desert scorpion. The giant desert scorpion was a rare, also it was, what era were they removed in? I don't actually remember. Here, I'll just read the page verbatim. The giant desert scorpion was a rare, large, aggressive, and dangerous creature that was found in savage desert biomes, the above-ground equivalent of a giant cave spider. As opponents, they were the equivalent to blind cave ogres in lethality, and could appear in groups of anything from 1 to 3. They were mayhem-minded individuals, and giant desert scorpions were predatory, meandering killing machines. They would roam over long distances seeking prey, meaning they would eventually find your fortress and start stinging dwarves. Unlike other giant creatures, they possessed normal humanoid equivalencies. All giant cave spiders were born with legendary skill in climbing. The reason they were considered such a big threat was because of their stingers. Giant cave scorpions were capable of injecting a neurotoxin which caused necrosis of the brain and nervous system, resulting in instant death once they completely rotted through suffocation due to respiratory paralysis, though respiratory paralysis was likely to occur first. This process took about 950 ticks. I will jump back to game in a second. In 19 in-game hours. For reference, a drawbridge takes 10 in-game ticks to flip. They also couldn't be stunned and felt no pain or fear. A wounded scorpion would never stop fighting until it was dead. This meant that despite its relatively moderate size, the giant desert scorpion was able to one-hit kill creatures with blood and a nervous system. That is most creatures. Yes, a giant cave scorpion could and would kill an elephant, giant, dragon, and if it got in melee and had the time to sting before getting killed. They were also famous for their ability to wrestle weapons, backpacks, or socks, or armor, or whatever items struck their fancy. And you would have dwarves that wielded dwarves wielded out of your hands. So you'd have they would take your items from you and possess them, and then hit you with them, like giants and such, and proceed to brutally kill you with them. They also have been reported to shoot crossbows in the object testing arena. Giant desert scorpions could be captured in cage traps and trained into pets, being the most valuable animals tied with the giant cave spiders, and they and in the game, and they weren't dragons or mega beasts, and products could be made from their parts. 4 times more valuable than that from normal animals. Giant desert scorpions were removed from the game in 42.04, which was a version I didn't actually play very much, with plans for a replacement in the future. Players who can't wait that long can add them back in by installing this mod, and it links to a mod. And I'm pretty sure that mod's on the workshop too. So, yeah. Also, this is a vile dark of forceness, and they also immediately disappear. Speaking of, are those elves still here? I'm gonna check. I can't remember exactly where they were. You'll stay, or at least one is. Yep, they're all still here. They had a habit of making things go extinct, is one of the reasons they no longer are in the game. You can craft high boots in vanilla. Not all factions can craft high boots. It's a thing that is unique to dwarven factions. Some do, some don't. Just like some have togas, some have shirts, and some have dresses, and some have vests. Certain clothing items are limited to specific factions for various culture reasons. So if you can't make them, then you have to import them. I just realized I never replaced the dog here. Oh, there we go. We've got Thightcut, the Hammer Dwarf, actually, is running after this goblin, bashing it with their hammer. The Hammer Dwarf bashes the Goblin Thief in the right lower leg with her copper warhammer, bruising the muscle through the Drothla leather trousers. And is repeatedly thwacking it, I would think. Yep, bashing it. So yeah, you'll have low boots then. The Hammer Dwarf bashes the Goblin Thief in the upper body with copper warhammer, bruising the muscle and tearing the spine, the middle spine's nervous tissue through the giant flying squirrel leather cloak, beating the ever-living crap out of this current goblin. And then there's a few running around in the mine shafts over here. We're gonna wait until the rest of the dwarves move up. Dwarves begin chasing it. They make chase, following the goblin. Goblin runs in fear. Did you win that fight back? No, you didn't. Okay, so they knocked you unconscious. Or... Oh, I see. You were fighting the other goblin. I was wondering why they stopped there. It's because there was another goblin right there. I didn't see the other one. The goblin now moves out, and the dwarves chase him in. Let's just move the squads up. Told the squads to move up, which will take them a second. Oh boy, that must be scary. Stuck in here with them. And I think that was all of them. Yep, looks like it. I'm actually gonna get all my squads training. The other thing I need to check is I need to check my gear on my squads. Okay, yeah, we got a lot of stuff I gotta make. Very least iron. Let's see steel. 115 steel bars. Okay, so let's just do steel shield. 20. Steel greaves. 20. Steel helm. 2, 3, 4, 6. 20. And let's do iron gauntlet. Iron breastplate. The difference in this is weight. It's not gonna hurt them. It's not gonna be too much difference. 20 and 20 respectively. And then we'll do boots, and then I will swap them to abandon their clothing. Boot. Looks like we also only have low boots because I don't have high boots. Yeah. Low, iron low boots. Iron low boot. Is there any good way to get a child out of a bag? Kill the guy carrying it. When the bag is dropped, the child should be removed from the bag. Why is a child in a bag? When goblins try to kidnap them, they get put in bags. Got from afforded deleted. The idea of giant cave spiders are interesting, but for those of you who were here earlier, do you remember the discussion that we were sort of having about how losing can absolutely be fun, but losing isn't always fun? That was very much one of those situations where losing can absolutely be fun, but that was a situation where losing wasn't fun. And in situations where losing very much isn't fun, I think it's important to realize that the playability of the game is more important, because basically giant desert scorpions made untamed wild biomes starts like a 50-50 chance that you were guaranteed to just die before your dwarves even started digging. If that makes any sense. And generally you want the game to be possible. Also, I just want you guys to know, thanks to that massive hype train earlier at the start of today, and also the couple of gift sub packs we've gotten since, today is my best day of the week, and I made sorry, 2.25 times what I made yesterday, which was my previous best day of the week. Well, thank you. Appreciate you guys. And also because of all of the gifted memberships on YouTube, just looking at YouTube revenue, it's the best day I've had in the last more than 90 days. Jeez. Oh, that's not true. Actually, November 30th. I made $3 more than I made yesterday. So thank you, chat. Appreciate you guys. Your most recent forts received initial migrants and gotten more the initial migrants only caravans and humans in the summer. 20 plus dwarves with a civ population 3,500. There's probably a reason why you're not getting migrants, and I'm always curious to know, but it's hard for me to figure that out without looking directly at your save. It's likely that there's something stopping them from being able to migrate to your fort, but that's one of those things that's really difficult for me to determine without playing your fort myself. I mean, this fortress, and also I don't know how long you've been playing the fort, but this fortress didn't get a single migrant for about 2 years. We had 9 dwarves for the first 2 years of the fort. And that was pretty tough. Trying to make a fort on the surface. Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're playing on an untamed wilds biome, which is what causes the wildlife agitation, I mean, that's a recent thing in version 50, right? If you're playing on a biome where you have to deal with wildlife agitation, basically, like, the best piece of advice is simply build underground, build a temporary fortress, train up soldiers and marks dwarves, and once you've done that, begin working your way up to the surface and then start building. I mean, it's really difficult to just survive on the surface in an untamed wilds biome in version 50, but you clearly know that, so. And it's not even like the ground dwelling creatures that are the problem usually. Like you said, it's the birds. It's the birds. With the dream of world peace, kill them. I have no idea. Jokes aside, I genuinely have no idea. I have no idea how you would help a dwarf with the goal, like the dream of achieving world peace. Is that even achievable in Fortress mode? I wonder if that's like an adventure mode only thing. I know I mean, you'd have to kill, I think, literally every faction that you're at war with, but that wouldn't actually achieve peace, because it's not possible to achieve peace in Fortress mode. They're not difficult, they're just slow. I mean, if you want to successfully build above ground, specifically, in an Untamed Wilds biome, without, like, getting horribly murdered by flying birds or something, equally mean, you literally have to start underground and build up very slowly. If you want to be successful. If you want to just have fun, then, like, yeah, I mean, you'll get ripped to pieces. Hopefully by something hysterical, like giant chinchillas. Kill them with cuteness. The adorable beans are here to rip you to shreds. I'm not gonna lie. One of the biggest issues I have with this game is just the inability to stop dwarves from being at war with a faction, because they can have alliances and such during World Gen, and like I would love to be able to like send a diplomat and apologize, or like trade prisoners. I wish that there was like some sort of, like, people want all these dumb building mechanics and whatnot. They're not dumb. People want building mechanics and like better combat and things. I just want the ability with like 3 or 4 different ways / options to like make peace with a faction that has attacked me. Except for maybe with goblins, because that have demonic leaders that, unless their demonic leader has died, because I think that would be like really weird in the way that the goblins work. But like elves, it should absolutely be possible to make peace. With humans and other dwarves, it should also be absolutely possible to make peace. You just want bread? I think there's a mod for that, isn't there? I know there's a mod for sauerkraut and jam. Welcome around. Welcome back. I was gonna say welcome back, but you haven't tuned in today. Hi, Hobo. How are you? My mouth no thinks correct today. Who did the art on my merch? Cooler_SK. He also did most of the art on my channel, all of my thumbnail work. How goes the dwarf? Okay. It's been a day for a multitude of reasons. How's Hobo? It's chilling, I assume, based on what you said. I haven't slept well the last few days. Today's been anxiety-inducing for a number of reasons, but getting by, surviving. Yeah, no, absolutely. The game is absolutely in a good spot and progressing at a good pace in a good direction. I'll put it this way, Killjoy. If I could just, like, skip this week, it's not like it's been bad. Like, okay, to like, put this in, like, a clear way. You know those days where I'm very tempted to just start saying the lyrics to the Limp Bizkit song Break Stuff, so apologies. But it's, you know those weeks or days where everything is just like a little bit more stressful than it should be? Even like mundane shit that shouldn't be. That's how my week's been. It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up and everything is fucked and everybody sucks. It's just one of those days where you really want to justify ripping someone's head off. It's just one of those days, because it's all about the he said, she said bullshit. I think you better quit letting shit slip. We'll be leaving with a fat lip. Okay, I'm done. I had to get that out of my system. Since I said way too many lyrics of that song, I need to find this picture. That'll do. That's Fred Durst right now. He's like fucking the silver Weird Al Yankovic now. He used to be bald guy in red hat. Now he's that. Like, whoa. Honestly, I think he's doing a pretty okay considering. Like, you could be doing a lot worse. As a guy with a lot of gray hair, I kind of respect it. Shiny Weird Al. He's a rare shiny Weird Al who's like, instead of being like, you know, lawful good, he's like chaotic evil. Although you have to fight him with a chainsaw in order to catch him in your Pokeball. Anyway. But yeah, that's how my week's been. Streams have been good though. Like, in reality, I don't really have much to complain about. And shouldn't complain about anything. It's just been one of those weeks. And I'm pretty public in the fact that the worst part about this job, by this job I mean streaming, making videos and YouTube stuff, is you're not really allowed to have bad days, because if you have a bad day, it's the only thing people will ever remember about you. And it can hurt you financially and, like, in the long run, pretty dramatically. And that really sucks, so. I'm gonna go check my Jamworks jobs. Looks like John Cena if you ordered him on Wish. John Cena has hair? What? John Cena doesn't have long hair. What are you on about? Dude's still got short as hell hair. I still have to say that the weirdest thing I ever saw John Cena do is when he just like turned around and fluently started speaking Chinese. It's one of the weirdest moments of my life. Or Mandarin or whatever. Although that is also a really good meme template, since we were talking about like good meme formats earlier, is this is the thing if you ordered it on Wish. That's a real good meme template. Holy crap, this fort's kind of calmed down a little bit. That is absurd. All right, well, let's get back up to that top corner because still planning the demise of those burbs. Let's go over here. Yes, I can just do this. Let's do a support in the middle of this. Let's go up to here. Dig into this one. Or you're, actually, we'll just put a lever there. It's fine. I don't need to dig that way. I think it's 1 per gem type per item. I'll be honest, I just kind of turn it on, set it, and forget it when I'm doing gem setting, because it just generally enhances the value of your rooms. But like the problem that I have with it is it's like really difficult to automate because you can't say specifically what type of gem you want in a certain thing. So it's not a job I particularly like doing in the game because I find it just to be a little bit frustrating. Okay, so I'm going to make a military dorm right here as well. Power just went out and you lost all progress from spring through somewhere. Oh god, that sucks. Do you do saving once a year or twice a year or something? Yeah, I have seasonal autosaves on. If you can't figure out, then it's not worth explaining it. William. Yeah, see, I don't like using linked stockpiles under any circumstance, so I don't consider that to be specifying. It might be enough for you, it's not enough for me. I don't and won't do that. Let's just do Gabriel rock doors. Let's do 50 of them. Twice a year, you're 1 month away. Yeah, that's the reason you've literally just described the reason why I save every single season, because it's just not worth losing that progress. Let's get this lever over here and hook it up. We're in an ad break. I won't drop this until after the ad break. Oh, Winter Z, are you saying don't say the craziest thing was him randomly speaking Mandarin? I mean, I'll say that if I want. I was just surprised that he spoke a language I didn't know he spoke super fluently. It's sort of like when you're watching Formula One and you don't realize that somebody speaks Italian and then randomly they turn around and they're speaking fluent Italian and you're like, whoa! You do things aside from drive car fast. Holy shit. Oh, say things are going well. Oh. I mean, personally, things are going pretty well. Ash has been missing for a week? I beg your goddamn pardon. What? Okay. That's not good. How many ghosts do I have? Speaking of saying things are going well, random dwarf disappears. Probably on the surface, actually, if I had to bet. Actually, what I want to do. And an ad break, so we will pause. Actually, I'm just gonna go play some furniture. Not really missing anything of substance. Also, if you'll notice, moods are on the upswing. Speaking of jinxing things. Oh, that's unfortunate, Alfie. Does YouTube really not have an untimeout feature? I really wish that YouTube was a better platform. Life would be so much better if YouTube didn't suck as much as it does. All right, we'll let them work on these. We're gonna get a bunch of notifications in a moment of Dwarf's getting memorialized. Arende is making an artifact. Just tell him to do all three of these. So it's not far for you to fall, so it's fine. I'm gonna go into here and get rid of this. Just waiting on this to get a mechanism installed. All right, who wants to see something cave in and crush some cave creatures? Yeah, but the moderation features suck. I'm more talking on from the point of view of a somebody who uses the service from a creator's perspective. From an audience perspective, it's fine. And if you're not bothered by like shorts being pushed to you directly, then yeah, it's totally fine from an audience perspective. I'm more complaining from a streamer's perspective. Okay, so you connected, all good to go. So now it's just a matter of pulling this lever. Here it comes. Come on, Dwarfus. Gonna wait until that thing disappears. We're gonna do this one frame at a time. One single, there it goes. It didn't even kill that many of them, but I completely missed this one. How does, oh, maybe because maybe it hasn't hit him yet, but it's kind of funny if it actually hasn't. Well, a lot of them are getting blown off the edge. There we go. That's not what I'm talking about. It's wild how, like, so many of them just got protected by the edge of this. But a lot of them falling into the water right now. Whoosh. Neokai, we'll get you named in a second. Or for Stone Hobo. Oh, yeah. Well, what kind of dwarf am I giving Stone Hobo? And something I'm just going to do real quick is I'm going to close this so this fills up. I didn't really think about the fact that it's going to actually push them all into my fortress. So let's get this closed real quick. Dwarfs, can we pull the lever, Dwarfs? Pull it. All right. Thunk. Okay. Well, that'll fill up now. Whew. Planter or a musician? I could give him a goblin dancer. It's a lady goblin dancer, though. Planter or a musician? Big beard, too, naturally. Or a cook, actually. How about a brewer? Let's give Hobo a brewer. Stoned Hobo relies on the advice of others during decision making. You're a proficient brewer, and that is now your workshop. He relies on the advice of others during decision-making, and he does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He works to spread this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he has a calm demeanor. He does not easily fall in love, and he rarely develops positive feelings, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he does not often feel lustful. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is currently more shameless. He has a sense of duty, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he tends to be a bit stubborn and changing his mind about things, and he's curious and eager to learn. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally doesn't really see the point in working hard. There's vomit on the floor. Bookbinder's been found dead. Well, that's concerning. Like his buddy just tantrumed. Personally, doesn't really see the point of working hard and does not care about friendship. He likes andorite, gold, jelly opal, and the color bronze bins, and when preferable, he prefers to consume octopus, prickleberries, and durian wine, buckwheat flour, and absolutely hates purring maggots. Me too, or more just the concept of them. He's a member of the Farmers Guild, a member of the Gilded Faith, and worships the god of the Gilded Faith, which I think is the god of gambling. He is currently hauling he's using a spore tree crutch, probably due to an old injury, and as far as health problems goes, he has no history. Oh, he's storing it in a location. That makes sense. He's just putting it away. And Zwari wants me to read the last Discord word, story. So give me a sec and we'll read this. Wow, that just happened. Looks like shenanigans, Hoopla said. Calmly. Demons decompose calmly. Okay, Hoopla said, calmly. Demons decompose into liquidus croissants quickly after decanting vast amounts of butter flavor. Also dancing with divine spoons. Coffee. All caught up. So, Hobo, how you feel about Max leaving everybody in the dust already? Arende has claimed a glass furnace. I probably need to make raw green glass. One of each. The hell did you walk into? Discord word story, don't worry about it. It's like playing telephone with all of my Discord. Max, super Max. It's one of the worst fucking things I've heard in my life, but also kind of amazing in an awful way. Alrighty, buddy, what did you do? I love how these are just straight up not on the screen sometimes. Also, my mayor is committing more crimes as well. Excellent. Let's update all these. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that. This is like the most complete suits of armor I've had this fort. Whoa! Oh, okay. We've got ghosts. That's why dwarves are randomly dying. Cogsack. The ghostly miner is killing people. You look forward to Red Bull 1, 2, 3, and 4. You really think RB is gonna like do anything? I am currently of the opinion that RB is like setting their team up to be sold. But who knows? Maybe they could be going in like the exact opposite direction. So, as somebody who's mildly annoyed by RB and Red Bull on a good day, I'm looking forward to other teams coming second. But you know this. And the mayor is the biggest criminal. I mean, it makes sense. I haven't been able to dedicate as heavily to the prison theme as I wanted to because I've had to deal with a ton of like crazy problems with the fort that are completely unrelated to the theme of the fort. It's mostly just because it's a cavern fort. Right, dedicated maybe a bit too hard to the bit. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. What do you need? Glass and burning wood. Okay, so you need clear glass then. At least we're still getting migrants. Doesn't really care if I just take the time to master skills. I mean, I'll say this. Outside of Red Bull, like, obliterating, like, and by that I mean Red Bull, and max obliterating everybody else at speed, testing doesn't really mean much. But it's going to be exciting. It's going to be fun. Minecraft, I'm still endlessly amused by how frequently I see that typo. Like, genuinely, I will never stop being amused by how frequently I see people typo minecarts as Minecrafts. How do you minecarts for intended ways? I have no idea what that question means, by the way. That car is fat. Like, it is thick. Like, it's got thighs that could maybe save lives and also possibly, like, Perez's career, but I kind of doubt it. Okay, so Strange Mood is headed off. Let's see. There you go, works secretly. Literally just clear glass. Any bets on what that dwarf makes, chat? Looking for raw, clear glass, and that is literally it. How are we doing on those clothing jobs? I think a gem. A glass gem. Single glass gem, eh? Crown. Could be interesting. So one layer down from up here, somewhere central, I'm going to make a furniture stockpile. We're going to try and get rid of this furniture stockpile over here because this is just bad. I could do so much better. I can also... Ooh, a glass mechanism would be interesting. Also, I need to check something. Okay, so I'm going to do this. All the way over to there. Because I'm going to use this as a way to train my military pretty quick. Take all those bolts and start firing them. They added lever-activated pistons. So when you say pistons, you mean like engine pistons? Okay, so I'm gonna finally get rid of the willful learning. The willful learning has been my default anything goes temple for forever. And I'm going to move it somewhere. I'm just trying to figure out where. I'm thinking it needs to be literally anywhere else, is all I'm saying. Because it shouldn't be in my seed stockpile. It's been in my seed stockpile since I got into this fortress and I've never moved it. So let's see, where could I put it? Need to see if there's a spot where I could... Oh my god. I just spotted a way to make the entrance to this fort way cooler. What if I make a glass walkway from here, straight across, and then connect it down to this? Still have these doors down here, but just get rid of these ramps and basically build around this. I think that would look rad, so I'm gonna do that. You accidentally dug a trench instead of removing a slope, started a cave in and killed 2 miners. Oh. Whoops. Whoopsie daisies. Arende has created... It's a perfect clear glass gem. Borlon Iregun. Who said gem? Clockworks, you did? Clockworks, do you want a dwarf as a reward? She claims it as a personal treasure. Do you have a bedroom, Dwarf? Yes, you do. Winner, winner, biscuit dinner. Now, because this dwarf is getting a gem in their bedroom, they're also going to get a war dog, because if they don't, something is going to steal it, inevitably, and there's nothing I can do about it. All right, well, let me know what kind of dwarf you'd like in a second once I read the description of this gem after I get it placed in this bedroom. I also need to train some more war dogs, I think. All right. This dwarf is already named. This dwarf is named Arende, if that's what you're stating. The one who just made the gem. Yeah, this one's Arende. Yeah, no, it's all good. Did I delete something? Didn't. Also, I need to make a tomb for this dwarf. I have a naked Marksdorf. What's your last name? D-A-T-A-N. Oh, it's because you are a ghost. That would be why. Why would you embark with war dogs? Just train them in like 90 seconds. Animal training used to take way longer than it does now. Okay, so we've got the war dog assigned, a gem coming up here. What particularly good for leather? War dogs? They're exactly the same as normal dogs. One just has specific training. That's it. This is a perfect clear glass gem. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of clear glass. As for parent, we need to find a child first. Let's check Dominoc. Do you have living parents? Let's make you a single mom. Because Ranger Rick is dead. Instead of Clockworks 1, your Clockworks 2. Truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. That's why you're a bone doctor. Never feels discouraged and is very rarely moved by curiosity. She is grounded in reality and she easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. Strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and is trusting and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She is trusting and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. There we go. She likes to brawl and she is disturbed by this since she values quiet, at least in the abstract. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her and she's moved by art and natural beauty and she scratches her head when she's bored. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of she personally is utterly disgusted by guile and cunning and strongly values tranquility and quiet, believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, sees contemplation as reasonably important. The mayor's in prison in his own office again. Sees competition as reasonably important, values romance, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Likes nice steel, prisms, and bolts, and reindeer for their large herds, and the sight of the twinkling cave, and when possible prefers to consume pomegranate wine and fonio, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Do I watch any other Dwarf Fortress YouTubers? I don't really watch any YouTube. That's not totally true. I don't really watch much gaming YouTube. I've watched Krug Smash in the past. He's a friend of the channel. I've seen the occasional hoodie hair video when people link them on my Discord, but that's about it. I don't really go out of my way to watch other people's content, especially people that work in the same area as me. I watch more Twitch than YouTube, and mostly it's because, like, I used to watch a lot of Krug Smash, but the reason I kind of stopped was what would happen is I would subconsciously end up building similar forts to him, and people would just be like, hey, you're copying, or hey, Krug Smash just did that, and it kind of started to drive me nuts because I would build something that was like somewhat similar to a degree, and people would just be like, oh, why are you copying Krugs? Okay, I mean, fine. Feel called out, I guess. So I kind of stopped doing that. Got off to a 12-hour shift, and you're settled with some tea to let your eyes glaze over at the pretty DF colors. Cheers. Enjoy your tea. The most YouTube content you watch is video essays? I mean, I watch Mudahar, some ordinary gamers. I watch. Let me just lock this. I watch some ordinary gamers. I watch, who else do I watch? I'm just kind of blanking right now. I watch a handful of YouTube channels. I watch Venus Theory, which is kind of like a synthesizer / content creation discussion channel. He makes really good stuff about burnout and creative block and stuff like that. Let me just go down my YouTube subs and see who else I watch. I don't know. I watch a channel called AFK Books and Records, which just covers records and such. I watch The Race, which is a Formula 1 channel. I watch a weed YouTuber who's local to me. I watch my friend Ponce sometimes. I watch Fred Minnick, who talks about bourbon mostly. I watch Loco, who talks about Twitch mostly. I watch Sometimes I watch AKA Mike B. Phony. I watch Girl with the Dogs 2 and Girl with the Dogs. Also, there's a new cat video on Girl with the Dogs 2, so I'm going to watch that tonight. I watch The Metal Theologian, who mostly he's just dad who sits in his living room and talks about his record collection. I watch CoffeeZilla and Voidzilla, respectively. I watch Jesse Cox sometimes. I watch Some More News. Look Mom No Computer. Jeff Gerstmann, although I mostly listen to his podcast, less than watching him. Continuing to scroll down, my subscribers, I watch Gamers Nexus. I watch Carl Jobst. My phone's vibrating. Why is this? Vibrated twice in quick succession. Hey, it's my mom. I knew it. It's twice in quick succession. 9 out of 10 times my mom. Apparently my hot peppers are sprouting. My mom planted hot peppers for me 6 weeks ago, and they're finally starting to sprout. I watch a gardening channel called Home Gardeners. I watch Not Just Bikes, City Nerd, Video Game Donkey, NFKRZ, No Fuckers. I watch Touche Sitch. I sometimes watch Splattercat, so I'm sub to him, but I don't watch everything that he does, unless it's a roguelike or a game that I'm interested in. Watch Ambiguous Amphibian sometimes, but again, it has to be a game I'm interested in. I watch a hi-fi channel called Posey. I watch Techmoan, V Westlife. I watch Burback, both of his channels. LGR. I'm literally just scrolling down my sub box, and every time I see a new channel pop up, I shout out the name. Nextlander, although I would just listen to their podcasts more than anything. No Clip. A couple radio stations, like music. And now I'm mostly just getting repeats. Yeah, that's about it. NFKRZ was, in fact, a, meme montage maker at one point, yes. The Sphinx Cat video? Yeah, that's a really good education video from Girl with the Dogs. Wait, what's an unfortunate response from whom? Not watching other people who are similar to you? Or from the audience? I think personally it's more rewarding to be creative on my own terms and not have to worry about copying other people. So, just my own take. So we're sending my Mark's Dwarves over here. It's a pretty easy trap to fall into, is the simple version. I like that. I just see a dwarf running into my water reservoir. I'm like, There you go. Start training, dwarves. Open fire. What are we shooting at? Flying steel bolt hits the giant bat in the lower body, tearing the muscle in the stomach. Let's try moving them a little bit further up. We're going to run out of bolts pretty quick, I think. But this is going to be real good training for my dwarves. Ambiguous Amphibian raided me a bunch of times when Dwarf Fortress was launching and apparently had been watching my YouTube channel for years, and that blew my mind. I was like, oh my god. One of the bigger fanboy moments I've had in recent memory. Actually, maybe I screwed up. I'm in an ad break in a minute, so just gonna... Let's just go up to right here. So I need to get around to a different angle so I can shoot at them from, like... I want to be a little lower down. I also need to go over to here on this side, and we'll make another battlement right there. The dwarves walk off high ledges and caverns. No, not really. Not unless they're pushed or forced off. Not unless they're pushed or forced off. Here's some of the unique things I've built. Chat, what's some of the more unique things I've built in Dwarf Fortress? I don't know. What's unique? I don't know what other people do, really. I don't build squares. I guess that's unique. Or at least I don't really build squares. I built a Twitch stream. Does that count? Coin cannon is fun. That's not unique, though. I didn't come up with that. Okay, the rock pot cannon was pretty funny. True, actually, force thawing an ocean is pretty unique. Chat room, I gotta go turn my tomato lights off. Ah. Love to see all those top hats. There was very few earlier. It's been this last week of February. I can really tell that we're in tax season. But yes, it is nice to see all the hats in chat. All right. And my mayor's tantrum. Go figure. Oh, figure. Internet crapped out. Now on chat only. Hope you didn't wait to okay a dwarf. Nope, I did definitely give you a dwarf though. You are a single parent, and you are I want to say it's Dominoc's parent. Yes. You are Dominock's mom. So if you see Dominock in chat, you can say hi, kid. But your dwarf's partner died, unfortunately. Although, actually, if you're in chat only, you wouldn't be able to hear this. Duh. Also, chat room, as always, if you'd like to help out the stream, if you share it around to your friends and tell people to tune in, that'd be very helpful. And the main reason for that is, I don't know, just averages in general have been down today. I'm trying to figure, did like a bunch of big games come out recently or something? Because usually when there's big releases that aren't Dwarf Fortress, people go watch other things for a bit. It's like the deadest season of last year was when Baldur's Gate came out. Which is kind of funny. It's like the worst month of the year for me was actually my birthday. Did I resize the screen? Shit. Hold on, let me restart the game real quick. Yeah, I know Helldivers 2 is out, but like, I didn't have my view count went up when Palworld came out as an example. So just because a game's selling super well doesn't necessarily mean people don't tune into mine. Although, that might have also just been Pal World. Because literally everybody was in my chat because they were sick of watching Pal World within minutes. Maybe people like watching Helldivers, I don't know. I almost bought Helldivers, but then I looked at how good the servers are and then realized that like 80% of the streams were just staring at a cannot connect to server screen. I was like, I'm good right now, I think. I'll wait for them to unfuck that game. I still don't, I genuinely do not understand why people like watching those Deep Rock Galactic Survivors games, or just Survivors games in general. But yeah, no, there is people watching that, you are correct. I guess it's like shiny, basically. It's like watching a slot machine, kinda. I resized my screen accidentally, so I'm restarting the game real quick so that it fixes my resolution, rather than trying to get it back to being pixel perfect, because it'll bother me. See, it's wrong button. Oh, probably, yeah. Tanker. Dwarf Fortress is like, it's like single player fast forward D&D, but SimCity until Fortress Adventure mode's out. Basically, I'm just sitting here and waiting for Adventure mode to release. Like, that's kind of the mode I'm in at this point. And I'm kind of just expecting things to slow down before they speed up, because whenever there's a big patch that's really close, this is, I don't know if this is like how people actually operate or if this is like just a subconscious thing that people do, but I find that when a big patch is close, people stop watching. Because they, and I do this too, like it's, and I used to do this a lot with RimWorld. Like when a big patch would get announced, I would just stop playing until the patch would release, because I would just be like, well, I don't want to play now until the patch is out. I don't know if any of you guys ever do that or feel that way about games, but at the very least, it's a way that I used to feel about RimWorld all the time, where it was like, well, I don't want to play until the patch be out, so. Okay, let's get you over here. You got over that quick? What, with Dwarf Fortress specifically, or just in general? Though you might still tune into streams to prep yourself. Yeah, fair. You get burnt out on games. Yeah, you've been in touch and go since release, that's for sure. Like, you'll be here a whole lot for a little bit, and then you'll vanish for a little bit, and that's fine. Actually, hold on. I'm just going to pause this one down here. So I want the upper one to be done first. Let's also check ammo status. Okay, everybody still got ammo. That's good. Uh-oh. You don't think you can get... Oh, no, you absolutely can get in here. Send the military over there. So we just discovered a whole bunch of enemies, probably. Yeah, this one dude, and yeah, just a few that are right here. That's all. So now these dwarves can just sit here on this upper layer, just firing bolts. And this is going to be a really quick way to train up my Marks dwarves. Now, the benefit of this is if I can get this area completely locked off and defended, then all I really need to do if I want to train Marks dwarves is just go park them in these towers. And they will just fire bolts away. The problem is I'm like immediately just going to lose all of my bolts. Like they might as well be gone now. However, after having a ton of gin and good burgers, what'd you miss? Things have calmed down a little bit because I was able to conquer the caverns, more or less. Release the magma. Oh, yeah. I could also release the magma, yeah. But I'm trying to just train the dwarves right now. The giant toads mess you up, as in, like, you think they're funny? You wander in and out of so many hobbies that you never know what games are out of their status, and you wandered back to your content when you finished up an art project and you were on board games for a while. Oh no, that's fair. I mean, like it's less of a like when I talk about this subject. For clarity, I'm not bitching that people aren't watching. It's more just curiosity, right? It's like, what are people watching? Where have people gone? Did I piss people off? Or is something popular, you know? Because, like, yesterday was really slow, but it started off really fast, and it got really slow when I rambled about politics for, like, 90 minutes. And, like, so for the rest of the day, I'm sitting there going, like, did I fuck up, or was yesterday just slow? I think yesterday was just slow. But, like, I don't know. Today has just been kind of slow all day. Let's check ammo. And some of them are running out of ammo, so they're going to go get more. Although I think we're going to just start running out of ammo pretty soon. These squatties over here definitely got to kill one toad. Fighting happening currently. Let's just close this and reopen it. Uh-oh. Oh, there's the thing is, World of Warcraft has overlap with literally everything. World of Warcraft is just one of those games that's just kind of popular because it's popular. I gotta say, this is a really, 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 really efficient way of, like, running out of bolts, but also a really, really, really effective way of training my Marks dwarves. All right, let's send all these dwarves back to training. And when they peace out of here, when they're done and ready to move on, we can do this again. They're a similar age. Yeah, no, I could see that. I think that there's just a ton of overlap with WoW and everything because WoW is popular. And most people who play WoW play other games because it's a game that has a very large core audience. Let's get those furniture stockpiles I wanted to make going. And let's also... Caveman Duck, have you heard about the secret sneaky third YouTube channel I made recently that is exclusively audio content? I also, like, I guess I could recommend my lore videos, but I haven't made any of those in a while on YouTube. And also the... like, Arch Crystal read-through and such. Okay, so now that I've done that... we're going to make a furniture stockpile down here. Okay, let's check how we're doing on bedrooms. Still pretty bloody short. Also, I was going to make a dormitory over here for the military and completely forgot. I'm actually kind of curious about how the lock stockpiles are looking. No, there's still piles of them over here, but hey, we're getting improvement. She fixed an ache you didn't even know you had. It's amazing how the body just starts to ignore pain. I got a really nice compliment actually about the horror channel that I've started, saying that my voice acting is really good, and they asked me if I'd done any work before, and I was like, no. What? That was just a comment I got on Mastodon. Also, it's just fun to like. Well, actually, that's not technically true now that I think about it. I was in a video game once. I was an Easter egg in Unmetal, which is a game that a friend of mine was doing production work on, and asked if I wanted to be a creator DLC for that game. And so I guess I have done a voice acting thing once. I did a voice acting thing once. I am in a free DLC for a Metal Gear Solid parody. But you need to know my username and a cheat code to get me. So I'm pretty sure I am probably the only person who's played through that game and seen that. All right, so there are zombies up here, but they're pretty passive and not aggressively moving towards us. We do have traders coming in. Here's hoping we can get some trading done. Then you don't know me that well. I do not like playing D&D whatsoever. Holy shit, a giant ostrich! That's a big burb. My God. Holy fuck, man. Sorry, I haven't really, I've only seen camels and birds. But there's just a bunch of giant ostriches. Catch it with what? Here, I'll throw some cage traps out by the front door, but, like, don't get your hopes up. Big burb? Sure. Yeah. Terrified while in conflict. Uh-huh. Make it a pet? Can't, it's not that easy, unfortunately. But if it wanders into one of my traps, I'll absolutely look into it. I can't just, like, click it and be like, pet. That's not how the game works. That always kind of makes, chat always seems to make it sound that way, and that's just not how game work. I thought, why is there no OnlyFans, though? And then well, then there is... What? Swallowed Sun, I am extraordinarily confused by everything I've just read. Thank you. Extraordinarily confused by everything you've typed into my chat in the last 10 minutes. So... Thank you. About everything that for all of this. What's up, Freeways? How's things, dude? I'm glad I'm not the only person who's like, what? You know, I'm just gonna sell all of my bins. I mean, not all of them, but a good number of them. Basically all the finished goods bins. It's all just mostly clothing and crafts anyway. Not the cloth bins. Let's do that. This reminds me of the time that I discovered Vapors.tv was a Twitch competitor. That also, by the way, no longer exists and hasn't existed for a very, very, very long time. How many written choirs do I have? One, all those, all these. I'm just taking a glance to see if there's any like unwritten choirs. Okay, so 46 choirs is what I have. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 15 choirs. Let's do iron book binding. Let's do 15 and then bind book. 15. Do that. Please, dwarves. Oh, deep sea fishing meets with our new outpost liaison, Arab, because we killed the last one. Well, things have calmed down. I think it's time for us to become a baron. And you know what? Chat room, should I make Walnut the Baroness? Or do we want like a goblin baron? I could just straight up give us a goblin. Actually, hold on. Let me check the goblin. Goblin, are you a good baron? Gob. What do you dream of, Gob? Crafting a masterwork someday? I like this. Greatly values peace over war. I understand why you're a dwarf and not a goblin. All right, we're making the gob. Actually, hold on. What do you like? References. Crowns and anvils. Maces, barrels, crowns, and anvils. Goblin Baroness. Let's go. She's going to rule us with an iron fist. And what do I want to request? What do I want to request? I'm going to request platinum nuggets. That's it. They want anvils and cheese. Oh boy. It's a weird sandwich. You always request crystal glass. I already have clear glass here, so we have crystal glass at home. Crystal glass at home. It's clear glass, not crystal glass. It's a pain to make. I don't have any rock crystal on the map, so yeah. I would agree that would in fact be a pain to make. The problem here is, though, I'm gonna have to trade up here. Basically, I'm gonna have to trade on the surface. Trading is going to be a pain in the buttocks. So I should probably just get this going right now before I really have to think about it too much. Speaking of things being a pain, how's my military doing? This dwarf really wants to practice a craft. Is there anybody I can replace you with? I think we will place Alath with you. Dwarf, you can go retire. This dwarf just really doesn't seem to like being in the military. Dwarf for you? What kind of dwarf do you want for you? How do you learn to let go and let your dwarves die? Remember that there's more dwarves where that came from? That's a good question. I don't know. Like if you're really attached to a dwarf, like I've had, not like actual like, grieving periods for dwarves or anything silly, but I've certainly been sad when dwarves have died. I've certainly felt that before. And this is going to be connected to the Ranger Guild, which is the Leaf of Flights. No, I know what you mean, Jesse. I do know exactly what you mean. Like when your population is real low and then suddenly you just lose a whole bunch of dwarves all at once and it's like, oh my god. Actually, that's not really what I wanted to do. This should be a barracks, technically, because I want the military to sleep in this, not an actual dormitory. Okay, so who's training in this barracks? Manners of Loving. Actually, hold on. Since it's right here, I thought, for some reason, I thought this half was the guild hall, that half's the guild hall, so I can actually just connect this here. And then just allow them to sleep here. To mild annoyance. That's pretty brutal. The whole, like, your sadness is just mild annoyance instead of sadness. That is pretty damn brutal, dude. Let's just get some doors placed in. Let's also make some more beds. I mean, if it's a dwarf that you genuinely liked, yeah, I could see that being kind of rough. Oh my god. I just keep forgetting how much lava is right here. Okay, so we are out of wood. I need to go down here. There we go. Go down to here. Get all these done. Get that done. Go. A scholar. Sorry, I've been between things. I don't have any. I could give you Dastot or Kogun, if you'd like one of those, or I could give you a new dwarf as a scholar. Although I have no idea if they'll like the job, and if they hate it, I'll have to remove them. How about Fight God, the proficient mechanic? 3 ways. Any peasants? How do you go from scholar to peasant? I could give you Dastot, the peasant, as a scholar. It's funny, there's 2 kinds of people. Give me your best military dwarf with the biggest beard possible and the highest alcohol tolerance, and if I die in 10 minutes, I will immediately ask for another dwarf, and then there's the rest of you. Any peasants? 3 ways. Cracks easily under pressure, forms only fleeting and rare emotional attachments and bonds with others, is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, is brave in the face of imminent danger and often feels envious of others. He often feels envious of others and tries to keep his things orderly. He tends to be passive in discussions, and he is somewhat quarrelsome, and he's bothered by this since he values friendship. He enjoys the company of others and prefers that everyone present himself. He prefers to present himself modestly and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind working outdoors at least for a time. He personally finds that nature is somewhat disturbing, values knowledge, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes obsidian, fine pewter, and A ghost has finally been put to rest. Wow. He likes scepters, anvils, and yaks for their shaggy hair, and the words of the faded ash on the side of the twinkling cave. When possible, prefers to consume mango wine and absolutely hates slugs. And he's currently chugging wine out of a glass goblet. As for family, you worship the god of death. You're a member of one of the 3 religions to the god of death. You don't have any friends in the fort, but you do have some passing acquaintances. And your hair is incredibly straight. Welcome to the fort. I think your miner is dead, Zwari. Yeah, you died during the great raids of the you died during the great raids from the cavern creatures. Okay, I've got tons of steel bolts. We are good for ammo. Can you get mango wine eventually? No promises. Literally 0 promises, in fact. Apparently there's combat happening. Oh, shit. Something was just fighting with these things. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna try and fight these corpses. Let's get the whole military down here. Just about everybody is just about as geared up as they're going to get. Quite literally, yes, everybody is as geared up as they're going to get. Aside from the backpacks, which is fine. Mango wine does sound delicious. I had a jalapeno mango ale once, which was pretty scrumptious. Dwarf, where are you going? Dwarf, where are you going? Here comes most of the dwarfstists. Did I have a necro raid? Nope, I had necromancer visitors and the elves attacked. Boss, right now is not the time. Holy shit. I do not know. I'm not a wine drinker. I can't say I've ever had fresh mango directly from the tree. I have had a fresh papaya directly from a tree once, though. That was wonderful. All right, the dwarves are chasing in. Chat room, how many casualties do you think we're going to have from 1 to 10? One of the dwarves decided to not wear their helmet, but that's okay. Most of the dwarves are pretty well armed. We are all competent. These are unarmed elves. Dwarves charge. The first, this one is actually a religious figure. In fact, they are a holy crypt of a similar religion to us. Which is kind of crazy, actually. They're a member of the Growth of Reputations, and they worship the same god as part of the same religion as us. The dwarves are beating the ever-living shit out of the first one. I am seeing blood appearing. It's fortunately not my dwarf's blood. The elf is severely injured. I'm not seeing any dwarf blood on the ground, which is a good sign. I am seeing bolts flying at pretty close range, however. Teeth flying everywhere. It appears that the first elf has fallen. The dwarves are now moving on to the second one and continuing to spread out between the different fighting spots. If I look at the actual combat log, this one is bleeding heavily. The militia captain attacks the Crypt Biter corpse, but he rolls away. The Crypt Biter corpse scratches the dwarf, the Marksdwarf in the head. Well, this is why you bring a helmet, dwarf. We talked about this. God damn it, man. Although you did kill a giant cave toad once, so I'm sure you're an expert. I'm sure you know what you're doing. This dwarf, on the other hand, has attacked twice, but it rolled away. God damn, this thing is really good dodging. Of course, it is legendary in a bunch of things. So these are actually quite tough because of the fact that they're legendary and all these things. This one is just hanging out, doesn't have any combat skill, but these ones that have combat skill are actually like kind of scary. The dwarves are continuing to fight, chasing them around. Bits and pieces are flying off of them, specifically this one. I'm suddenly actually really worried about my dwarves. Kubak here is bleeding because they got struck in the head. Struck in the head, and something was jammed through their skull. I'm sorry. Was Axdorf struck in the upper arm, jamming the bone through the right shoulders and twisting the bone. Ow. Dwarves are continuing to chase. It appears that 2 of them have fallen. We do have a couple of injured dwarves. However, we were able to take out the 2 that are hostile. And just to double check, there is nothing hostile on the map left. So, that was slightly concerning. Let's send the dwarves back to staggered training and claim everything on the surface. Can I get a round of beers for these dwarves? So far, none of them have died, but I wouldn't quite write everybody off as safe just yet. It appears that Cog, Toulon, and Thigh-Cut, Kubak, Ushrir, and Catan are all injured. Seriously injured, but I don't see anybody pale, so that's good. Uh-oh. Thigh-Cut was found dead, so we did lose at least 1 dwarf here. Rest in peace, Thigh-Cut. Oh, something else I gotta do. Gotta turn this burrow off. There we go. We do, in fact, have recover wounded jobs rolling. Laya's coming up to get one of them, so we'll follow Laya. It's just a really long walk to go rescue them. Also, guess what, chat? We got 1, 2 lady giant ostriches. So, clap. We caught Big Burb. Holy shit. Look at all these arrows. Oh my god. I'm just going to, trade, however. Oh. The giantess Slatsu, also Mozos has come, a giant creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. Do you have any fun toys at the very least, giant? Well, you have a child, who I haven't killed because I haven't seen any other giants. You're naked. You have nothing fun? Come on, giant. Has 11 kills, killed a bunch of elves and a human once. Wow, went on easy mode, I guess. What a coward. We'll tell my squaddies to stab it to death. Hopefully they can get back up here in time. My guys are at site. Yep, I am aware. I'm sure this could go terribly. Oh, look. It's Iral. It's currently getting chased. Let's jump down here and see if I can trade, just real quick. Yes, I can. I just want to get the trading done. I buy the rose gold and as much of the cloth as I can afford. The anvils, the meat, the fish, the plump helmets, the leaves, the capers, the onions, and the silk. All right, let's follow this giant. Fortunately, giants aren't that strong, so I'm not too concerned. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's slightly worrisome. War dog runs by, fights briefly with it. Oh, actually, hold on. It's actually getting attacked by those neutral elves, in fact. So this neutral elf, who's now bleeding because it got punched pretty bad, was actually stunning the creature. This dwarf punched the giant in the right lower arm, then got grabbed by its grabbed by the upper front teeth with her left hand. So she grabs him by the mouth and throws him, and he slammed into a wall. Ow! That looked. Whoop! Dwarf, are you good over there, mate? I guess so. Was thrown again. This time again by the teeth. Doggo was thrown too. Did you also grab? Oh, you grabbed him by the paw. Okay, well that makes sense. Dwarves are still continuing to fight with the dwarves are just kind of dogpiling it. We got the 2 elven zombies as well as the war dog as well as some peasants, and it appears to be exhausted and winded and on the ground, which means it's dead. Rest in peace, you dumb. I didn't even need my military, see? Giants are weak. I maintain this. Like, real weak. Although we did lose a leather worker. Well, that's a shame. You think the zombies were the MVP there? Oh yeah, no, they just kept stunning it. Also, the dog died as well. Yeah, no, the zombies are pretty good guard dogs, I'm not gonna lie. So you think you saw a third one step on a trap? Yeah, it looks like we got a third one. Got 3 giant ostrich. Not nearly as funny as giant emus, but still very funny. Oh, they've embarked on their journey. Rip the trading. All right, let's work on that furniture. Well, actually, no, it's just gonna be a lot of hauling jobs for a minute, I think. A lot of picking up equipment and a lot of putting stuff away. We'll see you later, Bastet. Chat, I have a question, just because Bastet just said this. Do you schedule when you do laundry? I kind of just forget that people do laundry, and then once every 2 weeks I go, oh shit, I should probably do laundry. Very calm demeanor. Is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Is a friendly individual and is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and is slow to trust others. Is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and focus on the great activity. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's kind of how I operate too. It's like when I start to run out of clothes, it's like, ah, shit, I should do laundry. We are a family of 4. Laundry is continuous. True. Yeah, I guess if you have a larger family, it's more constant state of being than like, today I'll do laundry. So many doors we get. With 3 adults. Losing the schedule from that hasn't happened yet. Okay. You don't expect it will ever, I mean, once you get into a habit of a thing, it's, yeah, people generally don't stop. Curious about something. Nero Keys, what's your... Dabbling leader. Dabbling archer, marks dwarf kicker. I'm gonna try and do a thing. I think I might try and capture a place and then send my dwarves to go keep control over it. This was a location that I attacked and lost a bunch of dwarves in, which was bad. Oh, I think we are going to go raid this, and I'm going to try and steal livestock. I'm going to send this squad. Not that late. Thomas, not the train. Oh boy, the wereskink Attic has Candosimo has come. A large skink twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow fuchsia. Its sandy top scales are jagged and close set. You will know why you fear the night. See, now that is scarier than literally anything else that's happened all day. Especially because of this. Well, that ain't good. Yeah, accurate. that real bad, in fact. Wereskinks are adorable, though. I will tell you that. Or skinks in general are adorable. All right, where's this skink? Berserk. I like how it's Atek learned Echo. 62 kills. God damn, dude. Mostly animals. Killed a duck. "247 years old. Was originally a member of the Venerable Nations." All right, well, it's just kind of standing there. Okay. Street bow and this thing. It attacks the Holy Earth, but it jumps away. Who's Strebo? And Holy Earth attacks it. An animal caretaker, it strikes the wereskink in the right hand with his iron pick, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Why didn't you get his teeth? Well, wereskink bites the animal caretaker. Well, that's what you get, I guess. Bit. The animal caretaker strikes the wereskink in the head with his iron pick, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Damn, dude. Damn. Wow. You poor dwarf. If only you were slightly quicker. That dwarf is a goddamn hero. Let me tell you. That dwarf is an absolute hero. What's the name of that dwarf is the question. I will just give you the nickname Wereskink. Stuco's Helmspriced. Dwarf born of unknown parentage. Like, I can't make your life any better, but... What am I going to do with him now? I have to figure that out. I need to think of something. I might remove every other miner and get him to lock himself off. Yeah, this dwarf, so. I might do that. Lock him in a personalized room. That's kind of all I really... Well, I can't do that because, I mean, he will destroy his own stuff, but I could try and, like, give him as nice an area as possible. Came and rested in bed. I have to stare at the moon, make him a mini fort. It's always way harder than that because they topple their own items once a month, right? Which makes it really difficult to actually practically make them make their own fort. But I can try. We do have enough glass that I could try. I know I just keep saying I could try, but someone just got promoted to manager. No. No, he would topple his office stuff, his office furniture once a month. Trust me, you do not want to give them a role, Chestnut. And the reason you don't want to do that is because what'll happen is inevitably when they are stuck in a room by themselves, they will slowly go insane. And there will be a point where they want to attend a meeting with somebody or go speak with somebody. And when that happens, they will just get stuck in that job for all eternity and then won't be able to do their job anymore. Could they topple any sort of material? Anything that isn't an artifact, yes. Or a locked door, I guess. Also need empty cages. Let's do wooden cages. Yeah, I really like the were creature sprites. Some of my favorites in the game. Okay, so you had a bone reset, or you got evaluated by a bone doctor. Apparently I don't have assigned dwarves in all these positions. Let's get Gordy and Medtob in as doctors. Let's get Talon and Casper in as diagnosers. And let's get... Actually, never mind. Medtob, you're going to be a surgeon because you're a high master surgeon. Same with Clockworks. Chat room, if anybody knows, can you please tell me when the next full moon is? Or check the wiki.
I will climb the ladder to success. Success. The PPR, the power of positive real estate. You're appreciated.
Cheers. How you doing, Pseudo Giraffe? It's been a minute. Yeah, I haven't seen you all week. You've been all right. Been a good week, but also it's like I described it earlier. It's one of those weeks where like everything has been more stressful than it should be, even stuff that shouldn't logically be stressful. Yeah, if anybody could look up when we're currently on the 19th of the 20th of Sandstone. If anybody could look up when the next full moon is going to be, that would be very helpful. Make that the 21 in a moment. Assuming you're just getting clothing. Yep, you are in fact doing that. Hate the timber, oh boy. Actually, we'll just do this. better half has been looking for new wheels, and it's been a trip. Gotcha. She signs tomorrow. What kind of what kind of wheels did you settle on? Chat room, can I get a round of beers, by the way, for a suited giraffe with the 15 months at tier 3? Come on, Dwarf. Please don't cause the downfall of this fort. It's 100% guaranteed, 100% guaranteed death. There is no resisting the wear syndromes. I might actually just need to lock him outside. I think I will do that. Just until the full moon is over? I'll just follow this dwarf. My mayor is throwing a tantrum. God damn, I wonder why. Okay, now you're... Wait, actually, maybe I don't need to do it. On the 26th, he's gonna go dig now. Lock him in a temporary room. Mate, I'm literally doing that, don't worry. I'm literally doing that. Okay, so the area that he's gonna go dig is right here. Got a door on it. Just needs a bed. Although he's not going to go dig where I thought he was going to go dig. So I need to figure out where else I've got set to dig. Ah, this. This should be priority 1. Why would you be digging down there? Ah, that would be why. Battery's going to his bedroom because he is going to go store owned items, so I might just be able to do that anyway. We'll have a cure for were creatures. You know, why? How do you? Chat is like impressive at how frequently they can ask me for things that I have absolutely no idea. I have absolutely no idea. They have never once talked about a cure for were creatures. If you want a cure for were creatures, disable them at World Gen. Got 7 days. There we go. Done. Sorry, Dwarf. The whole point of being a were creature is it's a curse, right? It's a curse that's bestowed upon dwarves by the gods, or god. It is a punishment for wrongdoing. So I don't think it'll ever be curable. But yeah, I have no idea. Maybe. In regards to that, I have absolutely no idea when or if ever we will see a cure for were creatures. Dwarf's getting thirsty. Here, duder. I'll let you smooth your walls at the very least. If you'd like to. I unfortunately cannot give you alcohol, though, but what I can do is I can make you an airlock. And put a stockpile right here with alcohol and food in it. What's happening with this dwarf? They're a wereskink. Chat room, my dumbass just realized I forgot to eat lunch and there's an ad break hitting in 24 seconds. I will be back in 90 seconds, plus a minute and 24 seconds. I need to go get my... Okay. I don't really give a shit. Food is food. I eat food when I have to, and I'm on a pretty strict food schedule diet because my body is falling apart faster than most people's. So. Doesn't matter what you call it. I just need food at a pretty frequent clip. Although brunch will forever have a happy place in my heart. I need to make my royalty happy. Because I have a baroness now. That being said, I think brunch, if I'm being honest. Why did I lock up this poor guy? The game will explain that in about 90 seconds. When it comes to brunch, I think it's more of a... To me, the word brunch reminds me of, like, getting together with my extended family before I, like, started to stop getting along with them and going to a diner or Denny's or, like a diner-type restaurant and getting breakfast buffet at, like, 11 in the morning. That's why I like the word brunch. That's why we locked it up. Because he's a wereskink. Denny's, as far as I know, is the only still actively existing chain of diners that still exist. And Target failed because Target is like not providing anything interesting or different. Target is just identical to every other big box store. And we already have like a dozen of those that are unique to Canada. There's nothing unique about Target. If anything, I would say Target kind of just sucks. It's just not a great it's just not a great place in general. Specifically, we used to go to ABC, and ABC doesn't exist here anymore. There you go, Dwarf. So if you get thirsty, you can do that. I'm going to put an Anything Goes temple right here, which is the willful learning. So you can go pray if you want. Why is my body falling apart? You should ask my body that question. I can't tell you. Because I have autoimmune disorder. Most of my internal organs aren't fully functional due to a birth defect. Yeah, I rolled to use nerd terms that most people understand, I rolled a nat 0 on the genetic lottery. Maybe a 1, actually, because I'm functional, but I rolled pretty freaking low. No problem, Clockworks. You're also now officially a doctor. Uh-oh. We also have a vampire. Well, that's exciting. Wet Pet was found completely drained of blood. Hold on, let me check my visitors first. Well, it's not you. Elfie's clothing is falling off because she, like, has, like, what's the word? Elfie's clothing is falling off because she can't pick up new clothes. All right, well, not the first one, second one. The first one was a very, 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 very obvious necromancer. Like, literally walked in and I was like, I'll bet you it's this person. I was right. Let's poke around and see if I can find somebody suspect. Just wondering if we have a visitor who's just named, like, Vampire or something. Also, I have a human who's lying about their name. Hold on. Also, a bunch of crimes I must convict, including one on my mare. 2 on my mare. There you are. I've got a crime against this human. Okay. get to find this vampire. Although they can't be that good of a vampire, because I haven't been elected mayor yet. What's the story with this mayor and crime sprees? The fortress was in a state of disrepair for a really long time, and I ignored the fact that he needed a better bedroom and office. And he got kind of tantrumy because I never gave him a better bedroom or office. Literally, that's it. There really isn't too much more to say about the whole thing. I didn't give him a nice enough office and quick enough. This is going to be the Baron's. Probably the Baron's bedroom, and then office will be the layer below. Or, no, this will be the Baron's throne room office, and then we'll do the other stuff in the lower layers. Runs a corrupt prison, guards turned him in. There you go. Question is, am I going to immediately start seeing multiple dwarves dying of blood loss? That is the question. One of those elf zombies on the surface is fighting with a vulture. Yep, the mayor's still in prison. You know, it's nice to see politicians go to prison once in a while, let's be honest. When engraving a dwarf's, fill a dwarf's need to craft. Yep, but you can only engrave things once. If you have a bunch of dwarves with the need for crafting, you should make a guild hall for crafts dwarves, and then make it so that anybody in the fortress can enter it. So make it so any citizens can go into the guild hall, and the result will be they'll all go into the guild hall and they'll all learn crafting, which will fill the need to some degree for crafting. It'll also allow dwarves to teach, so dwarves who have a need to teach and learn things as well will also fill that need to a degree. Guild halls are a very underutilized skill, basically. Uh-oh. A little worried that some dwarves have died on the way out to war. What do you need? Need stitches? What do you need? You need the ability to stand. What do you need? Oh my lord. It's mobilization. Am I missing stuff? I've got no crutches. Oh, and no, I'm out of splints and crutches. All right, well, iron splints it is. A lot of a certain type of artifact? Yeah. No, I mean, that's, I think, one of the easier ways to convince people to make artifacts, but yeah. Or easier ways to convince people to make guild halls is just point out the fact that you can basically guarantee artifacts that way. Because dwarves will make artifacts based on their best skill, right? Still working on all that clothing. Good lord. Shit's slow. I guess I just am kind of like short on silk and yarn. Also not like interested in binding books. Chat, remind me, book bindings are done at craft store shops, right? They are, in fact. Is it just a lack of books that's, or... All right, no, I guess it just was taking that long for those jobs to work their way through the order of operations, I suppose. I'm also gonna make some more craft store shops. And then down here, this is going to be a real big furniture stockpile. Except there won't be any rock pots in here. But everything else is going to go into here. And I'm also going to move my gem cut, or at least one of my gem cutter shops, my encrusting shop up here. Although, I should also probably move my stockpile up here if that's the case. Which is currently sitting right here. Yeah, that won't be too difficult. We'll do that. I'm just going to go down to here. Grab you. Grab you. Get rid of a little chunk right here. I'm going to move you up right here. Mudstone. Sure, that's fine. I'm gonna put a little square right there. And just say, gems, no bins, please. And then I'm going to make a second little stockpile right here. And I'm going to call it gems, no bins, please. We're gonna go back down. I'm gonna go here. I'm going to delete this track stop. I'm gonna go here. I'm going to delete this stockpile. I'm gonna go here. And I'm going to delete this stockpile. And I'm going to go back up. And I'm going to go to here, and I'm going to look for my gems. Rock, blocks. Okay, I think it's literally just route 3. Let's double check. Nope, that's refused. Blocks you... How about route 4? It's route 4. Gems is what I'm going to call it, all caps. Except route 4. Wait, shit. Which one did I just delete then? Oh boy. I really wish I actually liked this stockpile UI. I feel like nobody complains about this UI, and it hurts me that nobody complains about this UI. I just deleted something and I don't know what it was. This UI definitely needs some love. Route 4 here. The thing is, you'll never get undo redo. Undo redo is something that you quite literally need to write into the game or the UI from the ground up. And that is something this game has never had, so as nice as it would be, I don't think we'll ever see that ever. Someone clip it, that'd be nice. Tell me which one I deleted. You just realized you have to run bingo today at your volunteer workplace? So that sucks. Good luck. Okay. And right up here, do a jeweler. Where can you find them? Like in-game? They don't exist in-game. But they're literally just any metal weapon. It's literally like the... Also, the soldiers came back, but we lost most of them. It's literally just armor, headwear, legwear, handwear, footwear, shields, bucklers, individual choice weapon, or ranged, depending on which one you select. And the archer's one is exactly the same, except it's not individual choice weapon. It's a ranged weapon. Individual choice ranged. Okay, so Nero Plays was outmatched. Quizitipo was struck down by a blind cave ogre. Yeah, so it looks like we lost 4 dwarves to blind cave ogres. That's unfortunate. Guess we kept 3. I'll throw you back. Throw you into the military. You into the military. You in the military. You in the military. Apparently, I have a bunch of dwarves with some military experience. Blind cave ogres are strong. Yep. Nero Keys, you are still alive. You just failed your squad. That's all. Thanks for the $3.
Rip.
You kind of said, or at least your squad said, Leroy Jenkins. Thank you very much for the first bits in 3 hours, but the first notification of money in 30 minutes. The last one was a resub from Suited Giraffe. Before Suited Giraffe, it was 3.5 hours ago. Probably close to 4 now. I wonder if blind cave ogres can talk. I've never tried talking to one. It would have to be an adventure mode thing. What? I just got a very confusing email sent to my, I'm just gonna see if I can figure out what the hell. I'm just gonna read this out word for word because I don't know what it means. I'm also trying to figure out what account it's talking about. Your video verification is no longer saved in your Google account. Your video verification submitted to be able to use advanced YouTube features is no longer needed, and your video has been deleted from your YouTube account. However, I guess YouTube has changed their verification policies. Interesting. That's weird. Anyway, what kind of dwarf would you like, Zwari? Shame you didn't let somebody else have it, but is what it is. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Nero Keys with the $3 in bits? You know, there's a rule in this chat. More of a culture thing, though. If you see somebody throw money at streamer, you post beers. Do I have to retrain you guys or something? A force that is both dark and vile has arrived and immediately left. I've been doing that a lot lately. Very kind to them, frankly. Is that dwarf in the military still got a scourge? No, I can tell you for a fact because we don't use scourges here. And that whole squad died twice, at least, if not more. So, no. Also, I've sold the Scourge, so... unfortunately, I can't give you the Scourge. That dwarf died a long time ago. In fact, I think that dwarf actually died before your dwarf died. Militia commander. Low demands indeed. Like I said, there's two kinds of people. Give me the most skilled militia commander specifically to my needs versus I want a peasant. Almost never feels discouraged, isn't given to flights of fancy, doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and does not really hate or develop does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Doesn't focus on material goods, isn't particularly ambitious, doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and can handle stress, is slow to anger and talks to inanimate objects when she's trying to remember something. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. You're eepy? All right, you have a good eepy then. We'll see you when you're done eeping. I will be doing a very short bonus stream Sunday morning. Just a heads up, Giraffe. We'll see you when we see you, dude. He prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity and sees merrymaking as a waste. Likes horn silver, bismuth bronze, heliodor, and glumprong wood, sheep's wool, and the color plum. Eight-sided prisms, shields, and cages, and crowns, and buckets, and water buffalo for their wallowing. Boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics, in the words of that faded ash, and the sound of the... brew of dusks, and she prefers to consume bayberry wine. Multiple ambushes curse all friends of nature. I just had to click that button a lot of times. Well, holy wow. That's like asking if StarCraft is better than Civilization. They're very different games, Banks. Different games for different people, usually. Well, this is a little bit ironic because I've just been informed by my dwarves that I need to chop down more trees to be able to do some wood crafting, so hold on. Chop these down. Okay, so I'll turn this on. Yeah, your military dwarf is about to be tested. This is true. What are they? Next game. Oh, geez. So, we're getting attacked by goblins and elves at the same time, and the elves are turning those goblins into red paste. Well, that's a good sign. This goblin they're trying to turn him into a pincushion, but the problem is, because he's got metal armor, it's mostly just deflecting it until they finally get, like, on top of him and just beat him to death. Are they still heading towards me, though? Yep, they are, in fact, still heading towards me. Well, how many military dwarves do I have? Got 10... Okay, I mean, we might be good. These guys are all still equipping their shit. They're also all very green. All right, chat. Pray for my dwarves. I think they're going to need it. Yeah. Shoutouts to Meng here, who's going full Leroy. Rest in tiny pieces, Meng and Fath. All right, dwarves, what the hell are you doing? We need to have a discussion. Also need to go to the surface and forbid everything. I mean... Elfie Bean, can you tell your husband to come back, please? I realize you can't move your arms, but, like, you should really... Unfortunately, there's literally nothing I can do about this. If they've decided they're going to pick up equipment from above ground, they're going to go do that. So Mincot here is dead. Nothing I can do. Absolutely nothing. This Goblin Bard's also probably dead, but fortunately that Goblin Bard isn't a member of my fort. There is, however, more goblins wandering in to the map. Oh, God. This is quite the... Why must you be this way? Are you going for bolts? No, you have bolts. I don't actually know why they are running to the surface. The thing is, with military, they ignore burrows, so really ain't much I can do about it. Yeah, it's not, bolts ain't the issue. Bolts definitely ain't the issue. What did I do to annoy the elves so much? Nothing really, aside from like gathering wood for charcoal. So it's annoy them, I guess. I don't know. I haven't been intentionally antagonizing them for whatever it's worth. Anyway, we're about to discover the fight. All right, well, Alban here is just going out to die, so good luck. Insist on walking this way. There ain't too much I can do. Hi, Shiny Links. A lot on your plate. It's good I still have good viewership numbers. It's funny that you say that. This is the worst viewership I've had in 2.5 months. Hey, look, a goblin is actually getting shot at. Well, that's kind of funny. Also, that's just a random... how did you get in here? Also, how did you get past all my soldiers? Anyway, there's just like a goblin thief. This is about to get really violent. Let's just send all of the military up and forward to right here so that the dwarves don't get separated. And it appears the Catan is up in the lead. So, chat room, can I get a real big Vile Force of Darknesses? Good luck. But thank you, regardless, Shiny Links. I hope you're doing well. No, it's Catan shouting charge, not you, Zwari. Well, you might be now, but Catan already shouted charge. Actually, Catan's probably shouting Leroy Jenkins or something to that degree. Although Catan is a member of your squad, so I would say Catan is doing a better job charging into battle than you are. However, Datan is right behind Catan, not to be confused. Watch like Zwari not even be here. Okay, no, Zwari is just terrified. Which is oddly funny. And did in fact bring her battle axe, but it is strapped to her upper body. We got Merlin buffs, several other dwarves running into battle as well. Catan's already in a martial trance, bites the elf bowman in the right lower leg, bruising the muscle through the Rami high boot. There's no way this is actually going to be a fair fight, but, you know, it is what it is. I've been putting so much dedicated effort into defending the caverns that, like, I've been kind of neglecting the surface to a degree. Catan is still in that martial trance. We also have Datan here, who isn't in a martial trance, who is also doing a very good job hacking the elves apart through their armor, because their armor is simply made of wood. Also, it seems like vast majority of these guys, at least the ones in the front row, are all carrying bows, which is actually really good, because they will just fire their arrows and then run away when they run out of ammo, which is actually very good for us. They're all firing their bolts out. The dwarves are doing a pretty effective job of dodging. That first elf who ran past everybody else is flying to pieces. Let's see if it has any final words. It is faint and bleeding heavily. The most recent thing that happened is the militia the militia captain hacks the elf bowman in the upper leg with her right foot, jamming the bone through the left hip's muscle. And, well, I guess that was you. In that case, Zwari. So the virginal silvers of tin, aka Zwari II, is doing a grand job. Are you even? Oh, you can't equip an axe. I need to remove you from the military because you have some partial paralyzation. You can't. Motor nerve has been severed. You cannot move your hand. Your ability to grasp is somewhat impaired. So because of this, you just have your axe strapped to your back. So you are shouting orders and probably drumming on the back of your shield and using your shield as a blunt force bashing weapon, or just simply kicking the elf in the leg. But you did kick the elf hard enough that it jammed the bone all the way up through the hip, which shattered the left hip. Ow. That is... Whew. Oh, you don't have to be a sub to charge. Just throw, I don't know, an a pickaxe emoji up or something. It's okay. I have to wait for a second because we're about to get hit by an ad, but hopefully we'll see. You know, it's funny. This I could literally make like a checklist for the way these conversations always go. Someone says something positive to me, I respond slightly positively with a negative bent, and then they respond with another positive thing. But it's always like the exact same words. It's kind of funny. Am strong? Yeah, sure. But thanks, Shiny Links. I don't know if you're seeing ads right now. You might be. You might not be. But if you're not, cheers. It's nice to have people popping back in. But it has been, it's been a long year. In a lot of ways. It is kind of funny, though, that I can still legitimately state that the thing that I said back in 2022 December is true. You know, when everybody was all like, man, Blind's streaming this game and doing real well. It's like, well, I'll be the only person left streaming it in a year. And most days that is true. Colophon's Crawl, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. Yeah, I am the only person with more than single-digit viewers in this game. And King Neokai, thank you very much for checking out 2 gifts. You don't have to shower me in presents. It is okay. We've done well today, friends. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Adventure Mode. It'll be nice. It'll be nice to get some excitement around here again. I'm a bit of a pessimist in general, so I always expect way less. So I'm pretty safely still sitting here going, I want Adventure Mode to, you know, be reminiscent of what Fortress Mode was like, but I don't think it's going to be. I think that there will definitely be, like, it'll be busy around here for like 2, maybe 3 weeks, but it's not going to be anywhere close to what December was. Nero Keys, thanks for gifting out a sub as well. You're very kind. All right, so the militia captain kicks that elf so hard in the foot, it jams the hip directly through the left hip's bone, which, that sounds really painful. That's the only way I can describe that. That just sounds really painful. Dwarves are moving forward directly through. We are following Zwery II, the shield-wielding bastard, ramming into the sides of the elven onslaught. We do have 2 dwarves now in a martial trance that I can see. We've got Bembul, the spear dwarf, who is stabbing an elf in the head with a tower. You're using a wooden spear. Well, now that's insult to injury on part of that elf there. I mean, imagine the embarrassment of that elf getting stabbed with a spear after their own. I have any thoughts on the Subaru Outback? Are you asking me about my thoughts on a car? Or are you asking about Pacific Drive? Spear Dwarf stabs the elf with a tower cap spear, tearing through the muscle and the persimmon wood head. Helm, welcome back, Linku. Stream's still going, yep. Only been 9.5 hours. I've never driven a car. Why would I have a car? YouTube would. Dwarves are moving through the volleys of arrows. This is gonna be fun to clean up, let me tell you. Well, you've heard my opinion now, MLG. Dwarves are slowly pushing through the elven line. Kind of wish I had more soldiers up here. How many dwarves do we really have? Not even that many. It's like a squad and a bit. But still just the 1 martial trance. Where did Catan end up? No longer in a martial trance. Well, that about checks out. Catan here. Well, at least this is good training opportunities. Zwery at the back. Most recently striking an elf in the left foot with a steel shield. Crushing it apart. Fight speeds up. It's like time itself is standing still. However, Neurokeys, the other militia captain, is in a martial trance, which is saving their life right now as they've become tired during the fighting. This dwarf is currently hacking at an elf bowman in the upper body with her steel battle axe, tearing apart the muscle. And if I look up here, as you can see, well, we've still got a lot left in this elven force. They continue to move forward through the wall of Viscera. I'm very worried about my dwarves because they're all getting tired. If they get tired, we will lose this fight. We also have a dwarf here, Kogan, who is now winded and nauseous. If you guys are trying to start a hype train, we need a third person to take part, because currently there's only been 2. What I really need is I need them to split. Oh, actually, hold up. Maybe they are. Let's see. Yep. Maybe. Seeing some elves moving backwards, which is a good sign. I'm seeing injuries on my dwarves now, which is not a good sign. We've got Nish here, who is in a martial trance. Specifically, Nish, Neurokeys, Zwari is up in the middle of the fray. Poulon has lost some armor. Kogan is dying. Scanning around to see who's still around. Fighting continues. My dwarves are all getting tired. Haven't seen us lose any dwarves yet, but everybody's getting overexerted. Are they at the very least running out of ammo? Okay, so most of these elves that are remaining are out of ammo, which is a really good sign for us. This one still has 23 arrows left. How about you? 2 arrows left. 10 arrows left. This dwarf is extremely overexerted. Is actually getting shaken around by that grizzly bear that just ran off just now. Datan here is still at full capacity, hacking at the elf bowman with her steel battle axe, and their arm sails off in an arc. Toulon here is exhausted and winded. Kokoroko is also exhausted and winded. Is actually just bashing at them with the crossbow because they're also out of ammo. Neurokeys is fighting through the side back here. Because they are overexerted, they're probably going to start taking damage pretty soon. In fact, they just got hit by a wooden arrow, but it was deflected by their steel greaves. Most recently, the captain hacked at the elf in the upper leg with a steel battle axe, fracturing the bone through the linen leggings. The force pulls the left leg, tearing apart the muscle, bruising the bone and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. A ligament has been torn and a tendon has been torn. I'm going to unpause the game, and the few remaining elves collapse onto the ground. And I think that's the fight. These absolute heroes. Neurokeys here has never fought with elves before, has now killed 11 elves. Zwari here also has never fought with elves, has killed 4. And Kokoroko here, well, didn't get any kills because you're a crossbow dwarf. More about tiring them out. Merlin buff here. It's killed 3 and 7, plus 1 notable. That is going to be a hell of a mess to clean up. And let's see if we can rescue this dwarf. Never mind, we don't need to rescue you, but I do need you to turn around and go back into the fort there, dwarf. Not sure there's a dwarven word for that. Oh, there is. Is there something to be happy about? Oh, you poor dwarf. Again, I'm just going to remove you from the squad. And re-add you to the squad. Nope. Actually got several injured dwarves. Saiga, Nish, and Kokoroko. So I'm going to leave this burrow on and add this whole area into here. Nope. Like I said earlier, if you recover, or if you notice a crash, Clockworks. Take your crash log and send it to Putnam, or post it on the bug report forum. Asking if other people have had it in chat is kind of a waste of time. I think I said this to you the other day. Maybe I didn't, but I've said it now. Please do that. Just asking if other people have had the same thing happen doesn't really do much. Save the game? All right, if you insist. Pretty epic fight.
Crypt Wambler Wamblin' Choo Choo.
And chat room, thank you very much for the hype train. Let me just read through everything. Say thank you. Bofin's Crawl, thanks for the gift subscription. Rookies, thanks for the $3. And Crawl, thank you very much for the second gift. Neo Kai, thanks for the 2 gifts. Nero Keys, thanks for the gift and the $2. Wintersy, thanks for the $1. And Walnut, thanks for the $2. Well, first off, Putnam is a she. Shiny legs. That's the first statement I need to make. Their icon has a trans flag behind it, so respect that, please. And the second thing is, it's been nice. It's nice having another programmer in the mix. It's nice getting a different perspective. One of the biggest problems of being a creative working alone, I say that as a creative who works alone, is it's very difficult to get a second opinion from oneself, if that makes any sense, because it's a lot easier to get that second opinion when you have another set of eyes looking at a thing. But if you're the only person looking at the thing, it's quite difficult to ever get a second opinion. So I think that is a very valuable tool for the long-term development of the video game, is having that second opinion. Well, I mean, if you want to get caught up, I've uploaded a number of conversations with Putnam. I mean, just go watch the most recent one. They're mostly podcasts. They're just audio with, static Dwarf Fortress footage in the background. Because I don't have much time to do editing and such. But if you're interested in that kind of work, I do have quite a few videos of that sort on the YouTube channel now, talking with Putnam. The chat eventually got me to name the series Coder's Workshop, so if that is something that's interesting to you, I would recommend that. But yeah, like I said earlier, it's just nice to... I assume that pun was unintentional, sorry. It's pretty obvious to be blind. It's easy to be blind to your own mistakes. Thanks. I feel attacked. I don't actually, it's just funny. It is easy to be blind, I'll have you know. Life's hard being me. Let's give these dwarves a brief break. We're gonna put them all in no orders and cancel those orders. I'm going to do a thing that I really shouldn't do, but still always do, which is toss some random dwarves into the military, and if they hate it, I'll pull them out of the military. Also, I'm kind of curious about something. Doop 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 doop. That seems like a pretty straight line. Let's double check this. Yep. It very much is. How about we make a crap tube? And how about for this exact moment, I forbid everything right here. Is there a way to test what using science? I have no idea what you're asking, I guess. People have this habit of asking me questions, and that I never have any idea how I would ever actually answer that. Test what theory? Alfie? I still have a better chance of seeing what's on top of our fridge than you do. I can see over most fridges, but what? I'm very perplexed by chat right now, but that's okay. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm digging a tunnel all the way to the surface of the fort. And once we're digging the tunnel all the way to the surface of the fort, I am then going to dig another tunnel right next to that all the way down to where the fort itself is. And then I'm going to make a giant drop chute all the way down into the fort. And the idea is I will be able to dispose of bodies much quicker. At least that's the idea. You're only 5'2"? You should get a smaller fridge then. Jeez. They gotta make short bean fridges. When I run for office, that's going to be my platform. They must make short bean fridges. I'll see if I can get some petitions signed by the beans that are growing in my closet right now. Tier the Crafts Dwarf has been possessed. Just like me. Your girlfriend is only 4'11". Did she come with a carrying case? I was trying to think of a joke, but I couldn't really think of one, and that was the first thing that came to brain. My ex used to be able to fit in one of my suitcases. Literally. It was literally a carry-on suitcase, too. All right. This is going to be assigned to my Baroness of Random Monsters. Oh no, an artifact is missing from its proper place. And the dog didn't even tell anybody? Also, by the way, there's still a vampire in the fort. I should probably mention that. There's still a vampire in the fort somewhere. Arende saw it was missing. Silver Falcon committed a crime. Feeling that gem is probably gone. Closet soil still moistened? Oh, yeah. Also, my mom has informed me today that her very successful counter soil has caused my my hot pepper plants to sprout. In fact, to quote her text from an hour and a half ago, 2 Hungarian hot wax and 2 Ara pahos, which are great The problem is, I planted 6 2 days ago because they're supposed to sprout sometime between 4 to 8 weeks in that window. And the problem is, well, let's just say that I guess I'm gonna have more. Extra hot peppers, so I guess I'll be planting those in my garden somewhere instead of in my mom's greenhouse, because I normally plant them in my mom's greenhouse. Atira's claimed a clother's shop. The Guild of Apes. Oh no. The Planters Guild is called the Guild of Apes, chat room. Guild of Return to Monkey. Jesus. Growing nanners. Pretty much. Just check my cloth status. It's wool. My cloth bags. 50 cloth bags. Okay, so, dwarves, what's wrong with you? Seriously? You're not allowed to do anything else now. Please just dig. For the love of dwarfs, please dig. Now you're gonna go eat. That's not what I asked you to do, dwarf. Okay, well at least somebody's digging. They're all digging channels. Need them to work on those stairs. Who cares about the goddamn moody dwarf? I'll worry about that later. I got 3 months to worry about that. I need to get these bodies out of the front door. That's the actual concern right now. Moody dwarf is like, okay, cool. I'll deal with that. He's probably already got everything he needs anyway. If you actually worry about moody dwarves, then you're a different kind of player than me. Unless they have a name, I generally do not worry about them. Oh, and I've got crimes being reported. Cool! Sure, that's fine. What the fuck? I swear to Dwarf. Why you make me do this? Now it works. Okay, fine. Weirdos. You're intrigued by artifacts? I suppose. I'm intrigued by artifacts if they're interesting story-wise. Otherwise, I could care less. Your dwarf got eaten by a vampire. I wish I was joking. Wet pet. I'm sorry. By the way. I mean, I have 3 months to complete the artifact, so it is a very large period of time to finish it. There is rotting corpses in my front door, and moods are actively getting worse. That is the bigger problem. Needs of the many versus the need of the one. Dwarf, I will build this trash tube and get her done. More dwarves been eaten since. Nope. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. None have been reported. So if they have, none of them have been found. So I would take that to mean none. Also, fun fact, they don't cancel when walls are damp when they're digging up. Just a pro tip for anybody. Oh, did I cancel? Did I? Okay, fine. Grumble. Okay, so all of this needs to be smoothed. The fun part about this, though, is I'm actually going to need to back down here. I'll actually build a floor on top of this for a minute. So the way I'm going to do this is I was just going to dump them straight down and in. But what I'm actually going to need to do is I'm going to, actually, do I have any of these? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Okay, let's get a mudstone trapdoor right there. Because water is going to start falling pretty soon. Which is actually going to turn this into obsidian down here, which is a bit of a problem. Or, I mean, it might not. There's actually a lot of lava down there, so maybe it won't, but it'd be unfortunate if it did. So, yep, as you can see, all of this water is coming down. Although on the bright side, anybody going up here now is going to get happy thoughts about waterfalls. Any fun stuff yet? I mean, did you notice the, you know, the massive elven siege? There we go. Just water pouring out of here. Okay, let's make some rock mechanisms. Let's make like 50 of them. In other news, I've also got ghosts showing up. This is a ghost apparently who's been around for a while. What ghosts do we have? Unib. That's it. I mean, neither of them are memorialized, so might as well memorialize both of them. Because if they do something sus, the war creature kills them. They're very enthusiastic about their jobs. Don't judge them too much. It's like, is there a particular reason that we insist on doing this, dwarves? So I really would like you to just finish digging this stuff out. You not digging straight up is giving me, like, anxiety. Like, pretty bad anxiety game. I'm gonna go down to right here. And I'm going to build floors. Basically all the way up. I'm gonna go all the way up and I'm going to smooth that far wall. And then we're gonna go all the way back down. Great. I just had a notification, and I think a new ghost has shown up. Yep. Bomb wreck, the wood burn has been found dead. Oh. Huh. On the other end of the map. Okay. You died a long time ago, I think. Meanwhile, Kel is now a ghost. I mean, dogs will just attack any wild animal. I'll just do that. But basically, if you have work creatures, don't have visitors, I guess is the simple version, Clockwork. I am your favorite coworker. How much does your job pay? And am I getting a salary? Because if I'm your coworker, I expect at least some compensation. I realize you're subscribed. Don't take it too seriously. I used to put the streamer Cat on Mars on the speaker system on the night shift. So yeah, there's a reason why I've been subbed to him for like almost 100 months now. Is like I feel like I still owe him. Oh. This seems bad. Oh, wait, never mind. I thought this dwarf was falling down. But no, they weren't, in fact. Hey, look. Lena. That's neat. We're going to hit an aquifer again. I'm looking for aquifer, basically. Keeping the sus out? I mean, sometimes you have to. It's probably because they're doing suspect things, yeah. Nalgrim, thank you very much for subscribing to Tier 1 for 6 months in advance. It always throws me off when I see that, because that's still actually like a pretty relatively new feature. Like Twitch stating that somebody's subscribing in advance. So thank you for doing that. It means a lot. Good to have you on for the next 6 months. Oh boy. Actually, don't want to do that many just around. Wait, hold on. That's annoying. Okay, well, at least it stops here. So here. And this is through it. Okay. So now I gotta go down to... Shut up, game. Now I gotta go down to right around here. I think here I could just do this. And then once I hit right here, will you kick in a second time? Or is that all of it? Yeah, okay. There's gonna be a bunch of mud down in the basement in a minute. The random water falling down isn't the problem. It's more just this stuff. And then I need to take the floors out. Mala IDK, thank you very much for the Tier 1 subscription as well. Found this reclaim last night. Dragon destroyed the site and then moved in. Easy to find dragon, ready to go. Now I just need to find a way to rig the place to trap it without losing too many dwarves. What's it listed as? Current resident? Or something else? Oh, never mind. I don't actually need to do that. Okay, so let's go work our way down. let's just let the game run for a minute while they go through and clean out all of the stuff that they can. We're going to go up to here. I'm going to go Gabbro and Gabbro, and then down to here, and then Gabbro. And I'm also going to go up to here and then demolish that floor, basically. And then what I can do is I can make this into a corpse stockpile / refuse stockpile. Oh boy. Everything is awesome. This fortress is fine. Nothing is wrong. We'll be okay. No, we won't. Scream loudly. Save the world before you settle, though. You plan on working with this one? Cool. Sounds like a fun project. I will say reclaims can be really cool, but they can also be excruciatingly annoying. So they're one of those kind of like monkey's paw embarks almost. Where it's like on one hand, they're generally pretty rad, but can also be some of the most excruciating forts I've ever done. So is that an aquifer? Okay, those two walls are, so that's fine. Let's go down. So now I need to go through. I'm assuming. Yes. So I'm going to go up to here, and I'm just going to do this all the way down. And let's just let them do this job for a minute and get the rest of this stuff cleared up. Oh god, I fucked up. I'm so good at this video game. One time you embarked on top of a Hydra's den intentionally or on accident? Because if you did it on accident, that's incredible. If you did it intentionally, well, it serves you right, goddammit. Your desire to have a resident dragon is greater than anything. Yeah, that makes sense. You may have to turn some like some dwarves into burnt meat popsicles to do it, but it's absolutely attainable. Accident, that's incredible. Okay. Yeah, that is amazing. You know, it's kind of lovely that we got some footage of adventure mode today, but at the same time, my god. I've got so much editing I have to do in the next 2 days now. So I should mention this. I'm going to be doing a charity stream on Sunday. We're going to be raising a little bit of money for JDRF. As a type 1 diabetic, as I'm supposed to say because it sounds good on the PR, it's a charity that's very important to me. I hate getting empathy from people, so it's very difficult for me to raise money for charities like that, but we will be doing a very short stream on Sunday for charity, and it's going to be as part of a relay. So it's not just me doing it. There's a group of people kind of organized for that day to do it. So I will be doing a very short stream. Like, even by my standards, it'll be short. It's going to be 2 hours specifically, although I'm going to be starting an hour before that, so it'll be a total of 3 hours. But that is something that we will be doing on Sunday. We will be playing Path of Acra, and we're supposed to get a pretty big raid right at 10. So we'll be streaming some Path of Acra on Sunday for an hour. So I just because I'm noticing people are heading to bed, might as well just mention that. There we go. Get all those knocked out. Okay. Can't wait to watch it after work. I mean, we could watch it again before and stream if you want. Or I could just, you could just wait until after work. Let's do all that and all that. So once that's done, you hauling? A real heavy corpse, eh? Yeah, no, that is well after you finish. That is well after I generally finish, yeah. It would be weird if I went for another 3 hours, especially on a day like today. Yeah, I can't say I've ever settled on a resident dragon. Usually when I settle on reclaims, I just have resident were creatures. Like, Brave Books was a pretty good example of my standard, like, residence for Dwarf Fortress. Like, mostly were elephants. At which point, generally, I end up stating something along the lines of, elephants? Why is it always were elephants? So I will basically, maybe not this way. I will just go in a straight line right here, and then I'm just gonna put a little drawbridge right here. And we're just gonna lower this drawbridge when we need to deal with bodies. And essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this up so that down here, good lord. You know, on the bright side, a lot of dwarves are being near a waterfall. Well, first I need to wait for this water to all go away. But basically I'm just gonna lock this door, and we're going to have an equivalent of this. So I'm going to build a minecart disposal area all the way up there. And then any refuse that ends up on the surface, or corpses that end up on the surface, is just going to be automatically chucked off the, like, down into the lava. It might actually, no, okay, it wasn't the, I think I might have accidentally deleted one of my boulder stockpiles. Let me check that later. But this is going to be Bodies 2. And Bodies 2, the awful sequel that nobody wanted, is just going to be for all corpses except for dwarven corpses. And also all refuse. It's going to be all this. And I will put a minecart up here. And then I will hook it, once all this stuff is done being built, I will hook it up. And this will be a awful nightmare. But on the bright side, we'll be able to get rid of it pretty quick. I can also put a lever right here. Put some clear glass right there. Give it a nice look. Okay, but yeah, no, it should be the weekend stream or the Saturday stream is going to be around the time I normally start. Actually, just get rid of this briefly, because this is going to bother me if I leave this like this forever. Oh, hey. Actually, I wonder, is that Moody Dwarf still being moody? Or did it just die? Yep, we lost that Moody Dwarf. That's funny. Because it's mostly funny to me because, like, I stated, I'm like, I'm not gonna worry about that Moody Dwarf, whatever, we got lots of time, and they went nuts. Go figure. Hasn't even been that long. I guess it has been 3 months. Mood resolved, yeah. If it was a named dwarf, I'd feel bad, but it wasn't. Okay, so I'm going to go all the way down to here. I'm going to forbid all of this and all of this. Let's get these dwarves out of here. Lock that door. Uh-oh. There's still a dwarf in there. Get out of there. Come on. Come on, Dwarfy. Get out of here. Perfect. Then I can jump back up to the surface. And then all the way around here, once there's a minecart here, it's going to get a stockpile. Chat, can hippos be trained for war? They're large. That's all I really... They'd probably be a pretty... I don't know how long they take to grow up to full size. They'd probably be pretty useful for, like, Chaining up outside of things for combat, even if they're not war trainable? I don't know. I'm not entirely certain if they're war trainable, so. All right, let's get all of this stuff unforbidden. And this last stockpile bodies too. But worse sequel. Go all the way down to the bottom here. Oh, there's a ghost right here. Let's see if I can get Kill memorialized. I always like it when they end up with the memorials that are studded with gems. I always feel slightly better about things. It's like, well, at least your memorial is fancy. Must be how Nicolas Cage feels. Stray puppy bone. Right. I wasn't supposed to put bones on this one, but... except for man bones. I know that that's a weird thing to say. Dwarf bone. Gob bone. Elf bone. Human bone. Dwarf was found dead. Why? That seems bad. Well, okay then. Probably just got stricken by melancholy at some point. Or spooked to death by a ghost. God knows. Did I place the statue of the Were's King? Yep, in the Baron's bedroom, if you noticed. Also, that's where I should put those cages with the prisoners in them. Is in my Baron's office. That's where I should put them. So let's see if these are even going all the way. Uh-oh. Well, that's slightly concerning. They're not going to be going very far when they do start loading this stuff up. Also, don't really want them using this as a way up and down. Let's get this replaced. I'm sorry, what building is present right there? Oh, the stockpile is there, duh. Should be war trained. It's the animal with the highest human kill count. I mean, in real life, but once again, things that like are important for Dwarf Fortress culture is not necessarily something that would equate to real life. All right, let's see and make sure that these bits and pieces are making it all the way down. So let's follow this nose, or rather this ear even. It's a very eerie thing for us to follow, but whee! Splat. Well, I think it's working. I don't know if it was worth the wait, but we can now clean up all the bodies very quickly. Did termite or anthills do anything? No. There are not yet giants as a race yet. I killed one earlier this stream. Like, there literally one showed up and I killed it. They're like Ettins or, I guess were creatures to a degree. They're the semi-mega beasts that show up on your map sometimes. They can have families, they aren't really a species or like a race like dwarves or something, but they don't have culture, so they don't have clothing. But there are, in fact, giants, yes. Also, yeah, you could I always tell people this, you could very easily mod your game to have war trainable hippos. Very, very, very easily. Let's also just dump all this shit. All of it. Every single piece of it. To demoralize the enemy. Mm-hmm. What about my dwarves? Exactly. Then, in that case, what would that do to my dwarves? And their morale? Is their morale not important to you? Water demons? No, they wouldn't. Because they'd also one-shot your dwarves. Terminal wetness. Also, terminal wetness wanting water demons. That's a pile of irony, that. Next, you're going to tell me that you want water demons in the bay right next to a boat terminal. I mean, come on. Username seems sus. This would be like Elfie Bean telling me to trade with the elves for beans. Something something beanstalk. And then we'll find the giant race that YouTube chat was asking about. Why not? I mean, I wouldn't want demons anywhere near or around my fort. Under any circumstances. Because there's a very good chance that they would just turn my dwarves into red mist. Which, believe it or not, is not very good for your dwarf's health. Even if they have red hair. More red, not necessarily more better-er. Although it does make them go faster. Specifically the time that they have left in their life. Also, chat room, in general, if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube chat yet, you should. And the reason you should is I have 49,823 subscribers on YouTube. That's not very many more to get to 50,000, and I would like to be halfway to 100,000, just because that would make me like it would make the pointless dumb numbers in my brain feel better. And we lost an animal, something died of old age. I didn't see what it was, but it's fine. Shoutouts to Kiddo here. Zontier is really dead. I'm not feeling sad right now. Sorry, Kiddo. And Doc's corpse. It's a bloody shame. These are all going to be tombs, you know, as you do. I don't know anything about Warhammer 40,000 aside from red makes things go faster. So don't ask me. Ask somebody who might actually know something about 40k. Bad? Nah. It's actually very beneficial for my wallet. Making a fort that is specifically meant to be a prison for clowns. That sounds like a lot of work. No thanks. Ever thought about it? No. Will I ever do that? No. Now that you put the idea in my head, will I say yes? No. Because then that would be implying that I promised something. Why in the world would I want to just imprison clowns? Sounds like a lot of lag. Why, I guess, is maybe the actual question. Blue is the Zwariest color, because that's the name of your username right now. I always assume that you're going to steal my stuff. Heavy aquifer or water for fun. So there used to only be heavy aquifers in this game. So because of the fact that there used to only be heavy aquifers in this game, it's very easy for me to just be like, yeah, nah. Because the reality is, there used to only be heavy aquifers in this game. So because there used to only be heavy aquifers in this game, I've done so many heavy aquifers that I have zero desire to ever go back. So if you hated it, why would I be any different? Waiting until a dwarf goes for this. Dwarf, you are... Oh! I was about to say, potentially going to end your own life in a second. Alright. Can now unforbid all this. Go down to here, unforbid all this. That's a forgotten beast. Gogol Githu has come. The towering hairy scorpion. It has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. Its periwinkle hair is unkept. Beware its poison sting. And it appears to have just found a lot of things that want to kill it. It's dead. They killed it. Well, that was quick. I'm going to give these creatures a taste of their own death. Eat some lava, friends. Just because you don't like dealing with them? I don't think I'd be able to play this game without light aquifers. Because I'm better at the game? I don't find, like, heavy aquifers to be hard. They're just really, 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 really annoying. It's like the biggest bother in the world. That makes any sense? Like, I don't mind evil biomes as an example, but evil biomes kind of have the same sort of problem. All right, I should probably tell the water to flow down again. But evil biomes tend to have a similar sort of problem for me. Raging Cave has been found dead, excuse me. Birdie, did you just... I think the mayor just murdered somebody else. I'm pretty sure the mayor did it. Actually. Because there's a combat log about the mayor punching that dwarf. So, I have a feeling the mayor just committed... Yep. The mayor, in fact, did do it. Ah, man. I am very close to just making my mayor run off and go invade some faraway land. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, 50 hammer strikes? Nah, no, he's been in prison for like 300 days. Keeps going to prison, keeps getting let out of prison, and multiple bonks to the head. But that's assuming somebody witnesses it. Just because I see it in the combat logs doesn't mean the dwarves will give him that sentence. I need ash. All right, chat room. I've been streaming for 10.5 hours, and I'm sleepy and hungry. We'll deal with that mayor on another day. Which will probably be Tuesday. Your cavern lock mostly dry has been contemplating your next fort being on a light aquifer. Why in the world do I always manage to end the stream right when a frickin' ad runs? Chat room, don't leave, because we are going to raid somebody. So please and thanks, stick around for the raid. But YouTube chat, thanks for hanging out. To the dozen or so of you who are still there. At a glance. Okay, there's more than a dozen of you. There's still 40 of you apparently. But Twitch chat over here, can we say goodnight? To the YouTube chat, please. And thank you. And to YouTube, if you want to raid with us, pop over here onto Twitch. ASMR ad? Might I recommend subscribing to a channel that you like with Prime? Or getting better ad block? Or purchasing Twitch terminals? Chat room, we're gonna go raid somebody, but don't run off. So don't run off. Is what I mean to say. I'm gonna take a peek at who's on, and we're gonna go find somebody to go raid, is what we're going to do. Taking a real quick scan. Man, today's another one of those problem days where I have no idea who to raid. Let's go raid some heroes.